We speak at Action 22 over the last few years. Good, I'm sorry. So, y'all, the 141 you did have it, you know. First speech I gave, I gave it on Paul Revere and John Boss. Now, everybody knows about how Paul Revere got everybody over, and he rode so far. Well, there was a guy named John Galls went the other way. And I talked about what was the differences between them. And well, Paul Revere, he was connected to the communities along, everybody knew and everybody trusted. That's why he came. John Galls, not so much. He was the guy that came in, his town knew him, but the region didn't, so they didn't back him. So the second speech I gave was talking about, I've been doing government for over 40 years. And I'm the guy, I've been a city engineer, county engineer, assistant city manager for the last 24 years. And we all see on TV, all these politicians getting beat up on election and stuff, and they call each other names and everything. Well, the election happens, we elect somebody, and then they walk into a guy's office like mine. And now in the 40 years, whether that's been Republican, Democrat, or unaffiliated, how many of them do you think that came in that I said, hey, the blue you're working on your agenda was not good for the community? No, that don't happen, folks. Republicans bring up one sector, Democrats bring up another sector, and unaffiliated just want to help everybody out. Well, everybody got good, bad, and ugly. But you'll find, these are good Americans just working on their beliefs. And what we do at Action 22 is we make sure that the cities, they get educated from Colorado municipally. Counties, they get it from Colorado Counties Incorporated. We come together as a group, figure out what they heard as county commissioners, what we hear as municipal people, and what is good for our area. We make a decision. Then we get those good Americans to work on our behalf for our beliefs as they're working on their beliefs, not instead of or anything like that. So, they asked me to speak. And they've got the 2024 election coming up. Man, and we see all this on TV, right? And everybody wants to get into it, and everybody wants to say, hey, he voted for him, he voted for that guy, I'm not going to be your friend. Quit that. We're Americans. No matter what your political beliefs are. But then I see AI, and then I watched on TV where they were saying that Tom Hanks was going, hey, they put something up on that. That's not me. That's not me. I didn't say that. And then I saw the CBS morning host, Gail King, say something about, hey, if you saw this, that was a speech from a couple years ago, but I am not selling gummies, right? And that's what we're going to be faced with. We're going to be faced with speeches that, you're looking at yourself and you know you need to get, and how do you combat that, right? How do you combat just the toxic environment that we all get hit with as staff members or as elected officials and stuff? So, here you go. This is what we do. Remember, inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. If you want to conquer the negative elements in your life, don't sit at home and think about it. Go out and get busy. That was Dale Carnegie in the 1950s. And that still holds true today. And we all talk about the work, family, balance and everything. Get that down now. Because, there's going to be some crazy things out there. Make sure your family's supporting you. Make sure that they realize these jobs are important to do, and you've got to get them done. Schedule your stuff right. Delegate. And learn how to say no to no tasks. So, but during this journey, and we're all going to hit that. You're all going to do that. You see something and you don't do something, and you don't go, man, I can't do this. No, it's okay to break. Okay, but I always talk about like training and competition to get an unbreakable result. That's what I use, you know. Me and my friends, we use like a Spartan to do it. But, you know, get a mental break somehow, some way that you gotta do it. But breaking is part of the deal. It's okay to break. The most successful people I know do not let the setbacks slow them down. They view the obstacles as a way to success. I had a city council when in my early 50s, and they wanted me to save the Southwest Chief. And it was $200 million worth of improvements. So formed this 3-state coalition with Kansas, Colorado, and New Mexico. And first thing that happened was I had a hand-delivered letter from the head of CDOT at the time, Don Hunt. And he said, hey, here's a letter. It's from the executive director of CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, Kansas, and New Mexico. Telling me, you've got a great idea, but don't do it. There was no money to do it. Now, I could have stopped at that point and said, went to my city council and said, hey, look, all these executive directors came against me, yeah, let's quit. But I did. I paid the man, and I said, thank you for letting me go to your bosses. Because we all know that at the political level, things can change. And that's what we did, and we were successful. So don't you ever let those setbacks become a serious setbacks or a series of missed opportunities in your life. Don't let it paralyze you. Because if you're no longer planning to win, you're planning not to lose. When you're worried about failure, you hold yourself back, worried that failure itself could. And when that happens, you're not living your life to the fullest, you're not pushing yourself to your limits, and you're not growing. Attack every day. Look at that, those setbacks as a sign of bravery. Get a growth mindset during these hard times, especially. And imagine the worst. I always take, you know, like sometimes we got people who don't agree with, and you know they don't have the other meeting. I'll take that meeting, and I'll say, what can that person do to me? And I'll put it under a microscope. And then you'll try to figure out something. How do you put it in perspective to make it something good? Always look for the silver lining and all that. But then, accept that cost of your action. Don't put it on somebody else. If you make a mistake, say, hey, I made a mistake, and that's okay. You know, I was trying. People will forgive you on that. The right road is never the easiest road. Here's to the hard way. Thanks. And with that, I guess I am going to Jennifer Rhoda. Jennifer is the Director of Partnerships and Governmental Affairs for the University of Colorado Springs. University of Colorado Springs. She has a bachelor and master's.
Thank you, though. Hi, friends. Welcome. So excited that UCCS gets to host such an awesome group of people. And more importantly than me being here at UCCS, I'm an extremely proud graduate of the Action 22 Academy. So thank you all so much for being here. It is kind of funny, and I know I'm going to get a ton of eye rolls, but from a CU system standpoint, so we have CU, Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs, and Anschutz. From a CU system standpoint, Colorado UCCS is kind of the rural campus. And I know many of you are like, Denver in the middle of the city. But we do have small classroom sizes. 80% of our classes are 30 people or less. We're a little bit more conservative than some of our other campuses and our other sister colleges. So just from a standpoint, as you're looking at your students and your communities, if people are looking for those higher education opportunities and degrees, real quick, just want to let you know, so we have about 11,000 students, about 2,000 students live on campus here. We have the College of Nursing, which is training our future nurses, Letters, Arts, and Sciences, which is kind of, that's your sciences and your maths and your Englishes and things like that. College of Business, that's your marketing and your finance. College of Education, that's training our future teachers. And I will tell you, we have lots of teacher programs where your people from your community can get online degrees for teaching so that they stay in your community. So just kind of keep that in mind. College of Public Service, so that is your Masters of Social Work, your criminology, your nonprofit, your public service degrees, things like that. And then the College of Engineering, and that is our engineering, cyber. We are designated as the cyber campus. You guys are in our cyber building. We're very excited to have you here. And I think we'll have tours set up if that's something that you're interested in. So again, just on behalf of UCCS and Colorado Springs, we are so excited to host Action 22 here. I know we are going to learn a lot. We're going to get a lot of inspiring speeches. And if you have any questions about UCCS, I'm happy to answer any of them. So thank you so much. Enjoy your time. Learn a lot. Laugh a little. Ask lots of good questions.
Hey, Jan, will you talk a little bit about the tours?
Sure. So the tours, we will do this whole building, which is our cyber building, and this is kind of, all of this entire building, we're only in like 30% of this building. So a massive percentage of this building is still open for development and ideas and things like that. So I'm not sure, is there a sign up?
There is a sign up. If you didn't sign up, I think it's at the front, but we'll find it like that. We'll have a little time. I think we're doing 2 tours today and 2 tours tomorrow.
Perfect. So I will kind of do both of those. So you guys are good to go to maybe any break today. If you're just looking to kind of wander around the building a little bit, I'll show you some nooks and crannies. So thanks so much.
Thank you so very much for hosting us here today. We are so excited to be here, and there are so many fun things to learn about this building, new operations, and what you do. Hi everyone, I'm Ashley Valdez. I'm the Area Manager of Community and Local Government Affairs for XCEL Energy in Southern Colorado. And in addition to that, I'm also on the Action 22 Executive Board, and it is my distinct pleasure today to introduce the one person that doesn't need an introduction at all, Sarah Blackhurst. But what I can tell you is Sarah and I go so far back. When I was at San Isabel Electric Association, she was the executive director for the Colorado City Rye Chamber of Commerce. And I knew from the first time that I met her that she was dynamic and had so many fun skills, but she's kind of like all over the place in her head, and somehow everything is pulled together. She was worried this year, like she does every year, about this event. And she said, Ashley, I just don't know. I've got so many things going on. I'm hoping it comes together. And I said, breathe. You do this every year, and every year is better than the previous year. So with that in mind, I'm going to introduce our Executive Director for Action 22, Ms. Sarah Blackhurst, CEO and superstar.
She said, I'll introduce you, and I was like, she's gonna make me cry. I knew she was gonna make me cry.
The Navy SEALs are one of the highest performing organizations on the planet. And the former Navy SEAL was asked, who makes it through BUDS? Who makes it through the selection process to become a SEAL? He said, I can't tell you who gets through, who makes it, but I can tell you the kind of people who don't make it. He said the star college athletes that never have been really tested to the core of their being, none of them make it through. He said the preening leaders who like to delegate everything, none of them make it through. He said the big tough guys that come in with huge muscles, covered in tattoos, want to prove to everyone how tough they are, none of them make it through. He said some of the guys that made it through are skinny and scrawny. He said some of the guys who make it through, you will see them shivering out of fear. He said, but every single one of them who makes it through, when they're emotionally exhausted, when they're physically exhausted, some way, somehow, they're able to dig down deep inside themselves to find the energy to help the person next to them. Service. Service. Giving to another, having their back, is what makes the highest performing teams in the world. Not their strength and not their intelligence. It's their willingness to be there for each other.
Ashley is right. I do stress about this event every year because we only get together once a year as a whole group. And so a lot happens between that. And so I had an idea of what I wanted to talk about, but you know how sometimes things happen and you kind of get sent in a different direction. So this was definitely what happened with me. And this is kind of this year was kind of a more of a personal journey, and here's why. It was a rough, and I'll go over what all we did this year. But we're kind of at a crossroads, right? We're having, I see so many people, so many leaders, so many colleagues who are really struggling and are weary and are feeling the burden of leadership. We see a lot of leaders who are just done and they just leave their positions. We see leaders who are just leaving the state. They are done. And it's a little bit concerning to me because I don't feel like we've done a good job as a group of leaders to really pass that on. And that was why we did the Action 22 Academy last year. And as I thought about what we really needed, and if you've been with me for all these years, you know I have a bit of a mantra: what matters most to those we serve, and what does our community need from us? So it was my hope to really, for all of you to take away just a little energy, a little fortitude, I guess. Charge your battery, charge that battery that keeps you in it from a leadership perspective, because there's no member of Action 22 that's a slouch. Everybody who is a member of Action 22, they're in it because they're about serving their community. So I want to start out with what it takes to do what we do. What it takes to do what we do is a team. And so I want to introduce you to my team today first. Of course, everybody knows Brian. I was doing some debates last night. I was doing the city council forum, and people kept asking me where Brian was. Well, he's not here. Apparently, I'm chopped liver. Where's Brian? But Brian is just an amazing teammate. He's everything I'm not. He sees all the blind spots, and I appreciate him more. And the reason that we're all still in it, that I'm still in it, is because of Brian. So thank you, Brian. My best friend brother, Micah, who corrects everything, my grammar, the words I use, the way I say them, and he, thank you, brother. And he found the one typo on the agenda today, so I thank him for that. But new to my team is my other brother, Bear, who's in the back, who's helping us out. And his wife, Stephanie, back there. So Stephanie's managing the venue for us. She's done all the food, she's doing all that. So please pay attention and know who Steph is, because she's going to help us to get from one place to another and do all that. But they came in at the last minute. Basically. Other brother, thank you. And Steph, thank you. Bear and Steph, thank you so much. And because I have to do the mayoral debates tonight, and Mike is staying up here, Bear is going to be my timer, and he's my right hand tonight too. So this was definitely a team and a family effort. I also need to recognize the most amazing board. I say it all the time. I say it all the time. Action 22 is blessed with the absolute best board of directors of any organization anywhere. They are so amazing. I'm going to call out some of them aren't here, but when I call out your name, will you wave your hand so we all know? Ashley Valdez, you've already met. She's from XCEL Energy. Bill Kanda, who is and you can clap, clap. Bill Kanda, the Patterson County Commissioner. Brian Turner is the Executive Director for Sol Vista. Carlton Croft is the Economic Development Director. Nobody knows who this guy is, but Chad Borthman. A residential space cowboy. Charles Vogel, who couldn't be with us, who does economic development in Custer County. Chuck Steigerwalt, who we recognized last year because he's one of the original board members and he's been with Action 22 for the entirety of Action 22. Donald Valdez, who couldn't be with us today. Representative Donald Valdez, we love him, he's so great. Gary Amell from Comcast has a funeral today, and he couldn't be here. So we love Gary, he's a fellow guy. Gary Lombardi from AT&T. Yay, Gary! One of our newest board members, and the first time a lot of our board members are meeting, is April Lopez from SRDA. Another old friend of mine, John Behill from Black Hills. Justin Grantham, who's not here today, from Fremont County, he's the Fremont County Clerk. And, you know, nepotism isn't a choice in Southern Colorado, it's a lack of options, so we also have his dad, Kevin Grantham. Mike Beasley, and he said he was going to be here, but I don't know if he's made it yet, but he's the legend, Mike Beasley, who will be here shortly. So do me a favor, when Mike comes in, whatever we're doing, everybody has to cheer for Mike. It'll really embarrass him. It'll be perfect. Mike Cafasso, who is the CEO for Centura Health in St. Mary Corwin, and now also in Canyon City. Mike Cafasso, who's not here. The mayor of Trinidad, Phil Rico. The president of Trinidad State, Rhonda Epper. Of course, our chair, Rick Klein. Sarah Carlisle from Tri-State. Scott Tipton, who may be joining us a little bit later, Representative Scott Tipton. Sally Clark from El Paso County. Oh, she's with the city. I'm so sorry, you're right. She's with the city. She's with the mayor's office, and she just joined. She's one of our newest members. But from El Paso County, Commissioner Sam Vanderwood. So since we've been really busy since we last met, and I wanted to give you a quick update. One of the things that we don't do well, that Brian and I don't do well, is stop and really celebrate the things that we accomplished. And the reason is that we don't do that. First of all, Brian is super humble and won't let anybody talk about him. But the other thing is that, to tell you the truth, there's so much work to be done and so much need that we are way into the next project. As soon as one project's done, we're already into the next project. But since we last met in October of last year, we were just about to, we were in the middle of a rather bizarre midterm election. If you remember, we were meeting in Pueblo, and some interesting things happened after that. But after we told you that at our last one that we were going to launch our Leadership Policy and Governance Academy, and we did that. We're going to hear a little bit more about that in a little bit, but I want you to know that we, with the Leadership Policy and Governance Academy, we graduated 23 total. Out of that, we were shooting for 22. We started to wait list at 27, and then we finished with 23. Brian said that he was just about to kick somebody out just so we could say we had 22 in our first year, but we did 23. We did 7 modules over 7 months that included the Colorado legislative process, local governments in Colorado, Colorado fiscal policy, nonprofit administration and organizational leadership, federal legislative policy, ballot initiatives in Colorado, and then we wrapped up with all of the projects. Of that, we required this academy to write bills and write And that was a really, really big deal, and we were super proud of that. And you'll get some more details in a little bit. Can we congratulate Brian, we created all of the curriculum and did all of the work on it. We just put it together, and it was a team effort, but Brian did the lion's share of the work. So Brian, congratulations. This last legislative session was one of the more trying that anybody remembers. Even Beasley said he'd never seen anything like it. During the legislative session, so just a really quick reminder, and I can't say it enough, about 900 bills get introduced. Between 700 and 900 bills get introduced every legislative session, and at the end of every legislative session, around 500 new laws are imposed on new Coloradans every single year. So think about that for a second. The problem with that is trying to track everything that's going on. There's a lot of gamesmanship that happens during that, and it is exhausting. We leave it all on the field when we're done during the legislative session. And this includes, we took Action 22. Let me tell you really quick, Action 22 does take positions on bills, but the way we do it is there's 4 choices that the board takes. It is support, oppose, they need more information, or amend. Most of the time, the Action 22 board takes an amend position so that we can stay at the bargaining table, so that we can stay at the table and mitigate damage. A lot of times, the bill's going to go through, and all we can do is make it less horrible. So, we took official position on 13 bills. I gave testimony 6 times, including 2 in one day, and one of them till 1 o'clock in the morning, which Brian stayed up and listened to on that. In addition to the academy that I already talked about, Brian put in about approximately 200 hours for veteran-related things, including sitting on one of the state VSO boards. We took Making Action Happen to over 100 episodes, and we did 25 episodes in the last year. We started the Broadband committee this year, which was tremendously effective, and Kate's going to talk about that in just a little bit. That Broadband committee has met 22 times since the middle of April. We've really done some amazing things with that Broadband committee, and we're going to look at how to duplicate that on some other issues. We were interviewed on 6 other podcasts. I sit on the PISAC board, and that is the committee that's going to make a recommendation on what should happen to Cantu 3. I'm also the vice chair for the Coloradans for Energy Access. I'm on the PCC Gold Committee, the Colorado Cancer Coalition Board. We did 14 letters of support for various projects and grants over the last 4 years. We did, between Brian and I, we had 4 different speaking engagements. So we've been a little bit busy doing things. But here's the point I want to make to you. If it wasn't for the people in this room giving us the support, the help, participating, and making democracy work, it doesn't work. We cannot do this. Brian and I do not do anything in a vacuum. We have a ton of help. I'm going to turn this over. I wanted to, every year, last year we did this, we started to give these awards. We call them the Dentros Awards. And Micah, you're going to have to say it for me because I don't ever say it right. There's a Greek proverb that says,
society grow great when old men plant trees in the shade of which they will stand.
so we really see the leadership as being the old men who are planting trees that make our society grow great. We had plans to give out these awards all tomorrow and to give the committee, or to give some of the certificates to Academy members tomorrow. We are competing with a whole lot of different things today. There's funerals, there's other committees, there's other summits and a lot of other things going on. So you're going to see a lot of people come in and out, but we've put together a really amazing agenda for you. I want to just personally thank all of you for your support, the friends that have been longtime friends, friends that are new, there's going to be a lot of things said today, but this is that space where we are nonpartisan. We're talking about the issues. So eyebrows will be raised. That's okay. There's amazing things that are happening and amazing things moving forward. And your leadership is deeply appreciated. Thank you all so much.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties and trying to juggle live streaming and slides and all that fun stuff right now. Next, I know Sarah touched on the broadband stuff that we're working on currently, which I told her the first round of broadband things, I said, let's never do broadband again. And she's like, well, I'm gonna do this one thing, it's just gonna be a meeting or two, it's not a big deal, we'll just do this. And I think it's taken up most of her time the past few months. So with that, we're going to bring up Kate, and she's going to give us an Action 22 Broadband Committee report. Kate?
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, 22 meetings since April. I knew it was a lot, but I had no idea it was that much. So my name is Kate Sneed. I am with Comcast, but prior to Comcast, I worked at the state for the last 5 years and was the telecom policy advisor under the governor. So I'm coming up with not my Comcast hat on, or my broadband and the importance of internet hat on. And Brian is spot on. Sarah and I worked together for years, and worked with all the other providers down in this community, and a bunch of us complained enough to Sarah about in the beginning of the year about how we really needed some more advocacy to help in this area. There's a ton of federal funding coming to the state. And so she agreed to help us coordinate and put together a meeting back in April. We all met down in Pueblo, and the idea was, hey, let's all get together. We're going to be here for one day. And Sarah was very clear, we are going to do this for one day. I don't have time for this. We don't have the resources for this. We're doing this for one day. And 22 meetings later, we are still meeting, and we meet every Monday. So it has been hugely needed and hugely successful. Thank you to Action 22 and Sarah for we've been able to have these committee meetings. We're almost all on the same page about things, and Sarah's been really able to help us advocate and be our voice. I'm sure this information is not new to you. This part of the state gets forgotten about at times and left out. And I felt very strongly when I was at the state, in my role at the state, I was constantly connecting with Sarah and making sure we were bringing in the conversation from this part of the state. And when I left the state, it kind of fell apart a little bit, and so I continued to say, we need to advocate, we need to advocate. And so I hugely appreciate Sarah for her and Brian for their willingness to say, we don't really want to do this, but we see that it's important, and we've been very successful. So I think the couple things that I'll hit on. So the majority of our time on the Broadband Committee over the last however months has been focused on two things. The Colorado Department of Transportation has put out a new fee structure and process for how telecom industry uses CDOT right-of-way. So most of us have fiber running all along I-25, along Highway 50, all the major CDOT roads. And they have put out this new process that is very costly, that is doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in a lot of ways, and it's been very frustrating. And so that has been a huge part of what we've been talking about, how to advocate for that. Like Beasley has been hugely important in helping us advocate for that at the Capitol. The board, we put together a resolution that the board signed and sent to the state, advocating that, hey, if you move forward with this, none of us are going to survive and be putting in our infrastructure in parts of the state that need it the most, because it's way too costly and time intensive and ridiculous for us to get access to just run a conduit down the side of the highway etc. And that is still no resolution, unfortunately. The positive is that through industry and Action 22 and lots of advocacy, the CDOT transportation group heard us, and so they delayed the vote on it, delayed it again. However, they haven't been able to provide us anything that makes us feel any better about what's happening. So that's been a huge thing that will continue. The second big thing was the first round of federal funding came down and was open for grant period. So just last week, the capital project funds through the state closed. And there was mass confusion for months on how do you apply, who can apply, what are the requirements to applying. Even though they put things out on paper, they were saying different things to me, then they were saying to Sarah, then they were saying to CCOM, then they were saying to, everyone in the room was hearing something different. And so we started meeting every single Monday, and it was kind of became like a, what do you know? What did you hear? How does this work kind of a thing? And it was, when we worked incredibly well together. At one point, we all sat down at the table and said, without getting into too many specifics so that we weren't breaking any federal legislation around antitrust stuff and stuff, but hey, we think we should stick to this area of the counties that Action in 22 is in. You guys, are you thinking that area? Or if I was contacted by a county or a group, I'd say, there's no way we're going to go into that area, but here, let me put you in contact with Highline or CCOM or somebody else who is interested and might be interested in expanding in that area. So we really, I'm relatively new to the telecom industry. I got thrown into it again. I'm a high school math teacher for 10 years. Went down to the Capitol because I wanted to work in education policy, hired by the governor, and COVID happened, and they said, well, you're smart and knowledgeable here. You figure out telecom policy and fix it during COVID. So I'm very new to telecom, but I know the history. It's not always the nicest group to be sitting in there. They can be hostile to each other. Our Action 22 board committee, our broadband committee is absolutely the opposite. We call each other all the time and are hugely supportive, and it's been amazing. So I think all of us, the big win at the very end was that the state required us to provide certain financial information in order to apply for the grant, and yet their financial data spreadsheet that we had to plug things into was broken, and it had miscalculations in it, so it was like telling us that our cash revenue at the end was not actually what it would be. And they were like, yeah, we know, we'll fix it later. And it was like, no, we're like telling you some private information, some financial company information. We wanted it to be represented correctly on this, and it was a locked spreadsheet, so we had no ability to change anything of it. And they kept telling all of us, yeah, we'll fix it, we know, but we'll fix it later. And so thank you to Sarah. On one of our Mondays calls, it was like, this is ridiculous, this can't happen. And Sarah, as I'm sure most of you have experienced at times, is like, what? This is ridiculous, this can't happen. And 3 days later, she had gotten in touch with someone at the governor's office and advocated for us. And sure enough, because of that, the state re-released the document and postponed their process for a week. So it was, there were others I know that were complaining because I was on the phone with the office and all that, but I think it really helped that in turn that Sarah was able to call and say, I'm not representing one provider, I'm representing numerous providers, and if you don't do something different, then the whole southern part of the state is going to be left out of this. So thank you, Sarah, because that was a huge win, and I don't see any of our other committee members here because they're probably all on vacation or doing something because we've all been working like crazy over the last couple of months, and it doesn't stop. So my big message for you all today is the Colorado Broadband Office released in September their initial proposal for BEAD. And BEAD is the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment. It's the federal funding that's coming down out of the infrastructure. The state of Colorado is getting $826 million to bring internet to rural unserved areas in the state. Probably not enough, believe it or not. The state is estimating that it's close to $2 billion to do that. But this will get us started. There's also so much room for partnership and collaboration in all of this in order to have the biggest impact we can. And hopefully, if companies can come in, if communities can come in and provide some money in addition to that 826 million, then we can serve more people. What I feel is very fortunate is the feds are requiring a certain process that every state has to go through to get public comment on their process, which is huge. And my call on everyone today is to, and I need to work with Sarah and figure out if we do a podcast with Brian or something, but in the next 6 months, there are going to be so many opportunities to provide comment on why things are fair and not fair. And this part of the state absolutely has to chime in because they will get left out, as they have in the past if we're not vocal. So this is the first one. It's actually due Monday. It's not too controversial, so it's not like I'm telling you, hey, go do something by Monday, and it's got a bunch of stuff. So the requirement is the state will have to release 3 volumes. Each volume goes into some specifics on how they will actually give out the money, how they will grant the money. Again, volume 1 is pretty explicit. It's not that thick, luckily, and it's also pretty straightforward. Nothing in here screams to me. If there's anyone who's in real estate, and there's quite a bit of stuff around MDUs in here because there's been a bunch of controversy around MDUs, multi-dwelling units, so apartment buildings, things like that, around getting internet access in those buildings. So there is some stuff in here. If you're interested in the MDU space, I would say definitely take a look. There's also some stuff around DSL that is different. Any provider that's currently providing service through DSL, which is an old copper technology, the state is suggesting in this volume that they would consider that not serviced. So DSL copper technology would no longer be a way to get internet to people in the state of Colorado. It can be seen in a lot of different ways, I think. So again, things to think about. My biggest thing in seeing this is the way that the federal government required all this funding to be is that the states have to identify ahead of time all of their location, they call them broadband serviceable locations. So any location in the entire state that should have internet. So not a barn, not a junkyard that might look really, really big and take up a lot of area physically, but it doesn't need internet in all of those places. And so the state has to agree to a process to identify, does that serviceable location have internet or not have internet? And it's hugely going to be based on what the state is proposing. It will be based off of some federal data, but then all of that could be modified by public comment. And from an individual literally saying, I live here and no, I don't have internet. Or an individual saying, I live here and I do have internet. Or a community saying, we don't have internet in our entire community. But based on this, between January and April, there would be every 30 days a comment period for anybody to comment on, but it will be crucial the community's people speak up. And if they don't, then they will be left out. And the decision will be made by April of next year. Is that physical location eligible for funding or not? I think it's great. I also think that if the state doesn't have a plan on how they're going to get out and communicate to all of us, that it's not going to do anything. And so I can give Sarah the links to things to send out. If you go to, I don't even remember, it's colorado.gov/advanced CBO. They of course they get complicated, but it's on their website. And again, my request to Sarah and the broadband committee that we'll talk on Monday is that we make sure that everyone who's part of Action 22 is very informed about the process over the next 6 to 9 months, because it will determine what happens moving forward. And there's a lot of need in this Action 22 communities. And there's a lot of opportunity to make sure that we get the funding so that we can bring the service to all of the community. And it's groups like this that are going to make it happen. So that's all I have. I could go forever and ever. I am very passionate about the fact that, you know, if we don't have internet, we can't do a whole lot of other things. It's a basic necessity now. And I'm just really glad that we have Action 22 helping us advocate for this part of the state because it's very, very crucial. So with that.
So does anybody have any questions? Kate really is probably one of the top authorities on broadband in the state, especially on how this money's going to go. There's no way we could have done what we've done with broadband committee without her, because I don't know what it is. I know when to get mad and who to yell at, but I don't know how to do all this. So if you have questions for Kate, go ahead.
So in Orfano County, we keep getting pulled into different regional plans for broadband. And I know you know local Bradley. She said, you just go it alone.
Yep.
Are counties better to go it alone, or should we buy into some of these, like the skid plan, the cost plan, the plan
Great question. Yeah, so the question was, from a Huerfano County perspective, so Lois Bradley is on our broadband committee. She and I worked together when I was at the state. She's a huge advocate for the county in terms of broadband. And putting on my Comcast hat for a second, when I started at Comcast, I said, I won't be satisfied in my job if we don't get to Huerfano County. And they were like, that's really far out there. We don't serve anywhere near that. And I was like, well, they just serve internet. I've been working for years to get internet. So I don't know if it'll happen because, you know, there's a business. We have to make money and, you know, all that stuff, which I'm not very good at. I'm a public servant. I'm like, oh, whatever. You don't even make money. But it's a great question. So there's SCED is doing stuff. Action 22 is doing stuff. There's COGS that are doing stuff. You know, regional planning. I'm going to be totally blunt and frank. Again, this is just me. It's who I am and what I think. I think the state did a poor job of rolling this out to counties and communities to really explain how to do it well. And so everyone kind of freaked out around the same time, you know, we kind of did in April last year of like, we don't have a regional plan, and started working on things. Yes, I think it makes sense to be talking to your county neighbors, to be talking to the people around you. Do you have to have a regional plan? No, it's not a requirement. It's not, you know, a necessity in order to get this funding. Yes, I think it helps. Like the Action 22 group has helped tremendously because we're working together. There are plenty of consulting groups out there right now that are saying, we'll come put together a broadband plan for you. Great, it doesn't, from my experience when I was at the state and working with those plans, it doesn't take everything into consideration. The more grassroots and local this work can be, the more beneficial. So Lola is amazing. She's doing it in the county. She's advocating for the county. She is the voice of the county, and she will make sure everyone gets served. I think if every county has someone like that, that's advocating for them, that's, you know, Lola comes to our Action 22 board meeting, broadband board meetings, then you're in a good place. Those of us that are in the industry and are providers, we are, again, my opinion, if we're not reaching out and meeting with communities and working with people in the community in preparation for all of this, then we're losing out. So everyone keeps telling me like, oh great, you're like 3 months off before BEAD, and I'm like, no, I have no time, because BEAD hits January, and I gotta have all my relationships built, all of our plans, everything figured out, so that come January, we're ready to go. So, yes, if you want to join these groups, great. Do I think that they're going to solve the problem? No. I think they're at times more in the way in pomp and circumstance than let's sit down with a piece of paper and pencil and figure out how we're going to get this home that is, 10 miles from anything else, this, farmland connected to the internet, and sitting in a room with a bunch of different organizers and people from all over isn't necessarily getting that done.
Can you talk a little bit about fiber versus satellite?
Yeah,
To getting this to, because is that a possible solution for rural?
maybe. Great question. So the question was, can you talk about fiber versus satellite? Is that an opportunity? So based on, so this is the state's version, right? The feds, the NTIA is the one running this funding. This is their proposed version. So they released like this is what we think states should do, but states have an opportunity to go in and encourage states to go in and modify them and do things because every state is different. The federal legislation defines satellite as not internet. So currently, today, no, satellite is not an option in all of this. Part of that is because, and if there's satellite providers in the room that I don't know, please raise your hand because I don't understand the technology nearly as well. But there's my understanding is there's not quite enough satellites out in the lower atmosphere yet to make everything consistent. I'm sure satellite providers would argue with me that I'm wrong and that we do have enough, but that's my understanding is what the feds are saying is that there's not enough in the atmosphere yet to do it. Yet, exactly. So the other option is fixed wireless, which is, and again, I'm not a science and technology person, but this is the way I describe it to people, is there's a satellite on a tower in the middle of 20 farm fields, and that tower has fiber going to it, to the satellite on it, and you have a satellite at your home within the 20-mile, 10-mile radius, so you're getting satellite service, but it's coming from a fiber connection. That's called fixed wireless. That is absolutely going to be a rural option because it doesn't make sense and Comcast is not a fixed wireless provider. So my thought in all of it, and I'm trying to push the corporate boundaries a little bit, is if we can run fiber to a tower, let us do that and then pay someone else who's a fixed wireless provider to do the internet from there. Maybe we'll get there in a couple of years, not quite yet, but I'll continue to push on it. But there are a ton, and there's some really good ones in Colorado. The state, so I don't remember if it's volume 2 or volume 3, but the state will have to release their plan on how they're going to prioritize fiber versus fixed. So it'll be one of the things that we all will have an opportunity to comment on.
So piggybacking on that a little bit, our part of the state is not just rural, it's rural frontier. It's a 10-mile radius, you're getting one branch like that, and so our concern with that is that there's all this money out there, and if we're not flexible with the options available, then we're going to let the perfect be the enemy of better than we have.
Totally.
Because right now those ranches have HughesNet or something that's like 25, it's not very solid, right? They could get something better, but it's more expensive. But they can't afford it, and there's all this money out there, but they can't tap into it. And so that's definitely a concern in the even more rural areas that maybe we're talking about, because it doesn't make sense for Comcast or even CCOM or anyone else to run a cable to each one of those. It doesn't make money.
Totally.
I don't know.
And to your point, just in the Action 222 counties, the counties that are east of I-25, the satellites will go farther because there's not hills, mountains, trees. It's more open. Where you head into Beulah and areas like that, and then all of a sudden you've got a mountain in the way and a tree in the way, and all these different things. So absolutely, totally agree. As one of the things that my public servant person has had to really accept is I'm not going to solve everyone's problems in my role at Comcast, and it frustrates me. But yeah, we're not going to go out to a lot of these places. There are going to be other providers. There might be electric providers. There might be there's all kinds of models and methods, and each one has its right place in the state. But if we aren't really vocal in the state process where they define all of this, we won't have a say, and the state will say it has to be fiber to the premise, it has to be this, it has to be this, and there won't be this flexibility of an innovation, right? Of like, hey, let's two companies work together and I'll bring fiber to the home to these homes, and then you bring fixed wireless to those, and we'll share the same infrastructure kind of thing. That won't happen if we don't speak up. So I can look, I can't remember if it's volume 2 or 3, but one of those.
You take the last question.
Okay.
Yeah, so, San Fran, we're Patterson County, we did build a strategic plan, and that plan created all kinds of activity going on now. The county is putting in the mill line in a lot of places, we use our funds, some of the things for that. Some of the companies have gotten grants from the state despite the confusion of all of that. But there are some grants that come to us. But we now have internet providers, we've got one that's investing $190 million in Patterson County. So the big numbers are showing up to produce. And when we did the study, we found, even when we looked at the federal maps about where broadband existed, those things were just not true. There were all kinds of areas that really didn't have broadband. It wasn't even until recently that Managed Springs had broadband. You would have thought they had broadband, but they didn't have it. So there's an enormous amount of work going on right now. We dropped the pipe of pass, the county pipe. We're offering that broadband fiber to any last mile provider. Same thing going out to Callahan, that's on its way. And then I wanted to just mention Starlink. So they have already launched 5,000 satellites. They're on their way to 12,000 satellites. They have 1.5 million customers now. Their goal is 1 billion customers. This is an Elon Musk thing. The company's called Starlink. They're launching it on SpaceX. It's pretty incredible what they're doing. There are several thousand customers in Colorado in remote areas where there just isn't even a remote chance of terrestrial-based fiber optic capability because of cost and remoteness. And these people are getting equivalent broadband services somebody in the Colorado, for instance, about the same price as that. The satellite-based internet is on its way to becoming a monster, maybe the monster for internet broadband.
Totally. I used Starlink. I was down in outside your rig or what? Oh, it was in Silverton, which is and they use Starlink. So it's absolutely being used. I will say though, the federal funding that's coming, you may not use it for any satellite technology. And that, unless the Congress goes back and completely changes the federal legislation, you can't do that. And yes, El Paso County, we've partnered very closely with, we've done a lot of work with. They're a county that has had a county strategic plan that's been helpful. I will say for those that are, joint trenching, joint conduit are much more appealing to those of us as providers than leasing something. It actually costs us more money to lease from you than it does to run our own. So if you're gonna run conduit up 24, for instance, which is what El Paso County has done, we've been able to kind of partner and have conversations with them around, can we joint trench, meaning can we lie conduit in the ground at the same time that you are, that then we can use for our technology, etc. So I will be here for the most of today. Gary will be, he's on the Action 22 board member, will be here tomorrow, but I could talk forever, and it's a passion, so please feel free to reach out, ask questions. Sarah knows how to get a hold of me, and please pay attention to your emails from Sarah around how to make sure you're having public comment during this process so we don't miss out.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Kate, so much. And really, she is the expert. Okay, so we're gonna lighten up just a little bit. So you might know that from time to time, at events that I do, I might get a little ornery with some of the people that we love the most.
It's a problem.
Look at Chad start to sweat.
Not bad,
Chad, Tony, both of them are back there a little bit nervous. It's not about you today, Chad, it's not about you. So
But we do have extra chat buttons if you want to.
So, we do this thing, if you're new to Action 22, I don't feel like, I've done my job until we properly acknowledge somebody special in our Action 22 family.
Yes.
So,
So Sarah asked me, who is very special that we haven't picked on enough yet, who's done tremendous things for us, tremendous things for our community, who does so much for so many people and gets so little gratitude for it. And the name that instantly comes to mind for me is Ms. Janelle Quick. Come on,
she was in our academy, and for every single meeting that we had, she commanded the room. In fact, so much that we started to call her Princess Janelle.
All hail.
So, for the remainder of this meeting, she will be, and we are crowning her, the princess of the 2023 Action 22 annual meeting. Oh, and you must, we have it.
So for those I do know, you know that this is right up my alley. And I'm gonna expect one every year now. Everywhere I put a scepter and then a throne and this. Well, I didn't get the red pebbles thrown at my feet this morning. And for those that don't know me, my name is Janelle Quick, and I'm the Executive Director of Pueblo Hispanic Education Foundation. And I eat, sleep, and drink scholarship funding and education, higher education, GEDs, workforce development, all of that good stuff, because our students need that. So, and I love Action 22, and
All hail Princess Janelle.
this isn't even a cheap dollar store one, this is a good one.
I actually FaceTimed Michael while I was buying it. Is this the right one? Is this the right one?
It's a good starter crown.
Yeah, it's
Good
a
starter
good starter crown. Yes. We're gonna April Lopez is going to introduce our next presenter.
All right, good morning, afternoon. So I am one of the newest members, and I'm very excited to be part of Action 22. I work with Senior Resource Development Agency, which is SRDA, and I know I was talking to a gentleman earlier today with all the acronyms and stuff, so I just wanted to let everybody know. I'm very proud to present Kevin Patterson, CEO for Connect for Health Colorado, which is interesting because I just met Kevin a couple of weeks ago, and we went to lunch, and I said, how awesome is that he's going to be speaking on Action 22, and I'm here to present. I am also a program manager for Connect for Health Colorado, so I'm very excited about that. Kevin Patterson has served as Chief Executive Officer of Connect for Health Colorado since April of 2015. He previously served as Chief Administrative Officer and Interim Chief of Staff to Governor John Feasibility, and has an extensive history of public service. Kevin has served as the Interim Executive Director of 3 state agencies during leadership transitions: the Governor's Office of Information Technology, the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, and the Governor's Energy Office. He brings a strong understanding of state government and stakeholder engagement to his role.
Please don't read all of that. I'm old, and you're just reminding me that I'm old, because it takes too dadgum long to read my bio. How's everybody today? Good. Again, my name's Kevin. I've done a lot of different things. One of the things that I think is interesting, since we're just talking about education, I spent 8 years on the Denver School Board. Yeah, I lived through it. No, you don't. I'm not gonna comment on anything going on today. But I do think that when you see things from various levels, and you're looking at the same area, but just through different lenses, you start seeing where the connections really are. And a lot of it is just in our relationships with each other. So it's really important for me and my staff to be out, talking to you all, getting to know the challenges that you're dealing with and ways that we can help. So I also want to just acknowledge Dr. Maria Adams back here. Y'all can clap for her. So once when Sarah was introducing me and making up my bio, by the way, because yes, she will do that to you. You know, we were talking about how we reach out and Connect for Health out to the various parts of the state. And, you know, so now this is part of our commitment is to have someone for this part of the state. And so if you don't see me, look for her. She's actually smarter than me because she actually has a doctorate. So really happy to be here. Oh, we got slides. Okay, great. We can go to the next one. So for those of you that know, who does not know what Connect for Health does? No. Okay, good. Okay, all right. So I will go sort of slow, but not too slow that we can't. So I want to make sure you understand the context. So we are the state-based marketplace. So some of you may have seen, if you're watching football like I am, sometimes you see the healthcare.gov advertisements. So there are now almost 20 of us that have broken away from healthcare.gov. So we administer the advanced premium tax credit through the Affordable Care Act, which really helps people buy health insurance. And so it just gives them a tax credit. How do we do that? We use our platform to help small businesses and individuals get to health insurance. And so we do it through the tax credits that we provide. We show these tax credits and different plans on a platform that you'll see on our website. So you can kind of sort, see what's close to you, it lets you shop by zip code. It lets you know we have the essential health benefits, which we're federally required to do, but there are also other options that you can search on and see if you're looking at your network or if there's a certain prescription. So we try to make sure that those are clear for folks. And as April was saying, we have local people that can help you out, whether they be brokers that will operate their own offices, sometimes an enrollment center, where they will partner with the health coverage guide, which is how April kind of got into this one thing. You know, certain community-based organizations that are in your communities, we fund them and help them make sure that they're able to have the kind of staffing and support to actually help people get enrolled. Now, some of those we do just by providing the collateral and a little bit of training, but those will be in doctor's offices, hospitals, you know, places where we have medical needs that are being met. Next slide, please. And we do this by providing the tax credits, which lowers the monthly premium, and in healthcare discounts that they call cost sharing deductions. Not words you use at the holiday office party. But this is really what pays for a lot of stuff that people have out of pocket. So if you go in, there's a copay, you might have a deductible. It helps meet some of those out of pocket costs so that folks that are on the lower end of the socioeconomic group actually are able not just to have the insurance, but when they go, they can actually pay for how they have interactions with the system. Next slide. And where do we do this? Well, as I like to say, we're from Dinosaur to Durango, Springfield to, wait, I'm sorry, I just had a fart. Springfield to Sterling. So we try to get to every corner. Has anybody ever been to Dinosaur? I'm saying these are my people. Isn't it cool up there? Now, it's not easy to get there. If you haven't known, but it is really a fascinating mind there. Anyway, so these are where we have our brokers and assisters, as you can see, in a number of different places. As you can see, the yellow are certified application centers. It's how we get out to certain parts of Action 22. We're really working with the Rural Hospital Network to see if we can get somebody on the board that really can help us make sure that we're more ingrained with that system. I think that's really important for us to be thinking about that on a regular basis, because in a lot of ways, that's where you're gonna see that interaction with the system, the health system anyways, through the rural hospitals. So we're just looking for ways to make sure that we have that. So if you know somebody at a rural hospital, we're looking for a couple of spots in our Republican appointments. So if you know somebody, make a call, because we could use two people. We've got one that's for the Republican seat for the House and one for the Republican seat from the Senate. And I think a rural hospital would be really, really key to have them participate with us. So, shameless plug. Next one, please. So, I was going to talk a little bit more about what we do, but Sarah said she wanted to talk about leadership in an interesting way. So we really tried to weave this in a way that talks about what we've done and how I think this leadership is extremely important, especially where we are now, because the world's just different, right? I mean, so this bunch of circles really talks about what has happened since we've had the COVID-19 public health emergency. And so each circle is something new that we've had to do over the last 3-ish years. And as you can see, there's a lot of circles up here. So these are all major items that we have done to try to figure out, okay, now that the world's a little bit different, what have we learned from this? What did we do that we didn't think of? I will tell you, it's really most of what's on this page was not in our original plan what we were going to do and how we were going to get through the 3 years that we've all experienced. So some of it has been, when I got to the exchange about 8 years ago, I was walking in, we had a space not far from the Cherry Creek Mall in the middle of town, across from the Den of Iniquity, if you know where Glendale is. It's all the stuff across, I'll just keep going. You have to be there, you know what I'm talking about. So they were trying to charge me like Cherry Creek rent, and I'm like, dude, I'm across the street from Shotgun Williams. I'm sorry, I'm not paying that. But when we were really looking at that, when I was in that space, I'm walking around and I'm like, who are all these people? There's a lot of people. And they're like, well, this is this contractor, this is that contractor. I'm like, okay, where am I employed? I'm like, we have a lot of contractors doing this work. And what we ended up figuring out is that we were actually giving the subject matter expertise to the vendor. And I'm like, well, shouldn't we think about bringing that subject matter expertise in-house so we actually know our own product? So we really started going down and doing that. One, it got cheaper. And two, we actually had the knowledge because it was our employee that understands our process and can talk to our stakeholders and our customers about how do we really do something that fits their needs more so than what we think their needs are. So it took a lot of conversation for us to figure that out. Then there was this email that came out when President Biden was coming into office, and we got it in early January, right around inauguration. And then I'm looking through the schedule of what he was doing that month in January, and I said, what is this on the 28th of January that says big healthcare announcement? Does anybody know what this means? And nobody knew what it was. And then that day, on the 28th, he says, hey, by the way, we're changing the advanced premium tax credit, so you have to recalculate everything now. And we're gonna start telling people to come to the exchanges, and we're gonna start they said they were gonna start in May. And I'm like, okay, not really what we thought we were going to do, but we knew we had to make the change because our customers were really depending on it. So we said, okay, we got to figure this out. So what are we going to do? So we just really dove in, tried to figure out what we're going to do. Took a couple of really scary kind of approaches and saying, well, we hope this works the way that it does. It did, and we actually got our fixes in before healthcare.gov. I'm very proud of that. We beat them about a week. So we were up and ready, and we were really pushing out our product. We were seeing people just trying to figure out what they were doing because there was a lot of layoffs. People were losing their jobs. Businesses were closing. I got a call from the Adams County administrator when we were getting close to the end of when we thought there was going to be a quicker into the public health emergency. He's like, Kevin, can you go a couple more weeks? Some folks haven't gotten their layoff notices. And I'm like, yeah, we can do that. And he's like, see, that's what's different. We can't call healthcare.gov and tell them to do something different. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the point. Is we're really here to serve our own constituents. So we've done a lot of this stuff. A lot of it has been through, and some we can talk about, obviously, where we're doing a program that is authorized through legislation, using our public benefit corporation that we also stood up not to do that. But it's really to help get people insured that are undocumented. And so, not a big political statement I want to make on this, but what happens is, if these folks don't have insurance, they end up going to the emergency room, worst care you can get, most expensive care you can get. What happens with that? We all pay higher rates. So, if we can get them in early, we can actually get things taken care of before they get to a place where it's an emergent need. We can get them the care that they need. They're bringing in our produce. Some of y'all know this, we've had, my buddy Chad walked out because he helped me get somebody on our public benefits corporation that was from the farming and ranching community to really help understand what that part of our state was really trying to address. So we really have worked really hard to make sure that we're doing that. But it also pays for additional subsidies for folks that are on the exchange coming through our normal platform that are documented. They're here fine. Everybody's happy about that. But we're actually able to give them a lot more upfront money so that they don't have a lot of money coming out of their pocket. Because it's like, well, I've got this insurance, but I'm really nervous about this maximum out of pocket. I don't have $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. It's a scary thing for a lot of families that are just on the brink. And so we're able to say, yeah, we know you're going to get a certain number of preventative visits covered, and we know you've got this additional money every month that's going to help you pay when you go to the doctor. Then they actually can seek the care and get health care, which is really the goal. So a lot of product in here that we talked about. We've got a tax time enrollment program that has helped us really say to people who are filling your Colorado taxes, hey, do you want help finding health insurance? We get a little flag, we're able to reach out to them. We've been able to see thousands of people come through the door. They might go to Medicaid, but some of them are coming to us. We're just happy people are getting covered, because the more people are covered, the cheaper it actually gets for everybody, and they actually can live better. So a whole lot of change here, bringing in our call center, bringing in a lot of our workforce, increasing the size of our HR team, because we've grown from 3 years ago at 75 employees, on now at 225 employees. And we've done that being remote. Whole different challenge, right? There's a whole issue around culture that we're working on, still trying to bring folks together for social issues, because I think they still want to know each other, but I can tell you, if I go to another event for my own staff, I will find somebody I've never seen in person. And it's a really interesting dynamic. But you just have to kind of deal with that. That's just how it is. So it's been intense. And we've had record number of enrollment through this process. So what did we learn by going through this craziness? One, I think it's really important that you focus on the people, both internally and externally. It was really key for us to lay a foundation of, all right, how do you make the main thing the main thing? Don't forget what you're good at and what your core is, because then you can decide, does this fit our core or not? Does this help us reach our goals and objectives? Does it not? Or can we just say, maybe we just don't have time to deal with this one right now? It just helps you prioritize, I think, in a very different way. Finding new ways to stay connected, that's really the challenge of us being primarily remote, but also trying to make sure now that things have opened back up. I have literally been on a travel schedule from hell since the middle of March. And I didn't realize until I was actually home for like a week straight. I went back and looked at the calendar and I was like, oh, I was gone then. Nope, I was gone somewhere that way. Nope, and it's like, sometimes I'm in 2 or 3 different places in a week. Like, I was in Idaho Monday, Minneapolis on Thursday. I was home Saturday because I had an event there in Denver. And then I was on the way to Grand Junction on Sunday. That literally was 1 week. And so, but it's important because I think there's just something that you miss in the face-to-face communication around that. And so I think you have to figure out what that hybrid piece is going to be. Anyway, so you just have to find this. We'll talk about this a little bit. Things are going to change. The the question is, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to try to pivot? How do you try to understand what you're going to do there? And I think it's also important, we talked a lot about this with our own staff, because we've been through that first chart with all the circles of change. You have to figure out what's going to keep you going through this. And I will say to this crowd, you know, I'm not originally from Denver, I'm from a small town in Texas. You know, you might be the one person that knows and cares about the issue where you are. It's a lot to have that responsibility, but I get it. I think it's really important, but I think that's why these 5 things are really important for us all to think about. How do we keep moving forward? So let's see what I'm supposed to talk about now. So I don't think it doesn't matter if your constituents or your employees. You know, you just have to keep that person. I mean, I've heard this saying, and I've been using it a lot lately. It's really more important to think about names than numbers sometimes. And I think we all have to focus on bottom line. We all have to watch what's going on with our revenue. We have to look at a lot of these KPIs to make sure that things are going the way they are. Those things are important. But it's like being in a long family road trip, and all you're doing is looking at the speedometer. You're not talking to anybody in the car. So when you get there, it's like, well, hell, I've been in the car with you for 5 hours. You didn't say one word to me. I mean, that makes people feel a certain way. But you have to think about how you balance between looking at the numbers, but also connecting to the person that's right there with you. I think that's really what this is about. So you might feel a little overwhelmed about that feedback. You might feel like you don't really like what they're saying. Okay, I understand where you're coming from with that. Let's talk about how we move forward. Those are the things you have to figure out how to really do that verbal jiu-jitsu people talk about. But it really is getting people, because if you're not going to listen to them, they're going to figure that out really quick. I learned that when I was a 7th grade English teacher on the north side of Houston. If they don't feel like you care what's going on with them, you've lost them. And literally, one of my colleagues got ran out of this school building because the kids turned on. It was horrible. So, okay, let me tell you that because y'all laugh. So I'm sitting there and everybody was talking about it. Mr. Evans got ran out of his class. I'm like, dude, really? What happened? I was like, what's going on? So kids are all talking about it. It was after lunch. They come into the room, and I'm literally just like, this is the chalkboard. Yeah, this is still had chalk back there. So I'm writing on there what we're going to do for the day. Hadn't even turned around. Roger, I never will forget. He says, Mr. Patterson, did you hear what happened to Mr. Evans? I said, yeah. I said, I'm still right. I said, yeah, I heard what happened. He said, well, what would you do if somebody came at you? I said, I wish one of you little, I can't say the word, I said, would come at me. And I turned around. Her eyes were like this, and we just went on with our business. But you have to set the expectation and accountability for how we treat each other. And that's really what that's about. It wasn't about, yeah, I probably would have, because I was young at the time. If somebody would have hit me, I probably would have hit that. Y'all don't know where I came from, so, you know, I will just leave that where it is. But it was like, look, we can deal with each other with words. We can talk, that's fine. But you come in, we're going to have to deal with it a different way. But they knew that, and they were like, okay, he's real. I'm not messing with him. I was like, okay, so we don't have to deal with that anymore. But there's also a way I think you have to connect with somebody that they know that you care about them, and you're going to advocate, you're going to fight for them. Man, you got it. That's what matters. So we've had to do a lot to talk about what our customers really want to know, and sometimes you think you know what the customer wants, and then they tell you, and you're like, ooh, I didn't think about that. That's a learning opportunity, and so that's when we start saying, all right, so how do we say yes to things? Because I tend to be the no office at times. They're like, okay, can we do this? Well, not like that. let's try it a different way. And so how do you try to, if they're saying to you that things need to change, we need to move forward on something, you have to figure out a way to say, well, maybe not that way, but let's try a different approach. You're gonna, as a leader, you're gonna know things that other folks aren't gonna know. And it's too hard to sit down and try to explain all that to them. So you gotta figure out a way that says, no, let's move this energy in a direction that gets us closer. It might not be a direct path. It might not be one right turn. It might be a series of left turns before you go that way. You just have to, if you end up going the way they're going, they want you to go, just have to, sometimes you have to ask them to give you a little patience. But it also, I think, it really is about the trajectory of where you're going. It's, you know, this is a long fight, whatever the issue is you're talking about. I mean, I thought health insurance was hard until I heard her talking about what we're trying to do for the last mile kind of stuff. I mean, I get how tough that piece is, but I think coming out of a governor's office, you get something etched in your mind, because at the top of the calendar for every day in Hickenlooper's office, there was a number of days before the re-elect, and then the number of days before you're out. And so everything, that clock is just ticking. And you get this sense of like, you gotta get everything done. And I totally get why it feels that way. But then I got out, and I was still kind of on that narcotic of having that feel, because you're on that adrenaline all the time. And it took me a while to say, you know what? That's not gonna happen in a year. So let's talk about a 3-year window. Because what happens is, people begin to think that if you only talk about it annually, they're gonna try to shoehorn what they want in now. Because they don't see that you, one, heard them, and you have it on your list of things. But at least you can say, well, here's why we have to wait to do your project or your idea in year 2 or 3. Because here's the things that have to happen before. It's like saying, well, we're gonna put the roof on, but we haven't built the foundation. Right? And you have to just break it down sometimes real simple to folks. Like, look, I get it. Yeah, we're gonna need a roof. But I can't put 2x4s, we don't have anything to hook them to, and we can't, you know, you gotta do it in an order. So I think just helping people understand that is really important. But if you build that strong foundation and you know the core of what you're doing is working, it's solid, you'll be good. Connections. So for us, it's really been interesting. This week we've done our big, what we call our big tailgate before open enrollment that starts on November 1st and goes to January 15th, probably one more day because that's the holiday. Yes, I know. But it was really interesting that we used to do it in person. Of course, through COVID, we've had it be virtual since then. And we've seen hundreds of people show up at each session. We've got great conversations. We've actually been able to have a Tony-nominated producer, Pulitzer Prize-winning author, come on and actually be engaged with our staff in a way that I just really didn't expect. But it really kind of got them jazzed up to talk to this person, and I'm like, I didn't see that happen. But it was just an opportunity that, you know, it was like, sure, it sounds like a great idea. I've got great people working for me, I'll let them do what they can. But it really made, I think, an impact on how they just really thought about their dedication to the work. You know, his work was very different, but they saw the connections between working with impacted populations and others.
And those meetings were all virtual?
I'm sorry?
Those meetings were all virtual?
The meetings are all virtual. Yeah. Now, we did add an in-person portion this where we do like happy hours in certain towns around. Like I was in the one for Grand Junction. I was actually, didn't make it one in Denver, ironically enough, because I was trash. But, you know, it's funny now because we're hearing from some folks, like I was in Durango, and before we did it virtually, I would hear from certain folks in Durango, like, man, it takes me a week to come up to Denver for 2 days, and then I can drive all the way back. So I'm like, okay, perfect, we can do a lot of stuff virtual, and made it really convenient. So I'm there a month or so ago, back in Durango, and I heard somebody say, man, I miss it being in person. And I'm like, definitely help you. We'll figure it out. So we're trying to do this, the in-person piece, and a lot of it, you know, just me getting out, just literally driving around the state is really a part of it, because it's just about that face-to-face connection. That's just really, really key. So, you know, we've been virtual for this whole time since March 15th of 2019. I know the date, because the governor said, can you do a COVID call center while you're remote? We're like, yeah. How are we gonna do that, guys? But we literally figured it out in a week. But that was one of the things that just pressure tested us. But you know, I'm not saying we got it all figured out. I think there's some culture pieces that we know we got to address. I think people do miss being around each other. You know, we had an all-staff meeting, brought everybody together, had a casino event at our new office, because we shrank our office because, one, I couldn't fit 225 people in if I wanted to, and I'm not going to expand that space right now. So I said, if I can save 300 grand, that's how much I saved. It's crazy. We can put it into events for our staff. Pretty simple solution. So we're just looking to do those kinds of things. So it's creating an opportunity. So it's just a way for us to share, you know, what we're learning as an organization with our staff. And so we're just really now working on building our communications internally, because that 95% of our problems in the world are communication problems. I'm a firm believer of that, but that's it. So while I think the last 8 years have been a challenge, and you know, change is going to happen, as a leader, it's really important for you to be out in front. And I was listening to a hip hop artist that was saying, you know, everybody wants to be a boss. Nobody understands what it is to be a leader. And I said, what's he talking about? He explained. He said, you know, somebody wants to be a boss. They want to tell somebody what to do. But when you're a leader, people are deciding to follow you. That's where the real power is. And that's really what it's about. It's about inspiring your people to really know that you're somebody they can follow. And that's who's in this room. And I think what I love hearing from Action 22 is really building on that with their academy. I think, one, it's really important to bring the next generation of leaders and get them together. But having them in a cohort, I'm telling you, I was in a cohort when I was a young leader at the city and county of Denver in the, I can say, the mid-90s. And I still talk to these folks today. It's fascinating to see where we all have gone, what we all have done, but we all have our phone numbers. And sometimes I'll get called out of the blue and it's like, oh, hey, what are you up to? Hey, Jim, I got this question. I got to talk to you about this. What did you do with that? And I will do the same. Those things are so important. I think chambers do that really well, and I'm so happy to see that Action 22 is doing it, because, you know, I'm from a very small town. Everybody wanted to get out of town as quick as they could, because we were like an hour from Dallas. So everybody's like, go to the big city. Now, I kind of get that. But then it's like, okay, but what happens to our local economy, and how do we make sure that works? So now you're starting to see people coming into these communities because they want to get away from the rat race. And so it's like, oh, there's an opportunity there. So how do you make sure that they're a part of this community? How do you make sure they're a part from, you know, from where we are all the way to Trinidad? Are they figuring out how to be a part of this? And are we welcoming them in and making sure that they're a significant contributor? Those are the things that I think are really important for us to do. Yeah, I'm not gonna take that part. That's not as important. Uh-oh. Am I getting the hook? Okay. They told me don't get the hook from Sarah, and I said, yes, I know. So real quickly, just really take care of yourself. Making sure that with all that you do, you're thinking of ways to refresh yourself. Those things are just really, really important. You know, people end up having all kinds of breaks, whether it's up here, down here, you know, things will just happen because it will hit you if you're not careful. So you just really have to take care of that. I will just say, I just know that you have to give yourself grace and time to accomplish your goals. You really have to think of yourself and your organization in a way that you're aggressive, but not too, but not pushing people over the edge. You know, it's okay to be close to the edge. It's not good to go over. So you just have to know where that spot is and really be in good communication with yourself first, but with your folks to know how you're moving that along. Can we clap now? Can we do it now? For Beasley? You don't know how much I enjoy that. So good to see you, Mike. Oh, that's funny. So just leadership matters. When we focus on people, when we lay that strong foundation, intentional on how you connect, embrace that change, and look at the opportunities that keep really almost endless. Who would have thought that we would, at the exchange, have created a public benefit corporation? Wasn't what I thought we would do. We'd be offering more financial help and products than we ever have. For those that are undocumented, we have gone to and beyond our mission. And I am really proud of this organization. I'm proud of our people, but I think it's just important that we don't limit what we do. Just why not us? You have to really kind of let go of that and just really think about what the dream can be. This is how you find us. Happy to be here. I'll stop talking.
We're going to move along. I want to tell you that our next speaker and I have become really good friends in a very short amount of time. And it's not a likely friendship. When we know that there's a battle ahead and we know that there's a lot of work to do, you understand that you have to set aside any past differences and and worry about what's ahead of you. And what I found is a really good friend in our next speaker, Mike Ham, who just joined his organization, the IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, are just joining Action 22. And they're going to be key in all the discussions that we're going to be having on energy. And so I wanted to turn it over to him to tell us a little bit about why labor matters and all the things and battles that are coming up.
All right, so a couple things. I'm really thrown off coming from construction. I like to be on schedule. We pride ourselves on being on time, not the budget. I'm 15 minutes, 25 minutes past my budget. So, a real quick thing about myself. One, you talked about, Jim, you said UCCS is the rural campus. My wife is an alumnus. I can remember 1997, we got married. I just started my apprenticeship. I would go to the computer lab, because there was a computer lab at UCCS on Saturdays and Sundays on my day off, and help her with her papers. And I swear I got her through some of those papers. But I would go on Sundays, and they had this thing on the computer where you could, this was pre-streaming, probably way pre everything, but on one of these computers, you could go and watch the score update. I'm a big Cowboys fan, so they weren't regularly televised, because they just, not become America's team anymore in 1997. So I would go to UCCS, help my wife get papers, and watch in the computer lab. So kind of cool. So Sarah asked me to come in and talk about why labor matters. Just a little story about myself, and I'm sorry, sometimes I'll get on the soapbox. I have the uncanny ability to lull people to sleep when I talk. When my wife can't sleep at night, she'll come and ask me, Mike, what's going on in your day? Before you know she's out. So if I see you start mouthing up, I'm going to blame it on the heat. So why labor matters, I'm going to get into it, why I think it matters to us as a community. But to me personally, anybody familiar with Margo's Pizza? Here in Colorado Springs? Okay. I was 16 years old, not to really get too deep into my upbringing, but 16 years old, working at Cargo's Pizza, washing dishes, had moved out of my house. I had the world in the palm of my hands. I knew I had a paycheck coming in every week. I could pay my rent. So I dropped out of high school. I said, hey, who do you think? I can wash dishes in one day. I'm going to make pizzas. And so luckily I had a fantastic gym teacher at Wasson High School, back when there was a Wasson High School. And she said, Mike, here's the deal. She would call me on my landline every day. This is long before the cell phone thing. Mike, are you coming to school today? I'd say, no, Miss Snyder, I'm not coming to school today. I'm sorry. I worked late last night and I'm just not going to make it. And so that was my junior year in high school. She convinced me, and through Wasson's ICE program, they actually gave me a whole bunch of credit for all the work hours that I had to submit in my check stubs. And they said, you know what, we'll give you all the credit you need to graduate high school, but well, everybody else is out partying their senior year and have one class a day. You get to go through the full plate of classes the entire year. Got to graduate with my class, got into the apprenticeship, found a different way, and got into the trades. And so this is why, to me, labor matters, because if it wasn't for that, that string of events, I've been able to raise a family, I've got children, I've got grandchildren. We've been pretty successful in our lives. I've learned to trade. And honestly, if you're not familiar with the IBEW, we are the most active labor organization out there. One of the strongest, and in my opinion, I might be a little biased, the best trained labor organization out there. So, anybody here familiar with the IBEW? Anybody heard of the Electricians Union? Okay. So, for those of you that don't, we represent about 700,000 members between the United States and Canada. Here in Colorado, sorry, I forgot the water. Here in Colorado, we've got roughly 8,000 members. We represent members in utilities, so XCEL Energy is here. We represent the members at XCEL Energy. Black Hills, different REAs in the southern part of the state. In construction, we represent inside construction, electricians, linemen that are building power lines all over the country right now, in short supply too, and the infrastructure is about to go through a big revamp, and we're going to need lots of tradespeople. That said, anybody here from police or fire? Good, okay, I'm going to let you know a little secret. People always say that they're the heroes. They look to us for heroes. When firemen need heroes, they look to linemen. When policemen need heroes, they look to electricians. So don't tell them that, they get really upset. What we do, is the IBEW, yes, we represent contracts. I'm sure you've heard in the media lately. I've heard it a couple different times, and it just irks me. It's the summer of the strike. Well, as a labor representative, I don't like hearing that. We build relationships is what we do. We negotiate contracts, but through negotiations with contracts, you build relationships with your employer counterparts. We have employer groups that we negotiate with. We have single employers we negotiate with. We have utility companies we negotiate with. And so when we hear strike, the summer of the strike, that's painful to me as a laborer. I started my apprenticeship in 1997 as an electrician. Didn't realize that our collective bargaining agreement has a no strike clause. You have binding arbitration. So if something happens, when you come to an impasse during negotiations, you go to binding arbitration, and that's your contract is settled in arbitration. So there's no strike and there's no lockout, and it's better for the employer, it's better for the worker, and it's better for the community, it's better for the customer. So, but to bring it all about, hey, there's our logo. If you haven't seen it, super proud of it. I've tattooed a couple different places. It's all. So when we talk about why labor matters, we are a really diverse group of individuals. Contrary to popular belief, we're not a bunch of Democrats. If you listen to the news, you hear unions, you think Democratic Party. We cannot. It's actually illegal to give our dues payers funds to a candidate or a party. You can give voluntary deductions from an employee's paycheck to candidates or parties, but you cannot give dues payers funds to those parties. And so when we talk about being diverse, we're from different economic backgrounds, different races, religions, political affiliations, and when we talk about being involved in the community, and we truly do, we get involved in the community, we get involved in politics, we get involved in policy, we get involved in legislation, but we don't have the kind of money that people think we have. But what we do have is members. When I talk about 700,000 members throughout the United States and Canada, and 7,800, 8,000 people in Colorado that are union members, we can activate the troops when we need to get them out and get boots on the ground. And then I talk about being an electrician. I take a lot of pride in being an electrician. But you can teach anybody to be an electrician. You really can. And when we teach our apprentices, we go through our apprenticeship programs. It's really important that they understand anybody can be an electrician. And in fact, they're taking the trade, and then what I want to say is dumbing it down, because it's a lot of plug and play. Stuff is coming pre-assembled. Buildings are coming pre-assembled, and you just plug them together. So our craft is starting to be, a lot more people can do it. What it takes, in my opinion, to be a union electrician, a labor leader, in a community is to understand what's going on in here. We have a bunch of leaders in this room, and this is what we want to instill in our members. Get out there, get involved in the community. Pay it forward. If you see a piece of trash on the button, pick it up and throw it away. This is the type of stuff we want our members to understand. There's a few of us, myself possibly included, that have done court-ordered community service. We encourage our members to do non-court-ordered community service. Go out and give back to the community. Coach your teams, your kids' teams. Get involved in Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. That's why it's so important to be part of this. Sarah talked about Sarah talked about, you know, an unlikely relationship between ourselves. I don't know the history between Action 22 and labor, but I've learned it. We want to be a part of the movement. We want to be a partner in helping develop policy. We want to be a partner in helping to shape legislation. We got involved a little bit with the BEAD program, talking about all this funding and how it goes. And hearing Sarah earlier, it's like, oh my gosh. I mean, you can just eat out of this stuff. It's so much fun to do. And I see everybody like, yeah, I want to be a part of that. But honestly, the big thing, I know I only have a couple minutes, but when we talk about being involved, our apprenticeships are super important because right now, we don't have, my own son's 23 years old and says, Dad, I don't want to be a part of that union thing. I don't want to be an electrician. That stuff scares the heck out of me. I don't want to do it. So I told him, go be a plumber. You know, you can get less skilled trades. It's no big deal. But we're seeing a generation of younger workers not wanting to get into trades. And I don't know why. I'm super proud of what it's offered me and my family. And if you don't come out of that apprenticeship program owing anything, you didn't have, I watched what my wife had to go through, fire books, pay the tuition, that type of stuff. But we don't have that. We are completely self-funded. There's opportunities not only with apprenticeships and construction, but through the power plants. We represent workers on Fort Carson at the United States Air Force Academy, at Buckley, Peterson, Streeter. So hopefully throughout this time, today and tomorrow, if you have any questions about the IBEW, if you have anybody who might be interested in an apprenticeship, get with me, let me know. But again, thanks Sarah for everything. Looking forward to the future.
So I have the great pleasure of introducing someone that everybody already knows, and we're very grateful that works for Action 22, Brian McCain. So Brian is the chief strategist for Action 22. He recently got elevated to that position. I'm not sure what that meant, but Sarah told me it was good. Brian used to be the district director for Representative Clifton for years. He's a veteran. He's a huge advocate for Action 22, and we're so grateful that he works there.
Thank you, Jim. And if you don't know, Jim's the potato king. Real fast, just because I'm the IT guy and I'm actually not an IT guy, and we had some miscommunication, I want to bring somebody up real fast that's a sponsor of our organization. So Melba Robinson Santa, she's the assistant manager of business navigators for the Colorado Enterprise Fund, and they graciously sponsored this event, but due to junk email getting confused, we didn't catch it in time, so I've given her a couple minutes to say something real fast.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to the audience here, and I'm very, very happy to be here. I did everything right. I just contacted Sarah this morning. Hey, Sarah, I don't know what's going on with the emails, but anyways. So I used to be the assistant manager, but then I got promoted to the Southern Colorado Community Loan Officer. So that means that I've been focusing in the Southern Colorado. So I work for Colorado Enterprise Fund. We are a community development financial institution. So that means we are a nonprofit lending organization. So our focus is to give access to capital to underserved communities. So that means veterans, women, Hispanics, etc. right? So we've been in market for 45 years already. We haven't reached the South Colorado as much as we want. So now with my, position, so my focus is to serve these communities, right, that are isolated. So that means all the areas that Action 22 covers. So for me, I just wanted to have these few words. I'm hoping that I can meet some of you guys because my intention is to see how we can collaborate together, so we can help these rural areas and we can help in the business development, especially in the rural areas. So that's why I'm here for. I don't want to take much time because I know that we are late already. Everything that we offer is in Spanish and English, so you hear this accent. I am from Puerto Rico, so I moved here 12 years ago. My husband is a military, well, he's a veteran already. So, I'm so happy to be here with you guys. And thank you, Brian, for the opportunity.
Okay, so 2 annual meetings ago, I talked about doing an art show to bring the community together, which we're seeing in Pueblo with the film festival and some other things. Next year, I introduced the Leadership Policy and Governance Academy. So this year, my crazy idea is addressing the media desert in Southern Colorado. So as most of you know, or if you've worked in media, and please forgive me any Comcast or communications groups out there, but Colorado has about 5 media markets. This only shows 4, but realistically it's 5. And anybody that's done political work for the 3rd Congressional District knows how much money that costs. So you're sending stuff all over the state and even out of state to cover your media market, right? So traditionally, this green part would be the Southern Colorado media market, which, as you can see, compared to Action 22, it covers most of our region. But this was print media, and it was the Chieftain. At one time, the Pueblo Chieftain was the 2nd most circulated paper in Colorado. This is from Wikipedia, I just Googled this, but as you know, in 2018, the Chieftain was sold. They pretty much closed up shop. Right now, and I don't know how accurate this is, because I haven't seen 6 people working there, but we have 1 or 2 reporters that cover this. In the past, everybody in Southern Colorado, New Mexico, even up to Denver, got the Chieftain, got their news from the Chieftain. Again, 2nd most circulated paper in Colorado, main source of news to the Front Range. We had contributing reporters at the Valley, we had them in La Junta, we had them in Denver, we had them in DC. And it was printed regionally, which that just shut down as well. They sold the building, closed the print shop down. I think they contract out of Denver. I don't want to beat up on them too bad, but I think anybody that's from the area feels about the same way as we right now. So that's how people got their news. Prior to COVID, only 18% of the rural population in Colorado had social media. I think it was less than 6% checked Twitter. So you're looking at Facebook, this is grandma and grandma getting on Facebook, parents and some kids. But we have a broadband problem, so that was part of it. And to be honest, I think that most of us in rural Colorado like to hold a newspaper and read a newspaper. TV, print, and radio were the main ways to access this. Radio, we had the conversation a little bit ago, radio's kind of going away too. Interestingly enough, running political campaigns, and some of you may know this in the audience, but mailers were the most effective way to get information out for a political campaign in Southern Colorado. And next was radio. So it was literally mail and radio and the Chieftain. It wasn't social media, it was a little bit of TV. Social media has increased, primarily Facebook due to COVID. And as you know on Facebook, it's like the Wild West. So somebody will post something and they'll repost it. And it's the telephone game. It could be like, this happened here. By the time it gets to your, over here, it's something completely different. There is a market for local print media. So a lot of our towns, La Junta, the Valley, places like that, they still have a local newspaper. Problem is that's not connected to the Chieftain anymore. So a lot of times you'd see that crossover of stories, news, etc. So, we have a podcast, and I think everybody has a podcast now, but we get about 10,000 listeners a week on it. Election season, it's a bit higher, and there's people from every group or industry that are actively having these meetings on a media desert. El Paso County, not so much. You still have the Springs Gazette, which it does a good job up here, but it doesn't have that focus on Southern Colorado that we're used to. So I came up with the idea, let's expand our podcasts. Let's get it out. Let's make it accessible. I've talked to various radio stations, local papers, and they like it. Now, I'm not trying to become a reporter, I'm not trying to turn Action 22 into a newspaper, but I think that we could be a valuable source of information for our rural communities to figure out and know what's going on. Whether that's Prop HH, like today we're gonna have the pro versus con Prop HH. How is somebody in Trinidad gonna see that, right? We'll talk about it on our podcast, but again, we can get about 10,000 listens, which is pretty good, so I'm told. But the majority of our listeners are already people that are involved in this, so we need to make this more accessible to the average citizen that doesn't have the time to sit there and listen to me say for 2 hours on a podcast trying to interview somebody. So we're looking to consistently produce more content based on audience participation. We want to partner with local radio and print media, whether that's making Action Happen comes on for a half-hour update every Sunday morning on a local radio station, something like that. I do want to add editorial content, because one thing that the chieftain was really good at, you have Bob Rollins, who owned it, who was very conservative. You have an editorial board that was not conservative. In fact, they were very liberal. But it was interesting to see the editorial and the pros and cons with everything coming up. And I think that was a good source of information, because you could really see both sides of it. We don't have that right now with the chieftain. So I want to do that, add editorial content from local elected officials, community leaders, etc. Offer a platform for all Action 22 members to get their message out. So what I challenge anybody that's part of Action 22, send me an email. I'll get you on for 15 minutes, half hour, however long you want. And we can do this daily and put it out there. And not everybody's going to listen to everything, but the more content you put out, the more people listen to this. And the more that message spreads. And you know what, you can email it. You can send a text, say, hey, check out this. This is what I talked about, this is what I rant and rave about. You can get it out there and people will listen to it. I want to produce more podcasts for the Action 22 membership. I want you to have a show. I have everything I need to do it. You just need a computer or a phone to zoom in, and I can produce that for you. So I want to see more pocket podcasts popping up in rural Colorado to get our message out. Again, make everything accessible from across the spectrum for easy access. We could chop it down to a 10-minute soundbite. That's it. Say, hey, I want to know what's going on in the Capitol this week. I'm going to go to Making Action Happen or Action 22. Listen for 10 minutes. That's all I need to know. Or I want to listen to 2.5 hours to Brian and Sarah talk about UFOs. Again, streamline. And the most important thing, a lot of our listeners are in Denver. A lot of the legislature listens to the podcast. We need to get our story out. And Sarah's been saying this for years. I've been saying it. They need to hear our voice and hear our story in rural Colorado. They will listen. They do listen. We just need to speak up. That's all. So find me. I'm trying to make this fast, but find me and let's brainstorm. If you have ideas, thoughts, comments, concerns, please let me know. I know there's a handful of you in here that's been on our podcast before, and like probably about 5 others that are coming up in the next month or two that I got to call. But come find me. We'll make this work. And we will be the source of information for Southern Colorado and rural Colorado. So that's my spiel. Next we have Mr. Tony Haas. Tony is coming up. If you don't know Tony, he's the commissioner down in the Trinidad area, Los Angeles County. Last year's great idea with the Academy, we put that together and you went through it. And it was an experiment, and I'm always 2 months behind. We already had our graduation 2 months ago, and here's the certificates for it. So anybody that was in the academy, please come up. I'm going to give you your certificate, make it official. We got first. Travis, make it official.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead, start talking about it.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tony House, Los Angeles County Commissioner, CAP producer, a rural advocate, and pleased to be here. This organization does a lot of things really well, but this year, Sarah and Brian knocked it out of the park when they formed the Leadership Policy and Governance Academy with the guidance of the Action 22 Foundation Board. The Leadership Policy and Governance Academy is a selective, nonpartisan leadership experience designed to educate and prepare the next generation of leaders that will guide our state into the future. This academy is unique and offers a professional fellowship with the purpose of elevating regional leadership, thoughtful public policy, and the integrity of governance for the Colorado's rural communities. The objective is to strengthen our collective voice. To participate, each individual was nominated by an Action 22 board member. 23 emerging leaders made up the first Leadership Policy and Governance Academy class. This was a diverse group of individuals. Each had their own special talents and interests. These carefully selected individuals received instruction from Colorado's leading subject matter experts in a college and graduate level curriculum. Some of these subject matter experts included Attorney General Phil Weiser, Congressman Scott Tipton, CFP State Affairs Director Austin Vincent, lobbyist Heidi Morgan, water expert James Eklund, Ron Meyer from CSU, Josh Neff from CEO of Venture Health, Chad Forkman, former Executive Vice President of Colorado Farm Bureau, we miss him there, Garrison Ortiz, former Pueblo County Commissioner, Mike Beasley, Capital lobbyist and our guru, and Rick Garcia with DOLA, and many, many more. We covered a wide range of topics from local, state, and federal governments as well as Colorado River Basin, mental health, crime, innovations in agriculture, rural healthcare, energy regulations, education, and the legislative process was reviewed within the Colorado General Assembly. And now, with all of my fellow graduates up here, I'm going to throw a few of them under the bus and ask anybody, if you don't volunteer, then I'll have to ask you to do it. But would some of you please tell us how beneficial this program was to you? How about you?
For starting with me, Tony, appreciate that. I'll have to just say that I just love Action 22 and every participant that's been involved. And I was only introduced to Action 22 last year at the Housing Summit. And then participated in last year's annual program. And I just like to say, and I said it during the ceremony and the closing, how overwhelmed I was with all of the issues. I live in Denver, I lived in Washington, D.C., very much about the federal dollar flows into the state and localities and the public participation process. But my head just keeps spinning over and over again every time I engage with Action 22. So kudos to the organization for being able to manage all of the stakeholders and advance this organization. And you have another fellow in Denver. Thank you very much for the participation.
I'm Mark Westhoff. I'm the County Administrator in Broward County, down in Lamar. I just wanted to echo something that the speaker earlier, Kevin, said, Healthcare Colorado, that while we definitely learned a lot, and all of it has been, honestly, all of it's been helpful in the last year in my job. I think probably the thing that has already been the most beneficial and that I can see being the most beneficial going forward is the connections made within the cohort. Already dozens of times I've reached out to somebody that I made a connection with in the cohort or as a speaker or a presenter to the cohort, picking their brain, coming to them with an issue that we're facing that I know they've faced before, making connections, bringing resources into our part of the state. So I think that that's probably going to be the most beneficial going forward on top of all of the the subject matter knowledge that we were able to gain.
Everyone here, Mr. Paul? Sure. Good afternoon, Chris Paul, Public. We're the local redevelopment authority for the public chemical depot that will be transitioning over the next few years. So we're going to look to develop that over a period of time. I want to echo what Mark said. It's about the diversity that we have in our group, and my connections grew like 23 plus. So looking forward to being part of a greater group, because this isn't going to be the only year. We're going to be alumnus now, and we'll carry it on.
Thanks, Tony. Jason Munoz from Pueblo. I just wanted to say how enthralled I was to be a part of this group. I'm so happy to Sarah and Brian for putting this on. You know, as someone who's been very interested in policy and governance for many, many years, to be able to view the issues through a rural lens really gave me a new vision on how to approach things and how we can, we really need to be able to listen to each other and work together in order to have common sense solutions to move forward for the people of Colorado. So I'm really thankful for the Act 22 and all of my fellows here as well. Thank you all for helping me be a better student, I guess, from learning from each of you in the different areas of your expertise. So just thank you all. I'm very excited to have been a part of this.
Hello, dear friends. So being from UCCS and being invited to this was extremely important as the inaugural class for all of us. My two biggest takeaways is that your voice does matter and your voice counts. We just have to speak up a little bit more. And speak up for rural Colorado, because when decisions are made in Denver, Boulder, and that domino is pushed, it affects a whole lot more than just them. Colorado Springs, Colorado stops at Monument Hill. So I mean, we get that too. We try not to say, oh, it stops at Colorado Springs, and keeps on going. So our voice matters. We just got to speak up a little bit more. And then by far and away, the most important part of the class was this. Getting to know each other and becoming closer with Sarah and Brian and Micah and Action 22. I'm bringing the whole crew down to the Public. So lots of partnerships happen, highly, highly recommended. And truly, these are going to be your either current leaders, future leaders, and we can help extend that voice, especially for rural Colorado.
How about you?
I defer to the others. I don't want to steal the thunder and have another round.
No, we had a lot of fun too. We built the camaraderie. This is a family now. I can't recommend this enough. We had to speak on several bills. All of us were a little hesitant and weren't as I don't know what the word is, as capable as we are today. When we first started, we were a little hesitant and shy and kind of a wallflower in the back of the room, but when it came to something that we needed to testify on that was going to be dire to our counties and our municipalities, it was easy to talk about those issues. And as our representatives and senators back there can tell you, they need to hear that from us. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? All right. So if you're interested in participating in the 2024 Leadership Academy, get a hold of Brian or Sarah. And now I'd like to introduce our next presenter.
Wait, 1 minute, Tony.
Okay.
Can everybody take one step closer to Princess?
I need a sash.
You need a what?
A sash.
We'll just keep adding. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So the next presenter is a good friend of mine. He's Vice President of the Colorado Farm Bureau. James Henderson of Ohio is Vice President of the Colorado Farm Bureau. Henderson is a 5th-generation farmer and continues to run their family farm on a daily basis with his wife Kelly, who is a 6th-generation farmer. They're actively working on the 7th generation. And Henderson is a Centennial High School alumni. He went on to graduate from the College of Natural Resources at Colorado State University with a Bachelor of Science degree. Henderson has been involved in the Farm Bureau for 9 years and has been very involved with leadership development programs in both Colorado Farm Bureau and the American Farm Bureau. It's been an absolute great experience and has taken me from coast to coast and from the state capitol to the White House to advocate for Colorado's farmers and ranchers' families, said Henderson. When asked what made Henderson want to become the vice president of the Farm Bureau, Henderson answered saying, I wanted to become VP of Colorado Farm Bureau to serve the farming and ranching families of Colorado in a more direct and dedicated manner. Our members are some of the best people you could imagine. When I think of the tremendous challenges we face in agriculture, I'm comforted by knowing that we have Farm Bureau to protect our way of life. I feel that we owe that charge, our best efforts and attention, and that's exactly what our leadership team is. So if you'll let me
I got real nervous because I didn't send that bio in, so the good parts were true. The other parts maybe not so much, but yeah, James Henderson Farm and Ranch, ranching legacy in the San Luis Valley goes back to 1882 when we parked the wagon over there, my great-great-grandfather, and we've been stubbornly making a living out of the dust of the San Luis Valley for the last 141 years. I'm not in Jim's country, I'm in the southern lesser part of the valley. No? Okay, equal part of the valley. But we absolutely love it. We have about 1,800 irrigated acres there in the valley, so it keeps us plenty busy raising cattle and a lot of alfalfa for export into New Mexico, Texas, and up into northeastern Colorado, as well as another 1,800 acres down in New Mexico that's our high mountain pasture for our cows. So plenty going on. That seventh generation is looking strong because there's 6 of them. So between 6 kids, a farm, and the Farm Bureau job, I'm standing upright. And that's a good enough place to start. But absolutely love the Farm Bureau. Sarah said, I said, well, what do you want people to do after they hear me? She said, just pray, and you'll know what to say. So I'm going to give about an hour-and-a-half sermon. And if you don't feel guilty by the time you leave, you weren't listening. No. It's interesting how opportunities creep up and things come into your life when you have an assigned topic. So right here, just this week, I was going through some of my grandpa's old stuff. Letters, war letters, his first tax return from 1941. I prefer that tax rate. Yeah. But this is an essay that he wrote for a high school project in about 1933. And I found some really interesting answers. Now, my kids can't read that because it's in cursive. And it's like a secret language. But I just want to read the first page of this, because I think it's interesting in where we're at, in how we lead, in the political environment that we're in today, to think about some of these things. That he was writing in 1933 as a young man who would go on to serve in the Pacific, who would go on to serve his family and keep the farm going. So, he calls me out right away in this, Brian. A public speaker feels sure that he can win the applause of his audience if he can profess that he is an American citizen and glories in the stars and stripes. Okay? Kind of interesting. That's kind of deep for like a 17-year-old kid, right? But we wonder sometimes if this person who utters these expressions, which we applaud, knows really what citizenship is, or if he practices as what he does know. Citizenship does not consist merely of boasting or being benefited, but it calls for taking upon ourselves responsibilities and to be to the service of one's fellow man. This is hard-hitting stuff. To be an American citizen is a is a possession to be prized. It gives one an opportunity to serve. Pretty interesting. And I think that's a good grounding mechanism for us to have the conversation of why rural leadership needs us to lead. There's an interesting statistic that exists, and we're focused on agriculture and making sure the agriculture environment can be positive for farmers and ranchers to operate. There's an interesting statistic associated with that. You are as likely to know somebody that is serving time in prison as you are to know a farmer in this country. There are so few of us. We're 1.5% of the population. And our rural communities need our farms, and our farms need our rural communities. And sometimes we don't make that connection that the farmers need the communities too. We're obviously always talking about the economic engine. I mean, we literally create value and dollars out of sunshine, air, and water. So there's always that. But if I can't get a quality education for my children, where in the community I live, I'm not going to be a farmer there. If I can't get health care where I live, I'm not going to be able to do that. You know, the days of dying of dysentery out on the plains because that was the only life we knew, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put my kids in that position. So everything that we work together is important in that rural space. So how we do that is very important, because if you look at this map, this is should be 2020 presidential election. You see the more rural areas are having largely different experiences than suburban urban communities. Now, it doesn't hold true on everything, but if you blow this out and see the national map, you see more and more of the rural communities are having some kind of different experience. Now, whether that's we're just letting politicians divide us, which I think is a lot of it, is yet to be determined. But what that is leading to, and where I think the concern is there is a great amount of rural frustration anymore. And it's a phrase that I like to call it. It's maybe deeper than that, maybe beyond frustration, but here's my concern. If we as leaders in the rural community cannot serve as interpreters, and I think that is our greatest role as leaders right now in the rural space, is to be able to interpret into suburban, urban decision makers, rule makers, legislators, what effects policy has on us. And vice versa. We need to understand what experience they're having that's leading to that. But we have to be able to interpret for people what the difference is in a building code that adds $6,000 or $7,000 of construction costs to a new home, the disproportional impact that has in Broomfield versus Kim, Colorado. That $7,000 or $8,000 makes up a significant chunk for the value of that home, and that the income isn't quite there. So yeah, there's that broader map of that diverse experience that we seem to be having. So I think a lot of the role in being that leader in the rural space right now is being an interpreter up to Washington, up to Denver, whoever will listen to rulemaking bodies. But then we also have a responsibility in leadership to communicate back to our own constituencies and our own communities what's really going on. Because there is a lot of political bluster and BS right now that's only made to divide people. And leadership sometimes has to stand up to that. Because we're all just trying to solve problems, really should be our motivation. That true part of citizenship that was laid out in that essay is about serving others. And so we have to cut through that. And communication is a huge part of that, and the interpretation. And so I tend to err on the side of let's talk it out, let's communicate, let's over-communicate, and let's do it outside of legislative sessions, because it's really hard. This morning, I met with 2 animal welfare groups outside of the legislative session. It was a much different conversation that occurs than within. And so we have to be willing to get out and make those connections and bridge that. The one thing that I think is adding to that little frustration and a statistic that we all need to know, internalize, and figure out how we're gonna deal with, is within the next 10 years, 60% of the population of Colorado will have been born somewhere else other than Colorado. And again, it disproportionately affects us in rural Colorado because we tend to kind of stick in our own spots. And so again, there's an opportunity for tension. We're gonna have to communicate, and we're gonna have to be very, very diligent in getting that across. Okay, rant time. So one of the risks that we run is if we can't communicate as leaders back to our own constituency in a way that's effective and problem-solving based, is that we can let the media, the talking heads, whatever cable news station that you want to throw out there, that just does the talking heads and divide. They did this, they did that, they did this person's emails, that person's whatever, okay? That's divisive. We're gonna have to cut through that. The risk is, if we don't do that, we'll let our communities and the people that we represent become disenfranchised. Now, I don't mean that in the traditional sense of the word, the systematic, institutional, eliminating people from the process, but people become disaffected. They don't want to participate. Hell, what can I do? It's not even hardly worth it to vote anymore. When we start going down that path, we've lost. So here's a solution. First Amendment of the Constitution. You know the 5 things that it guarantees? Religion, exercise, assembly, press. Well, it's the most important one. It's the point of all the others. Redress your grievances. Okay. So I want to focus on the 2 because everybody goes around, hey, I'm exercising my First Amendment rights by saying whatever I want, whether it's true or not. Okay? That's what the First Amendment has become in kind of common parlance. And I worry about that, but those 2, the right to assemble, we're doing that today, we're exercising that right. We have to do that in our communities. The hard thing in rural communities is sometimes you sit down in a meeting, we have STP syndrome, which is same 10 people, and you look around the room and you go, okay, is this a school board meeting, a library meeting, or a ditch meeting? Because it tends to be the same people, right? So part of that leadership is bringing people in. I will never forget the reason that I got involved was somebody bringing me in, Chris Kraft, dairy farmer up in northeastern Colorado. I wanted to be more involved in water. He said, let's go look at the Morgan ditch. We have lots of groundwater issues in the San Luis Valley. He said, this is the experience we've had. He looks at me and he says, James, you have to be involved. The world is run by those who show up. Okay, so here we are 15 years later, and I can tell you the world is run by those who show up. And so we need you to show up. We need you to bring in other people. Teach them that right to assembly and the right to redress our grievances with the government, that if we don't exercise those rights, it's the same as not having those rights. And so I think it's just important to keep them engaged and make sure that we're standing as that barrier so they don't become disenfranchised. The other thing is your why. I'll tell you part of my why today, and everybody's got to have their own. Part of it is that world is run by those who show up. And probably everybody in this room has seen that. Problem with that is you also get the blame for the way the world is. But that's where the why comes in. I'll tell you about my why. Part of it's those kids, that 7th generation. I have to do everything in my power to create a business that I can pass along. That's one side of it. The other part is to create a business environment in which they can survive and thrive. That's part of my life. But I'll tell you the biggest one, and it should be for all of us in rural communities. I am sick and tired of exporting our best and brightest kids out of our communities. We have got to put our foot down and to build communities that our kids can survive and prosper in. That's good for our communities, it's good for our kids, it's good for our families. And so with that, exercise your rights. Those things have been God-given to you. Exercise it. Be a good person. Lead according to your values. Now, there's a few politicians in the room. I understand that getting elected is a little bit different. But move towards that. Move towards that, please. Because rural Colorado is worth fighting for. And I thank you for your time.
I gotta get the slides ready. Probably Jason's.
Okay, so I have to leave now. I'm going to turn the time over to William Mutch, who's on our board, and who is going to be moderating the next part of this discussion with regard to Prop HH. So we have invited both sides to be here today. We are recording it, and it will go up on our podcast of Making Action Happen. So here's William.
Thank you, Sarah. I don't get applause very often, so I don't know what to do with it. So it's great to be part of Sarah's team and actually getting people work. We're actually not far from my neighborhood here in Colorado Springs. So it's great that we're hosting this here in my hometown now for the last 10 years. Also wanted to mention we have Representative Ty Winter came in a few minutes ago. So, it changes a
percentage will go from 7.2 down to 6.7. And then also in business rates, that currently is at 29%, that will go down to 25.9%. But it also allows homeowners to reduce the valuation of their home as well by $50,000. And so those two things together will provide really significant relief. But at the same time, it also solves one of these issues that has been kind of a conundrum for a while. And that's around the senior property tax exemption. Currently, if seniors move, they lose that exemption. And in this now, the exemption becomes portable. And so if people move, they still will be able to get that exemption as seniors. And so that's a really big component of this as well. And then the last piece is, it does put a cap on future. It allows for a smaller increases over time instead of the giant ones we're looking at currently if nothing is done. Okay, so here's digging in just a little bit deeper on some of the specifics around each of these components. So particularly savings for homeowners, this is kind of how some of the numbers work out. You get $50,000 in reduced valuation, the percentage itself changes, and then also, this is kind of how it looks in real dollars. Okay, so $1,000 in the first year, and then continuing on over $3,000 over successive years. So significant money in that area alone. So here's another example on a table based on your actual residential property value. Okay, so you can see that it's pretty proportionate depending on where your property value may be. Now, seniors, this is also actually a really interesting component of this. So, like I said before, many seniors enjoy, this is one of the big features that many seniors enjoy when we have Tabor surplus in our system. They get a senior housing exemption, they get to take out the first $100,000 on their house. This one allows an additional reduction on the first year, and then successive years allows for additional reductions as well as exemptions. And then the last part, like I said, this is now portable. So a lot of seniors who don't have kids in the house anymore want to downsize. they are afraid to lose that property tax exemption. This way they're allowed to keep it with them. And now savings for renters. There's been a lot of discussion about renters. I tell you, renters will be severely hurt if nothing is done. Simply because the current way the rates are going to go up, obviously that will be passed on in rent. And particularly for those who are on the margins, being able to pay rent right now, their housing will be very, very vulnerable. So there's two ways that renters can see some relief out of this. Number one, any savings that the landlord gets in property tax savings can be passed on to their rental, and it won't change the overall structure or profitability of a landlord's situation. And then secondly, they have built in a specific fund to provide additional rental relief as well. Now, savings for businesses. The main savings for business is the reduction in the business property tax rate. And those of you who are business owners have definitely experienced the upward pressure over the last few years before Gallagher was repealed, because that was going to go through the roof. And now we are starting to be able to create some more balance in this overall situation. And this will be an example of continuing that. All right, and then obviously something near and dear to my heart. There's also included in this a mechanism where we are able to use a small piece of the Tabor surplus to be able to backfill the loss in revenue for schools and local government. And that's why we say this is responsible. Colorado is already near the bottom in school funding in the nation. And if we had no backfill or no relief in this area, we would be in serious trouble. We're already struggling to be able to keep staff in our schools as it is, and this would definitely exacerbate the problem if it is not passed. Now, this is the mechanism that is creating kind of the difference in Tabor refunds, I guess, or the way this mechanism, or the way we're going to backfill. By keeping an additional 1% on the state budget, that will then allow us to have a little bit more space to be able to backfill some of this property tax reduction over these 10 years. Okay, and this is what it looks like projected out over the 10 years of the plan. And so that's basically it in a nutshell. The other thing here is there's a lot of talk about Tabor refunds as well. This also flattens your Tabor refund, and everybody, regardless of where you are in income, everybody gets more than they did last year. Last year it was approximately 750. This year it's approximately 862 across the board if this passes. And so for many people, not only will their property tax go down, but their Tabor refund would actually go up. And I'll close it out there, and because I hear my time is getting low. Thank you.
You want me to jump in? I don't know. Would you like? However you all want to use your time.
That would be great. Hi, I'm Rose Puglisi. I am in the House. I represent House District 14, which is Northern Colorado Springs. Really glad to be with you. Prior to my service in state legislature, I was a county commissioner on the Western Slope for 8 years and have a lot of experience in property tax. So I'm going to say a couple of key things and then turn it over to my counterpart, Senator Kirkmeyer, for her perspective. So I want to just tell you a couple of things that I want you to remember. First, is the government does not need your permission to decrease your taxes. They can decrease your taxes without a vote of the people. They only need your permission to increase your taxes. So why do we have HH if we're decreasing your taxes? So that's a good question for you to ask. There is a great property tax calculator for individuals that I want to direct your attention to. You don't have to take a politician's word for it. It's called mypropertytaxco.com. You can see your savings in property tax versus what you're going to be giving up in your taxpayer bill of rights refunds. I encourage everyone to take a look at that. On schools, I want to say I'm a single mom of 2 kids, and they are 9 and 12 in our public school system. Part of D11 is also in my district. I am incredibly, as a mom, really concerned about education funding and making sure our education is properly funded. The legislature could have done that. The legislature has a constitutional obligation to fund education and has not met that obligation, which Senator Kirkmeyer will get into more detail about, so I don't want to take her thunder. But we should be fully funding education in the way we are constitutionally required to do. The legislature has not done it. You don't need HH to do it. The state's budget is $38.5 billion, the largest in Colorado's history. We have the money. It is not a revenue problem, it's a prioritization problem. And so we should be having that conversation. The other thing I want to leave you with before I turn it over to Senator Kirkmeyer is the state legislature could have and should have lowered your property taxes. We could have done that in a very simple bill that did not require voter approval, because we can just lower the state assessment rate and your property taxes would be lower. The state legislature chose not to do that. They instead chose to bring you HH. They chose not to fully fund education so that they can have some backing as to why you need to give up your TAPER refunds for education. It's not fair, it's not right, and I'll have Senator Kirkmeyer go into more detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Rose. I'm Senator Barb Kirkmeyer, and I've been a state senator for 3 years. Prior to this, I served as a Weld County Commissioner for 20 years. And here's what I know. If you saw something really screwed up, give it to the legislature to try and fix. Because that's what's going on here with Proposition HH. Representative Puglisi is correct. We don't need Proposition HH to lower property taxes. We just don't need it. There are 3 things that affect your property taxes. The first thing is the value of your home or value of your property, which is set by the market. The second thing is the assessment rate, which is set by the legislature, and we can lower it without a vote. In fact, we've done that. We did it last year. We've done it before. We can do it again. And the third thing is the mill levy, which is set by local governments, local taxing entities. And they can float their mill levy down and then back up. So we didn't need Proposition HH to address the property tax issue. Now, proponents of this bill, the Senator Fenberg and Senator Hansen on the Senate side, would come in and tell you, gosh, we need to do something about property taxes. And I'm like, that would be great. Let's lower the assessment ratio. They wouldn't do that. But they came back and said, well, we need this for numerous reasons. And they introduced their bill 7 days before the session was over. Great opportunity for public comment, right? Great, good government. 7 days before that. In fact, the last bill that the Senate voted on completely was this bill, Proposition HH. It was on the last day of session about 10:30 at night. I don't know why they had to rush it through, but they told us it's because they really didn't know what was going to happen with property taxes. Now, those of us who have been county commissioners, and I see a couple former county commissioners here as well, along with Rose and I, we all know that last June they knew this was going to be an issue. They had a full year. The governor took a full year, messing around down in his office on the first floor, instead of talking to the people on the second floor or to local governments to find a problem. So proponents have told you that we need this to get real property tax relief. The reality is your property taxes are still going up because your values are going up. And in every other year, we have a reappraisal year, your values will go up again, your property taxes are going to go up again. Gallagher was not the issue. Gallagher was a safety net and kept our property taxes on the residential side low. So I get it, like commercial businesses, commercial properties are saying, God, we kind of like it that our assessment rate is going to drop down to 25.5%. That's a really good thing. What we all need to realize, and I would think most businesses, because NFIB is proposed, so the national is opposed, the National Federation of Independent Businesses, small businesses, is opposed to HH, because they realize property values are going to go up.
So their taxes are still going to go up. This is not a fix. In fact, again, your property taxes will increase. If Proposition HH passes, it will be the greatest scam that this governor and our Democrat colleagues pulled off in Colorado. Property taxes go up. And what you get for that is to give up your Tabor refund. Because your Tabor refund check, remember that $750 that you got last year in a check? That goes away. So property taxes continue to go up, and your Tabor refund check goes away. Sound like a great deal to you? Because it doesn't to me. Now, again, proponents of Proposition HH like to say we need this because we need education funding. Couldn't be farther from the truth. Could not be farther from the truth. In fact, this state is sitting on nearly $5 billion of unrestricted reserves and fund balances to fund education. This legislature and previous legislatures for the last 14 years have decided not to follow the Constitution because the Constitution requires that we fully fund a free public school system throughout the state of Colorado. And then the Constitution, back in 2000, Amendment 23, thank you so much. Amendment 23 passed that said education was supposed to increase by inflation. And it's a little bit more broader than that, or complicated than that, but that's essentially what it is. So for the first few years, first 8 years of that, under a Republican governor, we funded education by inflation. But back in about 2009, 2010, Democrat-controlled legislature and governor's office said, gosh, we found this little loophole, and we don't have to fund education that way. And so for the last 14 years, legislatures and governors have not been fully funding education when we had a constitutional requirement to do so. So now here they are with the statutory provision saying, we need your Tabor refund check, even though we're sitting on close to $5 billion in reserves and fund balances, but we need your Tabor refund check so we can fully fund education. Do you trust them? Because I don't. They were already supposed to be fully funding education, and we have the funds to do so. But they fail every year to vote for full funding of education because they choose to fund other programs that are more important to them than education, which is appalling to some of us. Is our time up with that? All right, let me just finish up with this. So, it says, the proponents say that renters are going to get a good deal here. Nope, renters don't pay property tax. And it's a joke on the Senate floor when we had this discussion about just because landlords are going to get a break. No, their property taxes are still going up. Renters are not going to get a break. Their rent is still going to be up, and it's probably going to get higher because property taxes are going up. The senior property tax exemption, you know what? It is a really good idea that you make it portable. In fact, it is such a great idea that a state senator from this area, Senator Liston, trying to carry that twice in 2 different sessions to get that portable. Do you know who voted against it? The Democrats. But now all of a sudden it's a great idea. It's just one way that they try to bribe or fool seniors, which again is appalling, to vote for HH. We could have done everything in HH, and we should have done everything in HH in the legislative session instead of coming after your Tabor refund check. We don't need it. So please vote no on Proposition HH.
Obviously, this is a lightning round and we want to have some time for questions. And if this panel didn't get some questions in their mind, nothing will. And by the way, Blue Book has been distributed, so you got a little cheat sheet to use for some Q&A as well. So start the gentleman in the back.
Okay, well first, Kevin, hello. I'm your former neighbor from Palmer Lake, Mark Westhoff, so nice to see you. I'm also, as I mentioned, a county administrator now, and so apolitical, right? I'm looking at the numbers, and right now we're doing our budgets. And I will say that when we run the formulas that are given to us in the proposition, schools, fire districts, they get pretty good chunks of the backfill. Other special districts, our county, we're a slower growing county, we might get a pretty decent backfill this first year. But again, running the numbers with our assessor and everything, going forward, we're unlikely to get really anything. after this. And the only other thing I'd add is that from our budgeting side, we noticed that the tax rate in the past was before Gallagher was around 6.9, I believe. Is that?
No, it was greater than that.
Oh, when we did the math, I thought we used 6.9. Then it went up to, like I said, over 7. But then this drops it back down to 6.7, way down below. And so from the county budgeting side, we're looking at how are we going to continue offering services in the long term. Not next year necessarily, but in 10 years. And our rate, inflation goes up for everybody. And for us, we have lots of county employees who depend on us in an impoverished area. And I don't know how we're going to keep offering those services. Just, again, I'm trying to be apolitical on it. Like, I don't know how we're going to continue offering those services as the backfill falls away, and if we even get it in this first year. So I would say, just again, running the numbers on it, it's maybe a little more complicated than being able to get all that money right away. So, and that's from the county, schools and fire districts get more.
So just a couple quick things. One, something that hasn't been mentioned at all is there's already on the ballot for next year a significantly draconian property tax cut with no backfill at all. That would be absolutely catastrophic for all of this. And so right now we're in a position where the legislature has created some stopgap measures over the next couple of years. But again, if this does not go through, the state is looking at a likelihood of Prop 50 passing next year, which would be draconian, and in the Constitution, which means we can't adjust anything. In this current iteration, when those things come up, because it is statutory, we can make adjustments. And so given that, obviously no one wants to see counties fail, and so those are the types of things that can be maneuvered in this particular measure, unlike a Prop 50 measure, which is going to be on the ballot in the future.
So let me just be clear. Don't count on a backfill at all. At all. There are provisions within Proposition HH, 20% here, 10% there. I mean, I'm not going to go into them because we don't have enough time. But when I tried to make an amendment on the Senate floor to fix it so that the base year would rotate, would go every other year, here's what Senator Hansen said. Local governments can't keep taking state money. It doesn't make sense to have an ongoing backfill for every jurisdiction. He basically said that within 2 years, they're not anticipating on backfilling any local government anywhere. And oh, by the way, school districts are exempt. And there's a good reason for that. Because if we didn't exempt school districts, the state would just have to backfill the school districts when we do the School Finance Act, right? So that's why they just exempted them. So the state protected themselves. So while the state, our Democrat colleagues and the governor put in Proposition HH a cap on revenues, because there's a cap. You know, we want to talk about a future initiative that isn't even on the ballot here. So let's get real here. There's a cap in this for local government. You want to know what kind of cap there is in for the state government? Nothing. Over the next 10 years, we get to grow our state government by $10 billion, and that's a conservative number. So don't count on a backfill. It's probably not going to happen. There's a 20%.
Tabor's already, we can't go that amount. Tabor's already a cap.
So let me just explain, since he doesn't understand it. There is a cap that was put in place with Tabor when it was first passed. And there's a base. And if we collected more revenues over that base, we meaning any government, you had to give it back. You had to refund it back. Then in 2005, a new cap came in. It was called the Ref C cap. And so it goes up like this. In fact, he had a chart on it. And then there's going to be a new cap called HH if HH passes. And here's the other thing that's so totally misleading. They like to say, oh, it's only going to increase by 1%. No, no, no. It still increases by growth plus inflation plus 1% compounded annually. So in year 10 of this bill, $2.2 billion is what should have been going back into your pockets is now coming into state government coffers. We don't need your Tabor refund check. We need to prioritize. There's plenty of money. We can make this work. They just don't want to.
knows, as a county commissioner, I'm serious concerns about the essential services that we're not going to be able to provide because it's going to take away from us. But don't we already have the ability through 108 to lower our assessment of our mill levies at DG at the county level? Doesn't this eliminate local control?
Thank you, Tony, for the question. For those of you that didn't hear it, he was just talking about local governments having the ability to control their mill levies in order to give property tax relief, kind of my words, put it in your words. Yes, and so what I want to be very clear here is the state government gets $0 in property tax. They do not operate the state budget on property tax. Local governments, like your school districts, like your fire districts, your water districts, your county governments, that provide essential services such as infrastructure, public safety. When there's a pandemic, you went to your public health department that was funded with your property tax money. Those are the sort of services that local governments need to be able to provide. And so when the state comes in without any conversations with county commissioners that were in this room and talk about, hey, we're going to continue to grow, but we are going to constrain your growth and give you no backfill without even having a conversation about how that operates in these individual counties, that does take away your local control. And Senate Bill 108, this isn't a new problem. Gallagher was repealed in 2020. We knew there was a problem. Legislature stepped in 2021 with a temporary fix, 2022 with a temporary fix. I had 3 property tax bills to give us some time to put together the right people in a property tax task force, freeze the assessment rates so that we could have some real property tax relief while we figured out a long-term and sustainable solution. Because HH, even if it passes, is only a 10-year fix. And then we have no idea what happens in that 10 years. And as Senator Kirkmeyer said, this is a statutory fix, and I think Mr. Vick said it as well. This is statutory, not constitutional, which means the legislature can continue to tweak it, which of course they will do without, at least thus far, input from the local governments that truly rely on property tax to provide their essential services. It's wrong. Let local governments, we're sitting in a district where there's a mill levy override on my ballot that I get to vote on because my local school district had to determine what was best for it. And they are able to do that because they are the closest to the people. So let local governments continue to do, whether that's lower their mill levy rates, let them talk to their constituents and find the solutions that are best for each community. And each community across the state is very different. So thank you.
I would just say very quickly that local governments are still in charge of their mills. The provision in this does not, and it allows them to keep money above the cap as well through a very public process.
So certainly an essential issue here. I'm hearing from the back that we're actually hitting the clock, and I was keeping a tally of the order of the questioners. So Mr. Frisch, you actually have the last question.
Thanks for all your leadership. Do you see the difference between urban and rural communities and counties about how this proposition could affect everyone, or is it pretty consistent?
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Always good to see you. I think it really depends on the rate of growth, and I'll see if Senator Kirkmeyer wants to finish this up. But rural counties just are growing at a slower rate generally, statewide, than the urban areas. I know I was giving this presentation to the Boulder chambers, multiple chambers, and the proponent, that one, said, it's okay, Boulder, you can absorb the decrease, so don't worry about it. Your essential services won't change, which I don't know how the state can say essential services in any county can't change. But whether you're urban or rural, I think it's really important that the local governments have the ability to control what is going on in their community and have the money that they need to provide those essential services, and they haven't had that ability. They won't through HH.
And I just want to remind everybody, we keep talking about local governments and backfill and those types of things. I just want to remind you all that what the issue is here is individuals who own property in this state at anywhere from a 35, which is a low percent, up to 70% increase in their values. And that's what's driving this conversation. I have a really good friend of mine who's 93 years old. She's been paying taxes on her property longer than probably everyone in this room has been alive. She wants to know, when does she get to actually own her property, and why does she have to keep paying exorbitant taxes on it? So we should really be addressing, working with our local government partners. They're not stakeholders, they're partners. We should have been addressing and working with them on how do we find a solution for this property tax crisis that every Coloradoan who owns property is facing. But we didn't do that. And here's the other little hidden gem in Proposition HH. If Proposition HH passes, your Tabor refund goes away, your property taxes still increase, we don't ever, ever have to go back to the voters again to leave it that way. Tabor essentially goes away. We don't ever have to go back. That's wrong.
I would just encourage people to actually read the measure, because a lot of the things that are being stated here today are being like in very stark sort of terms, and that's not the way the bill is set out. That's not the way this measure is designed. And so I would just encourage people to read it and make sure that they understand. For instance, your whole Tabor refund is not going away, a very small percentage. So that's just one example. So thanks for your time, and appreciate the lively discussion, and I'll turn it back over.
It's been such a robust discussion that we got special permission for one last follow-up from the back, and then we'll give this panel our big action 22. Thank you for coming down and spending this time.
So my question is, I was going to get a follow-up question. The other one, what your county's already produced? We went from 21% to 6.75%. What happens then if you're already produced?
You still have to comply with Tabor, regardless if HH passes or not. So if you're debruced, then there's provisions in HH that only allow county governments to grow by so much. There's a cap on the amount of revenues that you can grow. If you choose to go through a sort of public process, I mean, you get to go through right now, if you wanted to increase taxes in your county, you would have to go to a vote of the people. But in HH, they changed that as well. In HH, all you have to do is hold a public hearing, and then the board can vote, and you can increase your taxes. But if you increase your tax revenue above the limit that was set for you by the legislature in HH, then you get no backfill. And you have to do that every year. Every year. You have to go through that process. So, and I would just say this, again, with regard to, everyone should read this bill. In fact, or this Proposition HH. In fact, I wish the legislature would have read the bill. Because on that last day, at about 8 o'clock at night, when the House was finishing up, and we get back over to the Senate, and we've been in a senatorial 5 the whole day waiting for the House to finish this bill up, we don't even have the bill on our desk, and the bill sponsor is up there making a motion to concur with the House. We didn't even have the bill on our desk. That means 35 state senators didn't have the opportunity to read this bill. So I would agree, everyone should read the bill. I wish they would have read the bill, and I wish we would have had adequate public debate and adequate opportunity to do it. But the reality is this, a legislative council services, nonpartisan group are the ones that tell you within 2 to 3 years, no more Tabor refunds. Because remember, it's growth plus inflation plus 1% compounded annually. The new cap goes away. Tabor goes away. Did you want to speak?
So real quick, we have presentation from I. And then we'll take a quick break after that, and then we have one last thing, and then we're gonna go have fun with the reception. So. Alright guys, everyone pay attention, we'll get through this. Don't make me yell. Hello. Alright, here we go.
I will commit to making my presentation super short. It is not as controversial. You all got one of these booklets. Prop HH took about 14 pages. What I'm going to talk about is about 4 pages, and it has no opposition. So I hope we can get your support on Proposition II. I'm Michael Cook with Council for a Strong America. I'm here today for Preschool for All Coloradans to urge support on Prop II. So a little bit of background, you may all remember 2020 Proposition EE was passed overwhelmingly by voters in Colorado. This added an incremental tax on tobacco products and a new tax on vaping products, incremental over 7 years, to support public health and education priorities. There were benefits to K-12, especially in rural Colorado. We have smoking cessation programs, housing and housing eviction assistance programs. But the big beneficiary was universal pre-K. And so that is what I really want to talk about today. This tax was anticipated to generate $275 million per year. Annually for those purposes. So what's the problem? Well, Proposition EE is bringing in more than that estimated revenue, more than what voters were told when they went to the ballot in 2020. And that puts us, yeah, we're going to talk about Tabor again, but it puts us in a situation where we need voters to either tell us that that excess revenue needs to be refunded or that it can be kept for universal preschool in Colorado. This is not a new tax, it's not a tax increase, but if it doesn't pass, we need to immediately give $23.65 million back to tobacco wholesalers and distributors, not to Coloradans, not to the people who purchased tobacco products, but wholesalers and distributors. You can jump, Ryan. Thanks. So what do we do to fix the problem? Prop II was referred to the ballot by the General Assembly. It will be on the November ballot. If it passes, then we will be able to take that $23.65 million and put it back into preschool services for Colorado kids. And a key thing too to mention is that, again, if it doesn't pass and we have to refund money to distributors and wholesalers, we also have to ratchet back that tax that was approved by the voters through Prop EE, which means fewer Colorado kids will be supported through universal preschool. We're supporting today, just starting this fall, 40,000 children under universal preschool. This will allow us to continue to grow that program and to serve more children that have qualifying factors. So we'll jump to the next slide, Brian. So the $23.65 million will support, again, 4-year-olds in the year before kindergarten, allowing us to bring more kids into the program. But also, it will extend hours to children that have at least one of these qualifying factors, whether it's low income, families experiencing homelessness, dual language learners, or children in foster kinship care. They're eligible for more hours under the Universal Preschool Program, and these dollars will make sure that we reach more of those children. So this is a huge issue for Colorado kids right now, and ratcheting that tax down by about 11.5%. Over what the voters approved in 2020 with about 69% of the vote, will cut into the number of kids that we can serve for the half-day program that's offered to all children. So simple, I think simple, a lot simpler than that we just heard. So hoping that the Action 22 board and Melanie and I, as part of Council for a Strong America, are proud to be members of Action 22, but I'm hoping that the board will take a position of support on Proposition II. Again, there is no organized opposition on this measure at this point in time, and I don't know why anybody would, right? So that's my message. I kept it below my 20 minutes. Thank you all.
Welcome on back. So we get to close out today. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for making the trip to Colorado Springs, to the UCCS campus, to the cybersecurity building. The only one like it in the country, which is amazing. I hope you guys, some of you took advantage of the opportunity to take a tour and see what they do here. We're very proud to have that be part of the UCCS campus here in Springs. Our final speaker, I'm pleased to introduce my good friend, Doctor. I didn't realize you were Doctor. Dr. Jose Cantu. I could read a brief.
Where'd you get that from?
I don't know, Sarah handed it to me.
Uh-oh, maybe it's made up.
So, yeah, so I don't trust half of this on here. So Jose's been in education for many years, almost 30 years. He comes to us, he's from Texas, but he's not one of those Texans. So we're very happy to have him here with us. He has some great ideas about how to improve UCCS. He's been helping me a lot with the outreach piece, particularly in Southern Colorado, particularly with our Hispanic students and families, to help UCCS become a full Hispanic serving institution. That's a big goal that he has, that we have, and so he's been very supportive of helping us get to know some of those communities a little bit better. And he's going to help talk to us about his view on leadership. So give us a warm welcome to Dr. Jose Cantu.
Well, I'm known between you and the reception, so I'm going to be short and sweet as much as I can. But part of the introduction that Micah spoke about is Southern Colorado. It's a very important part of the state, especially for the mission that we want, more economical growth and support to enhance our current scenarios in the communities. And when I got here, I did a tour of Southern Colorado. I was very, very happy with the excitement that we can really build a momentum behind it. And for me, of course, I work at universities here, and those pathways are very key for the success of families and students. And it reminds me a lot about my own roots. I come from the southern part of Texas, the tip of Texas, actually. Born in a border town as well, first generation student. Did what I did, and I think we could advance ourselves in supporting that type of opportunity for families. Well, anyway, they asked me to talk about why the leadership matters for shaping the future. One of the things that I have done in my background, my PhD is in leadership studies. So I do a lot of intense work behind how can we evolve the process of leadership. What has happened in the 1980s, 1990s, it's very different what's happening in 2023. So leadership is really about the evolving process of who you are and why you were chosen to be that leader. The advocacy, the support systems, the opportunity to really reach out and figure out, in whatever spectrum of the political world you are, how to support our communities. So what I did is, instead of me talking the whole time, I did a quick 3-minute video of individuals from
where I work at, and even a couple from outside of work, to give us their view of leadership and a lens to your evolving process.
Why does leadership matter? That's a great question. It matters because leadership is the bedrock of every organization. It is the main ingredient that will determine whether an organization will or will not be successful. You see, poor leaders create low morale, low productivity, and high turnover. Whereas on the other hand, good leaders, they will actually attract talent to your team and create an environment for innovation, for growth, and ultimately for success.
There, so leadership is about empowering others, about helping each other, and about educating others. I think as a leader, you are responsible for those that are under your charge, and making sure that you also are able to influence and educate people that are leading with you, so those that are your peers, people maybe that you can report to, your presidents. Oftentimes, if you are a person that may be the minority in the group, whether it is because of your age, your background, your ethnicity, whatever it is, I think it's important that we educate others about other people that may not look like them or that may not have the same experience.
Leadership matters because it's about empowering and inviting people to come together to build community and create authentic change. It's about creating spaces for people to be seen, heard, valued, and empowered.
Leadership matters because everybody needs somebody to lean on at the end of the day, whether or not you're in charge of a company or if you're, the lowest person on the totem pole. Being a leader is more than just your title being in charge. It's about supporting people, making sure they feel like they're welcome, making sure they feel supported. So for me, leadership is, all of that put together and just being there for everyone you work with at the end of the day and being able to stand up for people too.
Leadership matters because it's an opportunity for dynamic, strategic change in communities. So I hope that leaders have the opportunity to put themselves in a platform that changes our context and our environments and communities for us.
Leadership matters to me because it allows us to make progress and solve big problems and turn challenges into opportunities.
I think leadership matters because everybody needs a time. Sometimes people do get up at stage and all the time but don't get to succeed. So I think that people with that skill should be given that role and kind of provide a helping hand for some of us that kind of need that extra hand.
Leadership matters because it's the only way to disrupt the status quo, make change in our practices, which means taking our ideals and values and turning them into something positive.
Sorry for the volume.
That's technology. So basically, I had a few folks kind of send me their videos, or I went across campus with a few people from different age groups to talk about leadership. The common thread here is that leadership matters for the fact is to disrupt that status quo. And you have been chosen to become these leaders to help and support that voice kind of come to the forefront. Through the process, I also asked one of my good friends, Dr. Michelle Holcomb, she's actually a therapist in Texas, and I asked her, what is your thought about leadership? And I thought it was very interesting, so I put it up there. She goes, because humans are much like sheep. We tend to follow others blindly. Good ethical leaders are a must for human survival, which is very important for us because it's absolutely true. Everybody believes in this day and time, everything you see and hear, but we need those leaders to kind of navigate us through the process. And then the next person that I have up here is a quote from Steve Keating. He says, when everything is going well, it is leadership that keeps people from getting complacent. When things are going poorly, it is leadership that rights the ship. It is leadership that sets the new course, and it is leadership that provides hope. So, I want you to think about this. When a leader fails, their people fail. When a leader is successful, their people are successful. I think what's important for us as leaders in our community is to keep that faith. And part of that is because we're seeing a huge burnout across the nation from leaders, staff members, even the new generation coming in. There's so much happening. So how do you keep yourself moving through this through this new world, and how do you keep yourself very, very much afloat to make sure that those that you're leading are coming to that path. So I tell people, if you just watch Ted Lasso, I watched Ted Lasso, and he has actually incredible leadership lessons, and I'm not going to name them all, but research them. It's really neat what he does, although the shows, you know, for those of you who like cringy comedy shows, this is a great one. But he talks about all this in an interesting way, the dialogue and everything that's going on. And what I tell people is, when we're thinking about leadership, remember, it's not about you wanting to become a leader. It's about you being chosen to be a leader. And the reason I say that is because a lot of us feel like, I want to be a leader, but you don't understand the whole component of leadership. Part of being a leader is to continue that energy and continue the momentum, because there's a lot of people looking at you, and all those folks we couldn't hear earlier said very substantial things that help us in evolving and becoming a leader, because there's a need for that. These individuals that I had up here, I have a police chief from the last university, I have colleagues from other universities. So it is higher education based, but it does send a lot into the private sector, and then it's a lot to the communities. People want to seek out the most ethical and most prosperous way of getting to where they need to get and support. All through history, there's always been leaders. And so I'm going to leave you with that quote. I'm going to be short and
Will you
sweet.
go back to Ted Lasso and read what was on the bottom?
All right, go back to Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
Leading by example, embracing diversity, trust, balancing professionalism, and empathy.
Oh, read them all.
Oh, you want all of them? All right. I wasn't going to do this, but now I am. Positive attitude, empathy, active listening, adaptability, effective communication, assertive leadership, building relationships, and then the ones that I said. So do what you do best, but always do it for the people around you. At the end of the day, the bigger the leader is also that's doing for themselves. I think I leave that to everyone. I've had so many leadership workshops these past 2 weeks that I've been in, and people ask me, you know, what's your favorite book? What do you read out there? How can I improve? I think it's an innate process in yourself. It's an evolving psychology with yourself. Emotional intelligence is going to get you to understand who you are and your surrounding area. And I tell folks, I read a lot of books. At the end of the day, there's no favorite author. My environment is the one that crafts my leadership, and I do what's best for those around me first, and then move into the momentum of what's better for the larger community. That is it. Thank you.
We have a question from the.
Princess, where's your crown?
So, we work in a similar pool of people, so as we're watching these communities, and I read an article the other day, I can't cite the source right now, but they talked about how so many communities are having leaders that there's not enough new leadership being formed, the younger people. And so the people who have been long-term leaders in the community feel obligated to keep running for office because nobody's taken the helm of the ship. So how do you think we as a community can foster leadership in those who are younger in order to elevate them to be able to pass the torch as we move forward in our communities? Because, right, like we're not going to be able to be the leaders in our communities forever, but what can we do in the immediate time frame in order to foster that and grow that so that we know there's succession?
So
Great
that-
question.
Excellent question. Great question. So that actually starts at an early age. Earlier, we were having a conversation on how to build a better momentum with the society by building confidence at an early age instead of having a deficit in that student. Meaning, what do you tell that student as they're growing up? Are you telling the student that everything they are is going to be a challenge in the future, or are you telling the student everything they are is going to be a success in the future? That's confidence building. On the other side to this is the leadership that is hopefully in the retirement and helping, hopefully retiring in the time that they can enjoy retirement, because when people stay there forever, are coming back to these communities, to these schools, to to showcase the possibilities. And we're not doing very well of that as adults in our society. We're fighting each other more. And instead of fighting each other, we need to start being able to really have open conversations. I think we are doing damage to ourselves when we're on both sides of the political spectrum just hitting each other. We're always going to have different opinions about things, but we need to be mindful that people also need to see that we could get a middle ground or that we are able to talk through it. And I think our younger generation is getting very deflated by what's happening across the board. So the answer would be start young, start positive, start building confidence, but it's also going to take all the adults to be in the same space without tearing each other apart. Any more questions? I have no favorite question.
You had a slide up, I just wanted to know if you could click back and I can't tell you which one it is. It was quote on leadership, like changing and things are good or this, but it's not once in a while either of those.
Oh, when your leader fails, your team fails, in that capacity?
Yeah, can you put that slide up?
Yep.
I want to snap a picture of it.
Give me 1 sec, sorry.
Come on, tech expert, let's go.
I'm not a tech expert. Oh, what is it? No, wait, hold on. It's doing that thing. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, guys.
While he's doing that, are there other questions? I just wanted to be short. Sarah told me, be as quick as I could, but efficient as I could. So I wanted to make sure that you're very mindful of your time as well. But I'm here to answer any questions about leadership or anything that you want to know.
Maybe you don't have.
That one.
That one, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Just, I guess I'm just curious because, it tails a little bit up to what Nell was saying. With the younger people who want to foster their leadership, and I guess it's going to be situational for each individual or group, but I mean, I feel like as adults, we should be doing more to celebrate the young person and to instill a confidence of success moving forward. But I feel like there is so much apathy sometimes with the younger people. There's so much, they don't trust older people. Is there any way to kind of break that down? Is it just patience?
That's a loaded question because there's several ways to break it down, but it's going to take a huge community to do it and for us to be in the same space and feel that we're working towards that progression of the young mind. And what I've learned early on, and this was through, I was in a presentation, I was speaking, and this very prominent individual who created the Hispanic Student Institute across the nation came to me, 8-year-old man, and he said, "You said something relevant." And I don't see that very much. And I said, I speak, and sometimes I'm like, what did I say to infuse a conversation like that? And he said, "We are doing it wrong these days." And he started with, "I was part of all the marches in the 1960s to get you to be up there and speak, but not to continue feeling weak of who you are." And I said, "Well, I didn't. I didn't say anything that I'm weak. I'm not weak." He goes, "That's what I'm saying. I was brought up in a town, majority Hispanic. I was brought up in a town that I didn't know anything more than we were all the same, and that I could do whatever I need to do." And so that layer of what I said and resonated with him. He said, "You imagine how our society could come together and stop fighting and thinking about, it's okay, we're different, embracing difference, because your confidence is going to embrace that, but your confidence is also going to move you in a positive direction. And that positive direction is success. And then you become a speaker for all people at that end. We still want to have open conversations about the shift in dynamics of our society, but we have to be mindful on the other side of this, that as a society, it's not a one-dimensional society, it's multidimensional. And so when we're talking about multidimensional, we're talking in a way that embrace everybody. We want to have equality on one side, but we want to have success on the other side. And the damage we're doing is we're separating us more and more and more of what side we want to choose. And until we break that, we'll be able to be more successful.
Anything else? I got one thing before we break. Speaking of leadership, we have two more Academy grads that are in here. So Shane and Ryan, you can come up here and get your certificates. There you go. So there's yours, Ryan. Shane and Ryan joined us at the Academy. They're out of Waterfront County. Zoning inspector, I always forget what the title is. Yep, building inspector and code enforcement, and we both kind of took a head first dive into this because you saw it and some people recommended that you go through it, and I hope that you learned well during the Academy about everything. So give them a round of applause. What's that?
They don't have to sing the song that we
Yeah, you just have to sing the song. Thank you. So that wraps it up.
Action 22 friends, I am so sorry not to be with you. The topic of your conference, Why Leadership Matters, is incredibly timely. We're living in what can only be thought of as a dark time. Our nation has had dark times before. Colorado has gotten through our dark times. We've done it because we've had leaders who've led with light. And in dark times, light is precious. It always matters. It matters that all of you are bringing light, empathy, and a commitment towards collaborative problem solving into your work. The spirit of Action 22 is that all of us need all of us, and that we in Colorado are in this work together. It means a lot that you're together asking, how can we solve problems that matter to people? How do we address concerns around improving healthcare, including behavioral healthcare and tackling the opioid epidemic? How do we protect our water and agricultural communities that are vital to our economy? How do we make sure to develop our local economies in southern Colorado, addressing issues like housing? We're working on a copper program with a number of you, and so many more issues that we can take on together. Thank you for being great leaders, thank you for showing up, and thank you for bringing light to Colorado.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chad Boardman with Lucky Martin Space, and if you listen to the Action 22 podcast, you probably hear me referenced at nearly the end of every one of them. Thank you, Sarah, for that. And Sarah's one of the big reasons that Action 22 is so effective, and it's her dedication. She's got an annual meeting going on, and went down and moderated the debate in Pueblo right in the middle of that. So hats off to her. I wrote down pot, dancers, divas, and pettiness. I think we all know that Sarah did a better job moderating that than the Fox News moderators did of the presidential debate, right? So give her a round of applause. So transitioning, we're going to talk about workforce and education and the pathway of education to employment and what businesses are doing to create that talent pool and reach all the way back. I think that's been one of the things that's been surprising with the amount of workforce meetings that we've had lately, is how many industries, companies are not just reaching back into high school, but all the way into middle school to start getting kids thinking about what their pathway to success is. And with us this morning, we have Wes Parham. He's the Vice President of Public Affairs, Technical Assurance, and Katie Zabak, who's the Vice President of Policy for Colorado Succeeds. Please welcome them.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for letting me join you. I'm so happy to be here this morning. And I have to say that the opening this morning was really refreshing to me. I grew up in rural, well, not rural, but I grew up in Wyoming. And so the feeling of people from rural parts of our state coming together to talk about the needs of their community is very similar to the kinds of things I did growing up. And so just really thankful to be here and be part of the discussion today. I am the Vice President of Policy for Colorado Succeeds, and Colorado Succeeds is a business group that is committed to helping make sure that every Coloradan has access to the education that's going to allow them to achieve their full potential and ensure that our businesses in Colorado have the homegrown talent that they need to thrive. And I want to underscore the importance of homegrown talent. In Colorado, for a long time, our businesses have had the luxury of importing talent, especially along the Front Range. I don't know that you see that as much in the rural areas of our state, but because of that, Colorado actually has one of the most educated workforces in our country. We are the second most highly educated workforce. And we also have some of the greatest gaps in our country. And what's happened is that we have not allowed a lot of Colorado's homegrown talent to reap many of the economic benefits that the rest of our state is having access to. And so we are really committed to working across the state to make sure that we're closing some of those gaps and providing access to everybody. I know many of you are workforce is a top issue for almost every business in the state. And so if you go to the next slide, I would kind of underscore that. There are 2 jobs for every unemployed Coloradan right now, and some estimates are starting to push that number up to 3. And there's also a significant skills mismatch in the state. We still have 100,000 people out of work despite having more than 200,000 job openings. And a big reason for that is that people don't have access to the skills and the education to get those skills that they need to meet our workforce needs. So it's really important that we are starting to look at this issue and figure out what we can collectively do to address the challenge. Now, one of the things we know, if we go to the next slide, is that 90% of jobs in Colorado that pay a living wage for a family require someone to have some kind of post-secondary education. And unfortunately, not everybody is having access to those post-secondary opportunities. If we look on the next slide, this shows the college success rates for students graduated in 2016 in Colorado. And you can see that less than 35% of students achieve some kind of degree or credential 6 years after they graduate from high school. And the gaps are particularly pronounced for certain populations. So our Latino and Hispanic population in particular is our fastest growing population, and the gap between them and our white students, our white graduates in the state, is larger than any other state in the country with the exception of California, and I don't like to compare ourselves to California. So, and if I think I want to make sure that we are clear about what we're talking about when we talk about higher education. If I had a dime for every time I walked into a room and people were like, but we don't just need people with 4-year degrees. We need people with other kinds of training. I would be a rich person, because you're right, absolutely. And when we look at these numbers, we are accounting for all types of degrees and credentials. We can't measure industry credentials quite yet, but we're looking at all different types of degrees and credentials. And we know that our jobs in Colorado require varying degrees of education. So if we go to the next slide, one of the things we know is we have a lot of middle skill jobs in the state, and we are really not producing middle skill workers. So those are workers who don't have a bachelor's degree, but they have some kind of education beyond a high school degree. We've been doing a lot in our high schools, and I think some of our partners are going to talk about the work that they're doing in their high schools to start to change this. But the math on this is pretty striking. I mean, only 2.4% of graduates from 2016 pursued some sort of certificate or short-term credential, and only 15% of Coloradans overall are in this middle skills bucket. And so it's really important that we're focusing on all types of credentials when we talk about building education in our state. On the next slide, this is our solution. So we have what I have laid out is some big challenges in front of you. And what we are hoping, we know that we cannot address these challenges if we don't bring business, government, and education providers to the table to have those hard conversations around how we rethink the way that we operate education in our state to meet the new needs of industry, to make sure we're actually producing the skills that industry needs, not just what we've been doing for a long time, and to make sure that we're really connecting the dots and coming up with comprehensive solutions. So we have come together with a number of business organizations to launch the Education to Employment Alliance. And this alliance is an important first step in bringing together people to start to think comprehensively about this issue. What the alliance will do will continue to evolve, but we envision that there's kind of 3 key steps. The first is to identify the challenges that we're facing. And so if we look on the next slide, what are the key workforce gaps that our state is facing in all regions of the state, and really being clear about what every single region needs, because we know it's different, but we know that there's some similarities. What are the solutions that we as a state can collectively pursue, and then how do we hold ourselves accountable to pursuing those solutions and have a continuous feedback loop? We think that having business at the table really sets us up to hold people accountable. We think that that's one of the major distinctions that we have with bringing this alliance together. And we know that there's a lot of businesses out there that are already getting to work to start to solve some of the problems that we're seeing in our system, that we can learn from them and start to scale their work and come up with new solutions in Colorado. So I am really excited to see what happens with the Alliance. We are, on the next slide, launching, these are the core principles. So you'll see that these are core principles driven by business for us to think through this. And on the next slide, you'll see the launch of the Alliance is going to be next Wednesday. We have gone out to the community, we have listened to their concerns, and we've put forward 5 key recommendations that we hope that people can get around. And those recommendations focus on policy. They also focus on implementation and what you can do on the ground. And they're a starting point for conversation around how we transform the system. So join us for the release, check out the report, join the conversation as we continue to build this, this group that we think can have a huge impact in our state. And I am so delighted to have 2 people who are already doing the work here to talk about their work, and they're doing it from 2 different perspectives. So we have Glenn Hard, who is the Executive Director of Careers in Colorado, or Construction Careers in Colorado, and they are the construction industry's solution to building a homegrown workforce in the state of Colorado. They're doing great work. He comes to that position as an educator who has been in the field for so long and has really been able to bring business and education together to start to solve some of the challenges from an industry perspective. And then we have Russ Farm, who works for Pinnacle.
Other duties.
Who's the Vice President of Public Affairs for Pinnacle Insurance. They have taken an individual company approach to addressing the workforce needs through implementing apprenticeships, and so very exciting work there. And he also has been a stand for this for a long time as a member of the Board of Advisors for Colorado Succeeds and a number of other business groups. And so we are just really excited to learn from them and continue to scale the work and hopefully engage all of you in this work going forward. So I will pass it over to, who wants to go first? All right.
Thank you, Kate. So as Katie mentioned, I'm Glenn Hart. I'm the Executive Director with Careers in Construction Colorado. It's a nonprofit organization that actually started here in Colorado Springs as a workforce development committee of the Housing and Building Association. And as Katie also mentioned, I'm a retired educator. I spent 26 years in public ed here in Colorado. 24 years of those, or 24 of those years in the Manitou Springs School District. I served as science teacher, coach, athletic director, and I spent my last 9 years as the principal of Manitou Springs High School, to retire in 2019, which was impeccably good timing. And I'm very lucky in that. So I'm really excited to share with you some just generalities about Careers in Construction Colorado. As I mentioned, a nonprofit, and we facilitate construction-based vocational education in high schools and in middle schools.
today. And so just a brief history of how this program came to be. In 2014, actually, a handful of members of the local HBA got together and decided to try to have a positive impact on their community, i.e. develop workforce. And so they wanted to do that with an approach involving high school kids, right? They recognized that there was a significant dropout rate, and not every student is destined to go to a 4-year degree plan, become an engineer, or a doctor, and so on. And so they put their heads together and developed this program, which really came to fruition in 2015, again, as a committee of the Housing and Building Association, the Workforce Development Committee. In 2015, they landed one school with one class of about 15 students, and utilized a nationally recognized curriculum. It's called the Housing and Building, Home Building Institute, PACT Core. PACT is an acronym for Pre-Apprenticeship Certificate Training. So they went out and found a curriculum and they started pitching it to schools. They would admit, if they were here with me right now, I call them the founding fathers. They're still all highly active on our board of directors. You see in 2019 we became a nonprofit. They would admit fully that they're a bunch of builders and they had no idea how to approach the field of education and how to implement programming in high schools in the area. But they were successful, and part of the reason they were successful is because they have partnerships that they were able to leverage to influence local educators to take a look at this opportunity. One of our biggest taglines or credos is, students deserve choices, and the industry deserves a workforce. And so when you put those two things together, magic starts to happen. So again, in 2015, it came to fruition, one class, 20 kids. We're currently serving 62 schools across the state of Colorado, with over 7,000 plus. We don't know our full enrollment numbers at this point this year, but over 7,000 students in an opportunity to learn about options in the field of construction. It's not an alternative program, right? It's an option. And far too many students don't have the experience I had. My dad was a custom home builder. I had a lot of experience mucking concrete. Sometimes I wanted to do that, other times I didn't. But when I chose to become an educator and go to a 4-year degree program, I made that decision with good information. Too many kids don't have the information, right? They don't know what they don't know. So you see here a list of our board of directors. The vision and mission, I won't read that to you, but the idea is to leverage industry relationships to serve and partner with schools to provide kids the opportunity to learn about construction, right? Learn that their window of understanding of construction isn't necessarily reflective of the industry. I would contend if you ask the average high school kid, do you have any interest in joining the construction industry? They don't really have a clue what that means, right? They have this window of experience. Maybe they've seen someone pour a driveway next door, roof a house next door. They might correlate with highway construction and roads and those kinds of things. They don't have any idea the depth and breadth of the industry. So the idea is that we partner with schools. Again, we've grown to partner with 62 schools in literally all 4 corners of the state to provide kids these options, leveraging these kinds of relationships. Core values, the one I want to express the most is inclusiveness. There are no barriers. Anyone and everyone who wants to join the class should have the opportunity to join the class. It's literally construction-based vocational education in the high schools with their instructors in their space. It's not a pull-out necessarily where, and there have been renditions of programs similar, where kids have to leave their high school building to go to another site to have this experience. That's not what we want to have happen. We'll support that if that's what works best in that school or that community. But the idea is that we put the program right in the school so that kids can have that experience in their school, in their normal school day, earn industry recognized credentials, which demonstrate that they're employable at an entry level. We want every kid to have the opportunity to do that. Collaboration is a big part of what's making that work, again, in 62 schools. So here's a heat map of schools that we currently serve by county. You can see the two largest circles are El Paso County and the Denver metro area. So again, the program initiated here in Colorado Springs with the HBA. We have 18 schools locally. And then soon after, members of the Associated General Contractors, which are the commercial trade association, soon after the inception of the program in Colorado Springs with HBA, which is more residential construction, the AGC jumped on board and they took the program in Denver Metro. And so they sponsor, I think they have 19 schools in Denver Metro, maybe 20 as we speak. But you can see literally we have schools throughout all of Colorado. So our enrollment stands at 2,773 kids at the conclusion of last school year. Just a key note, we expanded the program last school year from 48 high schools throughout the state to 62. So that enrollment number will increase by that. Another key point that I think is probably of interest to you all is we collaborate with 5 trade association sponsors throughout the state. What that means is, and in fact, the way this kind of came to be is, one, I'm actively recruiting. That's one of my major roles throughout the state. I'm talking to schools. In fact, I'm going to Glenwood Springs on November 1st. We started to get attention from areas around the state when the initial focus was really Colorado Springs and Denver. And so we did a lot of head scratching to decide how in the world are we going to serve kids in Durango when our staff resides in Colorado Springs. And so we developed this chapter model, trade association model. And so what we do now is we work with the Southwest Colorado HBA, Northern Colorado HBA, Summit County Builders, the Associated General Contractors in Denver, Colorado Springs HBA, and so on. And we assist those trade associations in sponsoring schools in their geographic area, similarly to the way we sponsor schools here in Colorado Springs. I mentioned the PACT curriculum, pre-apprenticeship certificate training. We've had almost 5,000 kids earn an industry-recognized credential that demonstrates employability at an entry level. On top of that, we feel like it's important to teach safety, so 2,700 kids have achieved an OSHA 10 certification. Biggest number that I'm most proud of, over 1,000 kids to date placed directly in the construction industry. Our goal, 65 schools by 2025. We'll probably make it. 5,000 kids enrolled in the program. 20% of those students, remember we're talking about traditional public education, typically. 20% of those students land in the industry. So we have an opportunity to be the conduit between schools who don't really know how to interact with industry, and industry who really don't know how to interact with schools. We serve as the conduit between those industry partners and schools to provide kids with training, and for those kids that have an interest, additional training, and then we'll connect those kids with internships, summer jobs post-high school, apprenticeship programs, 2 or 4 year degree programs related to the construction industry. I think that's it.
Sir, yeah, Sam Bradford, one of the El Paso County Commissioners, and I just want you to know, but many of the people in the careers of construction already know this. I love this program. This thing's fantastic. And it's my understanding you're on the way to going national as well. You've got this now going on. You talk to the National HBA Association for everything to that group is. They're starting to implement this in a few other states. And I predict maybe in 10 or 15 years, this is going to be a nationwide program. And I'm so proud of the fact I started right here. Right here. And I think one last thing is that we all got involved in this. People correct me if I'm wrong on this. We got involved in this initially just for philanthropic reasons, how can we help the community, that kind of thing. And now it's turning into a source of employees with skills that you actually desperately need. So it's now a whole new ballgame, a really big deal.
Absolutely. Commissioner Vanderwerf, thank you very much. Appreciate your kind words and your support. And I will say we have incredible support for this program, both locally with our elected officials and statewide. It's growing more and more to the point of going national. Yes, HBI, Home Building Institute, is our curriculum provider. They reside in the building of the National Association of Home Builders, which is the national HBA, if you think of it that way. They have a pretty tight connection, right? They reside in that building in Washington, D.C. And so what's happened is we have developed this chapter model that allows a champion to sponsor chapters or trade associations around our state to serve schools in their area, as I mentioned. HBI is really excited to take that model and start to be able to share it with other states. And so they're a nonprofit as well, so they didn't write us a big fat check. But they have monetized that for Careers in Construction Colorado for them to be able to utilize our training and our expertise, because it's been a trial and error process for 8 years, almost 9 years now. But they're utilizing some of our skills and our efforts and our model in other states. I think Massachusetts and Connecticut have a very similar model, so they're aspiring to share that model in more and more states. Ultimately, the idea was, yes, to just have a positive impact on our community, and it grew to become much more than that. And so it's been pretty exciting for me to be involved. Frankly, I'm working harder now than I anticipated when I retired, but it's pretty good work, right? It's very fulfilling. Yes, ma'am.
Very good friends of Renee's, and I took a picture of you and I sent it to her. I said, hey, your boy's presenting. Something that's
You should have told me, I would have posed them.
No, it had to be Cantu side. Something that's interesting is Renee came and presented to a group of UCCS, and I think the beauty of this whole conversation is it's yes and. It's not just don't throw away 4-year education, doesn't mean anything. And it's not, oh no, don't do a trade, only do 4-year education. It's yes and. It's do the trade, do the 2-year degree, do the 4-year degree, do the master's, get a certificate, wherever that is. Something that was fascinating about this program, which it is awesome and on fire, is there are students who are doing this and they're saying, you know what? I think I might want to go into, I want to be an engineer. Like, I want to go that step further. You know what? I think I kind of like cyber. Like, kids are getting into cyber from this program, which I think is so awesome. So not only is it, yeah, get into construction, use your hands, build homes because we need this. There's also this pathway to these other higher education things that they're thinking of. So there is a partnership here, even with higher ed and the 2-year degrees and things like that, which I think there's the answer, yes and.
Absolutely, and I think an important emphasis in that is us helping kids understand what pathways look like, what options are out there. One of the ways we do that is we bring industry partners into the classroom and they talk about their experience, right? We're working on visuals and those kinds of things to communicate better opportunities like apprenticeships and apprenticeships leading to 2 or 4-year degree plans. So there's on-ramps and off-ramps throughout the industry in their career pathway. It's not a dead-end job, right? And again, we're trying to change the paradigm, not only with kids, with schools. Unfortunately, some schools and districts still believe that the only indicator of success is CMAT scores. Don't get me started on that. I lost my train of thought. That's taking me in a whole other direction. I'll start swearing now. Thank you very much.
I actually have a high school student, and he goes to Public County in his second year of and he loves it. I did cabinets, I did cutting doors, I did all this cool stuff. I'm going to school for engineering too, so cabinet making is engineering, right? So that's his focus, so I love it. I love it.
Thank you. 6 of our school districts locally are actually building single-family modular homes that could be utilized for some creative ways to impact like affordable teacher housing and so on. I could go on all day, but I think we're getting pressed for time. Thank you.
Well, and I was just gonna say that we always thought that education was this linear path, and it's not. It's a path where you go through different iterations, and so making the system work that way is what's so important.
Quick question. Maybe this is an assumption. I think you heard anything about the State Workforce Council. You work with them, I would assume, so that anything that's available to the state, that you have the opportunity to take advantage of and so forth.
Yes. Short answer, yes. And those partnerships are a big part of what makes this successful and what's going to continue to drive that success. We're only in 10% of the high schools in Colorado. Right? There are over 600 high schools. We've got 62. We've grown from 16 when I started, which is pretty fulfilling. We got a lot of room to grow. And so those partnerships, and I'll just leave it with this, because again, I can spend all day talking about the awesomeness of what we're able to do or trying to do. But one of the biggest challenges is teachers aren't falling out of the woodwork in any content area, especially construction, right? So if we can influence people in those right offices to start to grow educators and continue to incentivize school districts to provide these pathways, I think it's incumbent that we do that.
Really quick question. Chirac, Colorado, just really small in Otero County, actually has a construction class. So I don't know if you're part of you or not. Chirac.
No.
Brian Bond, teacher Brian Bond, I saw him at a function last week, and he said he has a construction class, and my husband said, hey, I'll bring you some lumber, will you build me like a he shed? So I don't know if you, yes, thank you, that's what I wanted, thank you.
What schools in Pueblo are you in?
Pueblo, we have Pueblo County High School, and which has been with us for 4 or 5 years. They're absolutely amazing. We just onboarded Pueblo West, both in District 70. So if any of you have any influence on District 60, we'd really love to be in more schools.
I used to be an advisor in TRIO, and that's low-income first-generation students. And I know the executive director, but we were always looking for programs for the students. So I suggest you to reach out to TRIO. Brenda at CSU Public.
Could you connect me?
I can.
So we currently have had a lot of conversations with like the Rural Education Alliance, Pueblo Economic Development Council, and so on. More connections with more people moves the ball, right? Thank you.
These are students that are looking more for trades than other full-time college.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. If you want to jump on our website, ciccolorado.org, I didn't bring any literature. I probably should have. But you can get a better idea of kind of the scope of what we do if you jump on there. Otherwise, Glenn at cshea.com. Glenn, 2 N's, at cshea.com, Colorado Springs Housing Building Association. Feel free to send me an email or connect with me, and I'd love to talk more if you'd like to learn more. Thank you. Sorry, Liz.
Nice job. 3 takeaways from that presentation. 1, you and Renee owe Katie a bottle of whiskey for bringing you to such a training group. The second takeaway is never mention standardized testing to a former high school principal. The third takeaway is, wow, that's really impressive. Wow. The scalability, the partnership, I've done the trade association thing at one sort of stop in my career, and I know it's not easy to just partner with another trade association. And I know in real estate there's this natural sort of commercial versus residential thing. And so to make that work at scale, wow, that's very impressive. So congratulations, and I echo the comment. Wes Parham, Vice President of Public Affairs for Pinnacle Assurance, and Katie, thank you, and Sarah and the Action 22 team for just a few minutes here to offer some of our perspectives. I've been in this role for about a year. I think my first event representing Pinnacle was at the conference last year. So full circle kind of stuff. I've learned a lot in that year about insurance-y stuff, and that's been rewarding, I suppose. But what I really wanted to dive into is this workforce development and apprenticeship piece. I've been involved in the space for a little bit from a couple of different lenses. And I knew that Pinnacle was already viewed as a leader in this space. So I was excited to dig in. And again, that was very rewarding. If you want to go ahead, just very quickly about Pinnacle. As most of you know, it's over 100 years old. The state created Pinnacle to ensure that all in our state have access to workers' compensation coverage. And in that role serves as a provider of last resort in our state. It's something that our current leadership team is fully committed to. The workforce and economic trends have evolved and expanded over time, and so too has Pinnacle. Today, the top performing carrier in our market by most every metric, both for employers and also for injured workers. And that workforce piece is very cultural. So Pinnacle is something that we track very closely because it's a business. It's based on payroll data. So for instance, on the B2B side, that's important to track, especially coming out of the pandemic in a hybrid remote work environment. Over 47%, so nearly half of all employers in our state have employees in multiple states. There's a lot of implications for that, but at Pinnacle, that means that we have to be creative in how we invest in new services, new technology, and partnerships nationally to make sure that our policyholders have some place to go, because guess what, employers don't want to carry two policies. So that's how we remain accessible, but that's also how, tracking those workforce trends, how we staff up to meet the needs of the business. And Katie already presented this. For every 2 jobs, there's only 1 worker. That's more prominent even in our industry, and that might bump 1 more forward. Yeah, there we go. Hey, guess what? Insurance isn't one of those things that you grow up to be, usually. Right? We grow up to be doctors, we grow up to be lawyers, firemen, to be in the trades in some circumstances. We don't grow up to be underwriters. I've been doing this for a year. I still don't exactly know what an underwriter does. And so there's just not a lot of natural interest, and that makes a lot of sense. Layered on top of this, and this is something that we all deal with, is an aging workforce, especially in those years going into the pandemic. It wasn't uncommon when I was at XCEL. Nearly half of the workforce at that time was eligible to retire in the next 10 years. And so then that puts a lot of pressure on an organization, both in terms of new talent pipeline, but also leadership development within the organization, make sure that you can backfill these senior management roles. So just a quick overview of Pinnacle's program. Again, this is an employer-sponsored 3-year registered apprenticeship model. And I do want to highlight the registered apprenticeship piece. They're registered tracks with the U.S. Department of Labor. The curriculum is registered. It's a standard, right? And there's a lot that goes into that. But our folks felt that it was worth the investment for the apprentices so that they have a credential that is transferable. And it's also a curriculum that is of quality that our coaches internally can plug into. And it just kind of supports the whole ecosystem. One of those registered tracks, by the way, some of these are like risk management, underwriting, that kind of stuff. There's some IT stuff, but there's also a cybersecurity track. Who would have thought? But that's where we're at today. Started in 2017, came in hot with some pretty large cohorts, learned some lessons. Now those cohorts each year are about 12 to 15 in size. Nearly 70 apprentices have come through the program since 2017, which makes it one of the largest youth apprenticeship programs, non-trade programs in the state. And you see the breadth of education partners there, 24 high schools, across 8 school districts in the metro area. That's where we're at. And 7 post-secondary institutions go bust. All right, next slide. And here's some outcomes. 1 in 4 are hired by Pinnacle. That's an acceptable range for us. You know, a tick under what you might see in some European models, but that's just a maturity thing. But I look at this chart and I say, well, 70, that's a success story for 70%. Because either they're getting hired by Pinnacle or they're using this experience as a springboard directly into the workforce or into college. I won't spend too much time on here. This is more meant for employers. But I think the takeaway here as we do talk to employers is, yeah, what's the secret sauce? Well, the secret sauce is to support the darn thing. You got to have dedicated staff. You just do. And so that's our model. We've got 2 sort of manager level supervisors that will take, let's say, take a cohort of 12. We split those into 2. So now you've got supervisor 6 and 6. And then within that, we've got coaches within the organization. So at any given time, 25 to 30 coaches that are working with the apprentices. And again, it's a leadership development opportunity for many of them. And they range in a lot of different experiences. And we want to make sure that the apprentices have access to varied levels of experience. This isn't like an internship, go fetch me some coffee kind of thing. But these supervisors also coach the coaches. So they're supported too. And it's creating multiple points of contact and support within the ecosystem, you could call it that way. Work with CareerWise very closely on technical support, recruiting, program management, curriculum, those kind of things. And then I think you mentioned that the partnerships with the school districts are really, really important. Want to go on to the next one, Brian? I won't spend much time on this. Year 1, it's a lot of introduction to basic things, presentation skills, conflict management, customer service. Moving into year 2, we're introducing multiple pathways, multiple coaches, really kind of getting the breadth of the organization. In year 3, trying to identify a path and hopefully an opportunity for, for a full-time hire. And I think Glenn touched on this well. What are the benefits for the apprentices? Look, we're creating pathways. This is an hourly program, but it's above minimum wage, which is attractive, and the opportunity also to earn college credit and to get a substantive stipend there from Pinnacle, and building resumes early, both in skills and also introduction into various industry segments. And then this is the last slide. The ROI is important. Again, because they're hourly positions, we can measure ROI year 1, even if they drop out. But there's other benefits to the organization, right? I mentioned the leadership development piece. It frees up space and time for other leaders to focus on stepping up or leveling up in their career. Where there's also, we've all been in that spot where, I need somebody for a year, maybe 2, to do this thing, and then I no longer need, like, when am I going to have that person do, right? We all struggle with that, this analysis and paralysis saying, having apprentices within the organization have a steady flow really is nice flexibility to have. Or maybe there's a short-term leave situation where apprentices can step in, and then they find opportunity. We've got a couple of apprentices that are actually managing now other apprentices within the organization, which is exciting to see. And then last I would mention, I think it's been mentioned a couple of times, connecting with the community. We do see this as a community investment in a way to connect with those that we serve. 85% of all of the apprentices that have come through Pinnacle's program identify themselves as a representative of BIPOC communities. And so while it's not the silver bullet to our DEI initiatives and goals, it's certainly a segment of it. And I don't think that was even intentional. It was just kind of an organic growth that has really fed into the overall culture of what we're doing. So I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, happy to answer those, but otherwise I appreciate y'all for being here. All right, thank you.
Guys, thank you so much for doing that. That's so cool. He worked really hard to put this together, and I know that there was we heard a lot of other people talking about you doing this morning. So we appreciate that so much. So now we're going to talk about energy, and this is really interesting. I've got a lot of eyebrow raises about having Adam Frisch as our keynote speaker today. The first time we had Adam on the show about a year ago, he talked about energy. It got brought up during the show, and I was so taken back by what he had to say. I was literally speechless. Do you know how often Sarah Blackbirds are speechless? It was a weird moment on air for me. But I was so impressed with what he had to say. I asked him back, and him and I have been having this discussion for a really long time. I wanted you to hear it. I wanted you to understand it. It's some of the things that he has said has helped me in doing what I do and sort of formulating how we approach this subject. And I appreciate what a great friend Adam has been to Action 22. He reached out early on, and you always expect these guys who run for office to sort of fall off after a while, and Adam's never done that. He always shows up, and I appreciate him, and we appreciate him so much. Please help me welcome Adam Frisch.
Thank you. This is not the time to convince everyone to join Greenpeace, I guess, is that right, Sarah? I am Adam Frisch. If I ever write a book, it's going to be called this, Burdened with Facts. And it's really, really frustrating to get involved in a political conversation and speak truth to constituents, which is the definition of leadership to me. And what we're missing in this whole conversation is this realism, and which is tied to leadership. So I made a comment kind of off the top of my mind to Sarah at an Action 22 podcast. And this is the only quasi-partisan, if people want to read through that. And my comment was, there might be some people that don't believe that there's a climate crisis, which I do going on. But the real problem in the conversation in Colorado and the United States is there's a heck of a lot more people that don't understand the math of what we need to do and how long it's going to take and the sacrifices that are needed to be made and the inputs and infrastructure that we're going to need to really see this happen. And this is where the real problem is going to lie. And one of the things I realized early on is that when we have a president of any party begging Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and Iran for help, we need to have one energy policy. And when we're done begging countries like that for help, we can have another conversation. So I'm just going to through a couple of facts of data where we are. Just real quick, 1950, this is where we were. The brown is what we produce in the country. This is the invention. We had some big kick up here and movement here with some of the fracking and everything. The blue is what we're consuming. You can see that we're actually producing a little bit more now than we were before. And exports and imports are down here. And even though we're exporting more than we're importing these days, for those to get into it, there's not all oil, as most people know, is oil. There's oil that we produce here that we cannot use here. There's oil that we don't produce here that we need to use here. So there are some things that are moving around. But here's kind of where we are from 1950. This is the green line. These are not my colors, but it was probably put in there on purpose. And this is coming from the Energy Institute of America. It's a government entity, so this is not Fox News or MSNBC conversations going on. And so here we are roughly now, and in 2030, I think President Biden has talked about this green being 50%, and right now it's 20. And in 2050, it's supposed to be 100%. So this somehow is going to go from here to all green in 2050. And this is the words that are coming out of the administration's mouth, but when you actually read their paperwork, they're saying this is not going to happen. And some people either don't want to believe it, or they're scared to actually speak truth to constituents. And it's causing us a problem because it's getting hotter, it's getting drier. As someone who's focused on southern and western Colorado, there's a lot of conversation we're all having, there's a soil health conversation we're all having. And this is all part of that conversation. So we can flip to the next one. This is just really fun. We were founded in 1776 as a country. From this graph, we have as much wood stored in the used as we do in hydro. Obviously, there's been some inventions that are coming up here. And again, so somehow we need the focus is getting us to go from 21% now to 100% in 2050. And this is where I start to get burdened with my facts and trying to figure out how to get the conversation going. Please. And I'm going to give a couple, these are kind of quick. There's this whole energy transformation going on. There's a lot of permitting conversations happening. There are studies that show, and I can give everyone the data where it comes from, the country needs about 200,000 miles of additional power lines in the country to produce the energy that we need to do by the numbers of 2030 and 2050. And the country produces, we approve 1,800 miles a year. So in 103 years, at the current trajectory of permitting, we're going to be ready to have that energy be moved around, because where it's produced, it's not where it gets used. And there's been some interesting studies, and the Western Slope is not going to be part of a massive solar wind conversation. But southern Colorado and eastern Colorado have been defined by wind patterns and sun patterns. There's a huge opportunity to do stuff. And to me, this is an additive. Whether you want to talk about the transition or additive, we have to figure out how to put, it's kind of all of the above and all hands on deck. Lithium batteries. I heard this comment from a billionaire green investor who wants to spend all of his money only on green energy investing. And his comment is all the lithium that's known in the world, not what's been mined, what's been known, but just where it is anywhere in the world, has the maximum ability to produce 5% of what's needed in the batteries anytime we're talking about these lithium battery conversations. And so the lithium battery is going to be medium-term lived. There's just not enough lithium around to produce this conversation. And I think someone from XCEL is going to come up and talk about some iron batteries and some other conversations as well. And there's the same thing that's happening in copper. There's just not enough copper that we know in the world. And this goes back to another conversation as we flip forward. 2 weeks ago, anyone who has time to spend time at the Colorado School of Mines, it's never a minute wasted. They had a critical minerals conference a week ago, and it was really, really informative. And there's a little bit of critical minerals going on in western and southern Colorado, not a lot. But these are all been talked about, copper and nickel and cobalt and lithium and the rare earths that's been coming up about all the stuff. This stuff is needed for us to try to get into the electrification conversation. And this is where things are being processed. 90% of what we need has to be processed in China. No one in the United States wants to open up a process. No one in the United States wants to have a conversation about the whole mining. Everyone thought that we were getting out of mining with coal. But for us to get into this electrification conversation in a serious and authentic level, someone still needs to be in the mining business. And we have to figure out where we are. So this is what's being extracted. And if you want to, and as everyone understands, I think people have seen some of these pictures. I don't have an electric car, I'm a big fan of them. But you do not want to see lithium coming out of the country of Congo. and how it's being produced and how it's coming here. So it's produced in Congo, and not a very fun way, and gets shipped off to China, and then it comes back to all of us here in the United States. And so I'm just kind of wondering and this goes back to a little bit about the construction business and the trade business. And one of the worst things we ever did was to kind of de-emphasize or get rid of shop. And the amount of licensed master welders we're going to need, and plumbers and electricians, is astronomical to figure out how to get all this stuff going on. So let's go to the next one, Brian, please. This is a quick little thing about the jobs. It's hard to kind of see the details, but this is Colorado, right? A lot of things happening here. We can look at the job growth by sector down here. The electric gentrification is increasing about 1% a year, and the traditional energies the job growth is at almost 12% a year. So this idea that the energy and job sector is going away is just not true, as much as some people in the state capitol would love to see that happen. Right, go to the next one. So I will just go over one of the conversations we're running into about this energy transition, and this was in the AP report. I was shocked to hear this as well. And let me say this: the exact same conversation I'm having here, I've had in Boulder. I'm not sure if I had the slide in there or not. And in Aspen. So I'm not speaking to you guys in Club 20 with this presentation, and I have a Greenpeace presentation when I'm talking to the blue areas of our district. I'm getting beat up left and right, more on the left than on the right these days. And so this is the conversation that we're having, and this goes back to the conversation we're having. And go to the next slide, if you don't mind. And so one of my biggest concerns is that Colorado, just start at the bottom for this one, is Colorado in the country following California's of exporting guilt. California has pretty much shut down its domestic energy production.
But was it? I can speak about battery. The battery? Am I back? Okay. California's pretty much got out of the energy production business. And we here in Colorado are kind of going through that same stuff with these traditional things. And so now, 15% of California's energy is coming from the Amazon rainforest. And in 2020, about 50% of the crude oil that came from Ecuador, Peru, and Colombia was exported to California. And I can't think of two better places to actually produce energy than in Colorado and California because of our regulations. And I think we should be proud, because most of the people I talk in energy production, they are proud that we have a high bar. But if you make the bar so high, a regulatory environment, people are going to go elsewhere. And I'm not sure how the global climate has helped by us leaving Exxon and going to the Saudi Arabian oil companies. I don't understand how us chasing away Colorado and California regulatory laws and going to Wyoming and Utah and New Mexico. And Colorado has a 2040 hope. Colorado's goal is to be 100% renewable by 2040. And to our credit, Colorado's actually at about 37 or something percent in renewable energy, which we should be really proud of, that we're at that level. But the next 53%, the question is it going to come in the same model of California, which is we just shut things down here, and as long as we get it from somewhere outside of my district or outside of my state, I can show a great slide that shows that we're not in the bad energy production anymore, but we're still using it. And this is my concern, that Colorado is following it, just like I think Colorado used to be a top 5, top 10 job generator, business incubator space. And now I think we're somewhere in our 30s. You want to go to the next one, Brian? So here's the headlines that are coming out of Colorado lately, which is exactly where California was before, going in there. And I think there's some really interesting things happening, and I'll talk about some of the great things we're additive to. But what I'm concerned about, we still need energy to be used, we still need power, we still need electricity. And I'm just worried that from a national security standpoint, from an economic conversation, and there's two parts of it.
economic, why don't you go ahead? So this is my real focus, which is, at the end of the day, how can we advance the discussion of supporting Colorado in the face of, at the end of the day, there's powerful people in Colorado and DC, and there's still a majority of people that are in this situation that I think are talking us moving forward. In DC, over the next 20 years, is probably going to yin and yang between the two different political parties. And we always hear for those that are in business or in industry, especially in mining and energy, whether it's solar energy, wind energy, or natural gas, the longevity of the rules being consistent is so key. And DC is going to flip back and forth, but I think we all need to realize Colorado is going to be on this path for quite some time. This is just where the state is of the direction of going. And from a national security standpoint, I think we're on the wrong track. One of the saddest things is, from an economic standpoint, is I think there's a lot of people, and again, I'm trying to figure out, after spending time in Aspen and Brooklyn County, being involved in a lot of green conversations, spending time in Action 22, Club 20, the great work that Ray Beck is doing up in the Joel conversation. And now I'm having a similar but different conversation with people. And we have to figure out, one group is blaming the other people for not understanding the crisis, the other group is blaming not understanding the math. And I think we're just spinning our wheels. We have to figure out how to move the needle. So my challenge to all of us is really, how do we move the needle, get people together, and not kumbaya, but really listen to what's going on. You know, I'm kind of stuck because right now, my understanding is there's a lot of people in Denver, their view is there's good energy and bad energy, and besides no other variables. And I talk about meeting electrician in Rangeley who's working at a local hotel, and he's making $17 an hour. And a year ago, he was making $62 an hour doing the exact same electrician work. He just happened to be working in the natural gas field. And he understands that the private sector is judging this stuff around. But when you tell that story to a lot of important people in Denver and in DC, it falls on deaf ears, and they just shrug. And what they hear is, stay away from your job, and in 5 years, we'll come around with a solar truck and take care of everything. And this guy is pretty much being told to quit his job by the people from Boulder County in Denver and DC, who probably use 5 times as much energy per capita as the men and the women actually in the traditional energy sector. And we wonder why there's so much frustration out there, and just a lack of appreciation and understanding of what goes on. And here's where we come to, you know, it's time for an authentic reporting. This goes back to the leadership conversation about the two sides. We have a great proud history of energy production, but we have all this exciting additive options that offer us. So to Paul's credit, he has made a lot of investment in trying to get this geothermal conversation off and running. There's a lot of people who are having this conversation between the geothermal and the nuclear conversation. And I'm happy to talk about this a little bit, but without a doubt, this is an easier conversation in the local communities than this. This conversation works up in Northwest Colorado pretty easily. I think it's pretty obvious that 85% of the people are all in on watching what's happening in the micronuclear power plant that's being designed and hopefully built soon up in Wyoming by Bill Gates' Terra Power Company. Everyone's watching. I know there's a nuclear conversation going on down in Pueblo, which is a trickier conversation. Let me just say that. For those of us sitting in DC, my view would be any company, any community that wants to go for it, go for it. Any community that really doesn't want it, I'm not going to try to force it down their throat. But the math doesn't work without this, just as a side note. It just doesn't. If carbon reduction isn't a real key. But geothermal, in the country, 90% of the optimal geothermal assumptions is supposed to be somewhere in the 4 western states that we're all in here. Like, there's a huge option. And the other great thing about the geothermal is that it requires pretty much the same expertise as what people call fracking. Now, they call it stimulating in the geothermal world, but you are taking big pipes that are sitting around here not being used, going underground, but instead of blasting a lot of chemicals, you're putting in water. Instead of pulling out natural gas, you're pulling out hot water and air and steam that has a chance to do a lot of great stuff. And so we have a workforce in Colorado, and we have the physical assets sitting around here to get involved in this. And to Bose's credit, he's working on this. The School of Mines is very involved in it. The problem is, the most recent example of this is up in Chaffee County. And people have been trying for 50 years, which is Buena Vista. And we're having the exact same conversation of not in my backyard. And I appreciate the views from Mount Princeton are beautiful, and Buena Vista is beautiful. But, and the same thing with the transmission lines. Nobody wants to have the transmission lines. And I go back to, like, at what point can we figure out how to produce some kind of energy? Because we don't need to go back, but we saw the graph at the very start of the energy consumption. Even during COVID, basically the whole country basically shut down for minimally 6 months, no matter where you were. We had a bit of a drop in the energy consumption, but it didn't go down 80%. Like, people really need to go back to the year 1357 to get back to where we can probably get to as far as the power. I think someone from XCEL is going to talk about this iron battery plant in Pueblo. Is that person here? Or I think they might. Okay, yeah. I don't want to steal your thunder, but I just want to make a case again for the economic opportunities in southern Colorado, especially in Pueblo. I shouldn't even touch base about this, but there's really exciting stuff that's happening beyond what's going on with this lithium thing. And I would say that there's always carbon capture conversations, which is fun. And so I'm not sure if there's a nerve line. That's it. Okay. So I'm happy to take a couple questions. I'll be driven by Sarah, but I wanted to give a couple quick facts to get to you. I want you to know, again, I'm here to say to this as the same people I tell everyone else I'm going. But the real question is, we've spent enough time as a country and as a state complaining and blaming the other side. We need to figure out how to get people together. Otherwise, we're not moving the needle. And I am still concerned that in Colorado, there's one party, and every day that they're open, it helps me let it go, so I'm going to say that. Those blue comments about not understanding the math is going to be the driving force with a lot of elected and powerful people for a generation. And whether that's good or bad, we can have that conversation later on, but that's the facts. The question is, how do we move the needle to make sure that we have some realism about how to make sure that Colorado remains a world leader in energy production, regardless of what the sector is. So I'll leave it there. So thank you all very much. Commissioner, yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, actually, very much for this presentation. I haven't had a chance to meet you before, and I deeply, deeply appreciate your bravery, frankly, in putting this up, because when you try to have these conversations, and I'm a Republican, it just goes absolutely nuts, and I can't even get a word in edgewise, and I'm this dangerous, horrible person and all these kinds of things. So thank you. Maybe they'll actually try to listen to you. They won't listen to me, because the pathway we're trying to take to get to full electric is not possible. It isn't possible. And so I appreciate deeply that you have some bravery here to say this. The cobalt mines in Congo are predominantly mined by child slave labor. So if you're buying an electric car, you have a reasonable chance that you have contributed to child slave labor that drives me nuts. That's anti-freedom. People need to be free, and drives me bananas. And for those that believe in man-made global warming, I try to tell them the number one most important thing you can do is boycott Chinese products, because they're putting up a new coal plant every week and they're not scrubbing. And the second thing I'd like to say is, if you actually believe in that issue, we should take manufacturing back to the United States. And by the way, if we were to fire it all with coal plants, which we don't even have to do, we could use natural gas, but if we were to fire it all with coal plants, because we scrub, moving that production from China to the United States would reduce carbon dioxide production by 20%, even in using coal in the U.S. And I wish we could have that realistic conversation.
No, thank you. From a congressional level, Mary Piccola is a Democratic congressperson for the whole state, and she's getting beat up for the Willow, so supporting the Willow conversation for those who know about it, and being pro-energy. There's 3 people in there that are kind of sticking to the ground that I see myself going to. But I'm also concerned about the Colorado aspect, because the Colorado laws are still going to generate a lot of the conversation all over the state. And I'm just trying to figure out how do you have a constructive conversation and move this needle. And I do think that outsourcing of guilt is just a sad thing that goes on. If the country was importing solar power from Sweden and wind power from Denmark, it'd be a really interesting conversation about where we should get our stuff and economic trade-offs for jobs. But we're shutting things down here and getting the exact same type of energy from places that are not helping our economy, they're certainly not helping the global climate, and they're not helping our national security.
We can do 2 more questions. More questions? Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jason Nagy. I was in the Leadership Academy here for Action 22.
Right, thank you for doing that.
No, thank everybody. Part of it is the actual organizational putting the sides together. And what I've found in this participation is these business chambers, you mentioned Club 20, there's also Pro 15 up in the Northeast. The opportunity exists with the framework, and it's kind of like your layers of decision-making, organizational, political process of this. But the community participation in the planning processes, from county level, board meeting on up, it's those dynamics we're trying to get at in an economic development plan. It's not just about the math on the, climate or just the finance pieces. It's that holistic growth of the economy and education systems, happiness factor, which we don't want to talk about. So I'm just, looking at that in terms of the engagement with the state of Colorado and the roles of these business chambers in that process that you're talking about over the next, you talk about the 18-month period. What needs to happen at the state level, the federal level with these 3 business chamber organizations?
As the commissioner said, the sad problem is when the county commissioners from El Paso or Club 20 or Chevron show up at the state capitol, they're blown off. And the onus, and I'm not trying to be super person here, but the onus is probably going to be on trying to get people, if there's a get stuff done party, I'll be not party, I would make that comment very clearly. And I was independent for years. But the onus is on some Democrats that are willing to stand up and speak truth to the constituents and either come up with alternative math to try to figure out how to have this conversation. Because the credibility in this bipartisan, which just sucks, but some people need to stand up that are going to be surprising to hear what people have to say to probably move the needle. And right now, there's just not enough of us because I feel like I'm in a little robo. And I am making some traction for some other reasons, because I really don't want to get into the political conversation, but my voice is being heard above normal, which is all great, and I'm trying to tell these stories, and I appreciate the friendly audience here mostly, but I am having the same conversation with some really liberal groups about stuff, and I'm just trying to bring them up to speed on kind of where we are, and try to figure out how to do it. But until that happens, and it goes back to the incentives, there's just no incentive for anyone in the state capitol to really stand up and do this. And half of them probably believe it, and the other half don't want to believe it, and they're afraid. And it goes back to me, life's about making decisions, leadership's about making hard decisions, and it's really hard when you're in this kind of role, Benedict, to stand up and say, hey, listen, men and women, I appreciate I'm supposed to think like this, but I don't, and I'm kind of, I'm working with facts, and I'm happy to continue to learn and change course, but as I keep on reading about this stuff, I just don't see it happening. And I'm just really concerned that the Colorado structure there, and again, there's a lot of great stuff happening. Again, Colorado's 2x in renewable energy production and usage. It's all great. And we have some really well-performing traditional energy companies that are doing stuff. All they're asking for is just keep the goalposts the same for 10 or 15 or 20 years and let us try to kick the ball to there. I don't care how wide or short or tall you make the goalposts. Just plant the sucker and let us work around that. But at some point, there's a breaking point that even anyone who's following the best rules in the country, and Colorado and California have or had the best rules in the country, but at some point, you start chasing people away, and I just think we went overboard. And I'm not sure how to move that, but there's an onus on the small group of us that come from one side, and I hate talking about that, to really stand up and willing to have those conversations. And again, there's a climate crisis of ethnic pollution. We have a lot of, and water and soil health are the two best conversations of how to get people around the table in southern and western Colorado, which is our number one goal, outside of the rest of the rural parts of Colorado, those 8 counties can fend for themselves. We can just line up there. So it's Boone County. I'm worried about everyone else is in this. The fact that there's not an economic conversation, not just about jobs, but there's a difference in people's mentality when they're paying $3 versus $4 a gallon of gas. And proposals can't be for punching it, but I don't want to get involved in that even here. But just from a policy standpoint, we are not doing the right thing. We're not concerned for the climate, we're not concerned for our economy. I'll leave it at that. Sarah and Brian, thank you very much for everything.
Did I tell you? You're going to be surprised. It wasn't what you expected, right? So we're going to take a break. Everybody need a break? Yes. Let's take a whole lot of other things going on at the same time as this is going on. So we appreciate you guys being here. Our numbers are a little bit smaller, of course, but we are recording all of this, and so it'll go up on Making Action Happen. And we'll let you know. It's such an important discussion that we're having. We hope that when you see this up and you pick whichever meant the most, but that you turn around and share these different segments of what we're doing. So here's the rest of the day for us. We're going to hear about this amazing carbon capture feasibility study that's going on. This is super cool. If you were in there and you saw their diagram they have a thing. Model. Thank you.
It's called a model.
Thank you. It's a model. It's really interesting, but this goes right along with what we're already discussing, is how we move forward, what's the right way to do this. And then after that, we're going to hear from Tyler Smith. There's a whole lot of projects going on with XCEL, and you're only getting tiny little snippets of everything that's actually being done. So Tyler is going to talk about that. Then we have an energy panel and Micah is going to moderate the energy panel. So he's going to compete with me to be a Socratic bully on that. And then we'll finish. We will have, you can grab some lunch here and do the tour. We have a tour if you haven't got to do that. So, and then we'll wrap it up. That would be your day. So you guys can do whatever. You guys notice we don't do swag and we don't do all that kitschy stuff, but we go overboard on our food. So please help us out in that direction. So with that, I want to turn it over to John Brown and his team to talk about this whole carbon capture thing.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everyone. I'm John Brown. I'm the External Relations Director for Carbon America. I have the honor to represent a collaborative that is Project EOS. We are a DOE-funded project. It's a 3-year feasibility study to explore the potential to develop a commercial carbon storage for southern Colorado. Adam touched on that. We're going to get deeper. Next slide. I was here yesterday afternoon. I really love the theme around why leadership matters, and so I did accommodate my slides last night and this morning to address some of my thoughts. And I think one of the biggest important factors of leadership is vision. It's a burden and a blessing that you can see things before others do, and then getting that buy-in. I want to quote a couple of my favorite leaders. One of them is Robert Gates. He was the former Secretary of State under President Bush, and he served for Obama. He was also a CIA director, and one of my family friends was friends with him when he was in the CIA. He also was president of Texas A&M University. He stresses that leadership is not always about building consensus. He says, consensus means you've chewed on an idea so long that it loses taste.
So sometimes being a leader means making the tough decisions that are the right decision, but will not please everyone. And I think that's important when you guys consider the energy decisions you need to make as a community. There is no way you're going to reach consensus. You're going to have to be pragmatic, data-driven, and make good choices. Next slide. So another thing that I think about leadership and vision is, I love Wayne Gretzky. He says, I skate where the puck is going to be. And I think carbon capture and storage is an opportunity to skate where the puck's going to be. And when we talk about your energy transition and your options, I think Adam did a great job of talking about the math and the political complications in that, so we'll get into that. Next slide. I have a 20-year experience working in food, energy, and water, which makes me quite uniquely qualified to help a community like you make these decisions. Some of you may be aware of the food energy nexus, but I want to describe it to you like kind of the challenge we have on a macro level as a world. Only 1% of the water is drinkable. If we have the same amount of water since the dinosaurs have existed, the demand is going up exponentially. There's many factors, obviously, as you know. Industrial use is going up considerably. For instance, right now, there is a water shortage in Mexico. You might be surprised. Why? It's because they've become the #1 exporter of beer. So right now, I'm not kidding, they are drinking. So is that sustainable? We'll have to discuss those things. Food, obviously, 70% of our water use goes to food production. We heard from the Farm Bureau yesterday about the rising challenge that we have. Lower number of farmers who have lower number of farmable land, who have increasing pressure that they can do higher crop yield using less water, less soil, and feed more people. Energy production is very important to food production. There's about 25% of energy production in the world goes to food production. The other thing with energy, right now globally, 50% of energy production requires high water use. So why this is an interdependent cycle that we need to think about. That is the macro issues we're considering. And they came up yesterday. For instance, water, you guys brought up Prop HH. You know, how do you handle property taxes? How that will influence the services that you can provide, like water. So that's why it's so important. I know I talked to Antonio with Hickenlooper's office. He told me that some of the more rural areas are really struggling with their water systems to keep up with demand, especially wastewater treatment. There are solutions. I want to be optimistic, but these are the challenges. For instance, I worked on the water project in San Diego. They are now going to recycle 30% of their wastewater back into the drinking system. This was a requirement because 80%, I know you said that, that's why it took 25 years. She said, ew. That's why it took 25 years for that project to be approved. It started in the early 90s, the idea. I was thankful enough was there in 2018 when construction started. They actually had to do taste tests throughout the community. Astronauts have been drinking their pee for decades. It works. So there is promise. Here's the thing with wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment can become a renewable energy source. The methane can be captured. You can run 90% of the wastewater treatment facility. You can treat the water to be clean enough to drink. The biosolid then can be cleaned to a Class A biosolid that can be used in agriculture and can be sold as a commodity. So these are kind of the win-win solutions that are possible. Energy, real quick, just personal note, my father worked in nuclear energy. He also worked in renewable energy. He built the first building at NREL in Golden. He won a Department of Energy award for that. So I've been talking energy my whole life. My grandfather worked in oil and gas for 44 years. And back to agriculture, my father was my other grandfather was a sheep herder and rancher in rural Utah. My mother's from a town of 1,500 people, so I'm connected to that. In fact, my aunt lives right now. She's retired in the house that my great-grandfather built at age 17 for his bride. It still stands. He built it in 1892 before building codes. You would notice there's some uneven things. But it's, I'm proud of that heritage, and I understand the pride that you have in your rural communities, and, I support, what you're going through, and I'm glad that we want to be a partner in your community, work with you shoulder to shoulder. Next slide. So, what is carbon capture and storage? We could spend 2 hours on this slide, and just trust me, it's layers of an onion. I'm going to go high level for now. We'll keep the education going, but the high level is that the kind that we're talking about today mostly is point source capture. You have an industrial facility, we can put on existing emerging technologies that are traditionally put on the emission stack that can separate the CO2 from the emissions. Then there's a process where we do some cleansing and pressurization to the CO2. We transport it by underground pipeline to a specific injection zone. We inject it at least 4,000 feet underground. That metal casing, it's high-grade casing and cement. It's like a big metal straw, and that allows us to make sure the CO2 only goes into the intended geologic zone where it will be trapped under rock and start to mineralize with the sandstones and salmon aquifers. This protects underground sources of drinking water, and it's a very complex process. I know you're going to have a lot of questions, but we're going to move on for now. Next slide. The U.S. Department of Energy has a vision that, in addition, I think Adam did a great job of understanding the fuzzy math in terms of, while there's ambition to go green fast, the reality is there's going to be transitional technologies that help us achieve what we want as communities in our energy and carbon management. And so there are some exciting things happening. Carbon Safe is the current feasibility study that we're going to talk a lot about today. That's with the School of Mines and Los Alamos Laboratory. We'll get to that. That's the study of the geology of looking for the ideal location to store CO2. It's very important to find the right geology. You can't just bury this in your backyard. We'll get to that. We also just, with the University of Illinois, have been announced and awarded to do a feasibility study on a regional DAC hub. Direct air capture is when you build a large fan system and filtration system that basically is like a giant vacuum that sucks CO2 directly out of the air. We have also applied for 2 carbon capture pilots. This would be on real facilities in the public community where we would test Carbon America's proprietary technology, which is cryogenic based. Basically, we can freeze the pollution and turn it into a dry ice. We can capture CO2 plus all the other pollutants like NOx and SOx. Pretty revolutionary. It's years away from commercial development, but very exciting. We're hopeful to hear in January if one or both of these are awarded, but a very exciting opportunity for us to become, and Pueblo, a proving ground of how you can, another alternative to an energy future where you can decarbonize your industrial processes, protect jobs, economic development, and reach your net zero goals. Next slide. So I mentioned we're really fortunate to have really the A team in science and operations. The mines brings obviously prestigious expertise in geology research. They'll be helping us with a lot of the rock physics and geomechanics. We have Nikita here who can talk in more detail to that. Carbon America, we have on-staff geologists as well, who's a co-principal investigator. But what we bring to the table is that commercial operations. We'll be doing all of the permitting and construction to build the test drill that we need to do the science experiments, which we'll get to in a minute. And then Los Alamos Laboratory, they have obviously very prestigious scientists. They're also going to be helping us particularly with the pipeline lead study and also the carbon capture. I'll go to the next slide and I'll explain more. So just a little bit about what DOE's Carbon Safe Initiative is. We've invested over $2 billion, and their goal is to look for regional sites across the country that can store 50 million metric tons or more, as a catalyst to decarbonizing communities while helping sustain industrial businesses in the community. Next slide. So pretty exciting for us. We received $32.6 million. This is a 3-year feasibility study. We will be doing a lot of, like I said, detailed geology studies. We're going to, prepare 2 Class 6 permit applications for the well. These kind of CO2 injection wells are regulated by the EPA. Class 6 is their most stringent requirements. In fact, they're more stringent than injecting hazardous waste into the ground. It's about a 1,000-page application. We've been told, it has to be our best work. What did we hear yesterday? They're going to be receiving dozens of these, and they're only going to approve a handful. I mean, it's a very rigorous process, but we have, like I said, an 18. We feel very confident. We're also going to work on, as we're building out the feasibility for pipeline and the emissions, we want to engage with the community about what are the community benefits that can be explored for this, and also job training. We're so excited to hear about, one of our dreams, and that this does go to full capacity construction, is we want to help bring that pipeline of new clean tech jobs, engage with your local students, allow them to gain desirable skill set and stay in the community. I know that was another thing that Mr. Henderson from the Farm Bureau said. Your most precious export right now is your kids, right? They're leaving because they don't have, and so we're hoping we can help with that too. It's very early on, we don't know, because again, it's feasibility, but our dream is that we can build this ecosystem of a project that benefits a lot, just for the community. So like I said, the outcome would be we have a shovel-ready project. And what's really exciting, if we go through this whole process and we do it right, DOE now has a phase 4 construction grant, which we can get up to 50% of the infrastructure costs covered by the DOE. So that could, I think, be a really great incentive to make this, to have momentum and potential for you guys. Next slide. So this is somewhat big, and it's intentional, because with the debate on federal funding right now, DOE is supposed to write us a check very soon. We are going to get it, but the timing is not exactly determined. But basically, this gives you a high-level view of what we'll be working on. The first step is what I said. It's all anchored by having the right geology, so that's where we start. And then we'll go through the regulatory permitting process and the feasibility studies. All along the while, and you can see on the bottom, community engagement is very key to this. Excuse me. We want to establish an advisory committee. We're just the stewards of this DOE funding, and we're here to facilitate a feasibility to help your community decide if this is something you want to do. And what's so wonderful is we're going to use federal tax dollars to get the technical assessment you need. We're going to be able to know the environmental, the regulatory, the social aspects of what this project would mean for your community. And what you're going to have is a full shovel-ready project that you as a committee can decide if you want to move forward with. We want to help engage with you and work with you so you can make that informed decision. Next slide. So where are we today? Like I said, our next milestone is to collect 3D seismic data. We have earmarked a site for our first target, and I'll get to that in a minute on the next slide. I'll stay here though. I'll stay here. It's in El Paso County. So as a stand, we've been talking to Ryan Purcell and your planning department. So our permitting is through the new ECMC, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It's the former Oil and Gas Commission, but that change was made over the summer to be an acknowledgement that carbon management and geothermal projects are a consideration or an emphasis of the state. So, like I said, we start with geologic storage. We're actually going to start placing our equipment next week in an area outside of Chico Basin Ranch. It was like, 40 miles northeast of Pueblo. And then again, the next station, we've been in discussions with your local emitters. Obviously, they're very interested. There's a lot of technical and environmental and regulatory questions and hurdles, but we're having those conversations, and we're excited about that potential. And then, when we advance and we know where emission sources are, then we can engage the community and working together on what are the right pipeline routes, and take into consideration the different community needs in terms of avoiding wetlands or important parks or other considerations that we can be mindful of. Next slide. Like I said, we're going to start our seismic work. Seismic work is basically, you'll see, we take kind of like a sonogram on the ground to get imagery, and we're going to start that next week. In that general area, about 25 square miles is the target location for the geology. Next slide. We're on state lands, and that was picked intentionally for a couple of reasons. One, the geology. Two, we wanted to be away from community centers. And then also, the State Land Board has recently created a new carbon management policy, and if this project potentially can become a new revenue source for state schools, just as an example, to date, state lands revenue have generated $61 million for public schools in Preble County alone. There's many other counties, and so we're kind of excited by that potential that could be another community co-benefit, is that we're raising education funds for the state of Colorado. Next slide. Just real quick, if you're not familiar with seismic surveys, basically we put these little receivers out there. The first step is these little geophones, or just little small machinery, and then we intentionally make sound waves that these nodes pick up. Next slide. Here again, here's just kind of example. It's not very intrusive process. We did an environmental survey before we went out there. There were no environmental concerns that we needed to address to bring these trucks out. It's a pretty rural area. It's pretty, I don't know if you've ever been out to T-Road Ranch, but it's not much out there. Next slide. So this is just one example of the type of data it will give us, and we'll use this data to determine where we want to put our, what's called a geologic sampling well. Go to the next slide. So just keep in mind what we'll do. We will bring out like an oil and gas type drill rig. We're not doing any oil and gas recovery. We're not doing any CO2 injection. What we're doing is drilling a hole, and like I said, creating that large metal straw. It's obviously more sophisticated than that. It involves putting, sophisticated metal casing and cement so that we seal off from any underground sources of drinking water. And then what that does is it allows us to do all the science. And we'll do fluid samples, we'll take core samples, we'll do what's called wireline log data. They basically just drop instruments down into our straw, and so that they can take more accurate pictures of the underground geology. And we take all of that data to give us a really good understanding of what it looks like. And that's the work that the School of Mines will be doing very rigorously in partnership with our geologists. Like I said, because there are a lot that goes into the science to make sure we're in the right location. Obviously, we want to protect water. We don't want to create induced earthquakes or any seismic activity. And we need to make sure the CO2 stays trapped for 100 years or longer. That's the EPA requirements, that it stays there forever, basically. So we got to do a lot of science to prove that out. Next slide. So again, just kind of in closing quickly, we really do see this as an opportunity to provide you guys a feasibility study of what it would take if this is a path you want to move forward on, of what that would look like. We see it has community benefits. Like we said, we think there'll be job creation. We know short-term will be construction jobs, but even beyond that, we think there'll be new clean tech jobs that we can work with your trade schools and the education system here to feed those into local kids and transitional employees. We can bring global attention to this, and finally, as if we can establish the Pueblo, this whole corridor as a decarbonization community, this is an opportunity to attract other types of businesses that are looking for a plug and play, where the economies of scale. You know, one of the reasons why the DOE is funding these kind of hub projects is because it brings the cost down that if you have shared infrastructure among the different industrial emitters. So I have a whole team of people that will help me answer questions. That's the end of the presentation. So do we have time for questions, or are we going to keep going?
Yeah, we got time for one or two.
Out of curiosity, who's the weed? Like, who gave you permission to come in the Pueblo and do this?
The weed, I mean, as far as, well, before we even applied for the application, we went and talked to several community stakeholders, and there was interest from both industry, government, and community members. And so we did submit the application. And then from a permitting process, it's the Energy and Carbon Management Commission that gave us permission to do the test well in El Paso County. We did file a 30-day notification to El Paso County with Justin Kilgore in the planning department. He's been great. And, you know, again, we're just doing seismic feasibility. We'll be engaging with the community to make sure this is something that you want.
Like the mayor, city council?
We discussed that, we've met with different legislative and elected officials, but at this point, all we're doing is feasibility. We're just collecting some science to see if it's even potential. And if the science proves out, then it's time to have community discussions whether or not the community wants to do it. We are years away. We were probably 4 to 5 years away before a shovel ever hits the dirt. Okay, so there's lots of time to have the discussion, but to even have that discussion, we need to know if the geology even allows it. So we're just doing the geology as the first step to see if this is a potential for the community.
Yes, so you mentioned that you're interested in taking these emissions from point sources, production plants, factories, something like that. But your projected site is pretty far out east in El Paso County. So where would you get this? Where would you get these emissions from that you would try to sequester?
Well, I mean, we've identified, obviously, there's several emission sources in the region. And part of the feasibility study will be to engage to see which locations are good candidates. And there are a number of technical, environmental, and financial considerations to make those determinations. But essentially, at some point, they all will leave those facilities by pipeline and then head out of town in a pipeline to Northeast. If the geology plays out. That's what's so critical about this of positioning this as a feasibility study. Until we get the real geology, which we can't do until we drill the test well and permit streams down. The 3D seismic is nice, but it's kind of like taking a picture from space. But now we got to go visit the planet and make sure it looks like we think it looks like.
Are the emissions from natural gas power production viable as a source for you? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this.
Yes.
Because the only thing I can think of that would be producing large volume of emissions would be the Nixon power plant, which is the primary power plant for the city of Colorado Springs. And for whatever it's worth, Colorado Springs Utilities is does a lot of work in environmental things, predominantly in water and stuff, but also in emissions. So, but I can't. That's about the only source I can think of. They're still a long way away, but you might want to go just meet with the city.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple, capture technology is viable for a number of industries, including power plants, ethanol, steel, cement, ammonia, paper production, any manufacturing that requires like a kiln and a fire where you're CO2 is part of their cooking process I'll talk about, are potential. They all have a lot of different technical considerations of how pure, and some of them have lower CO2 stream purity, which makes them more technically challenging and more expensive. That is part of why we're doing the feasibility. Basically, these private entities and the community are getting federal funding to do that technical assessment to even see if it's viable, because often that's an obstacle right there. Just to do the engineering feasibility can be millions and millions of dollars. So what we'll be handing to these different emission sources is a technical, environmental, and financial assessment if it makes sense for them. Even with the grant funding, the other way that these projects are being funded is through the Inflation Reduction Act. It included a provision called the 45Q tax credit. It allows a $85 per metric ton tax credit for every metric ton of CO2 that we can prove to the government and the EPA is safely stored underground. Our business model is to share that tax revenue not only with the emitter to help offset the cost of their construction, which we also we anticipate, as we hope, there'll be other grants and private investment to support the construction project. It's also to support the landowners who will support the right-of-way for the pipeline and the injection source. What's really nice about our projects that doesn't show up on this is not like wind or solar power. We have a very low land impact. In fact, our facility will probably be smaller than this room, and the injection well is about 8 feet tall. So the surface can still be utilized for any existing uses, which includes agriculture, ranching, housing developments. Now, a lot of people don't want to live under CO2, but it's safe to do so. And so that's another benefit. The surface land can be reused for multiple purposes because we only need a small footprint to do the actual injection. It's another benefit of our projects.
I got one quick one.
Sure.
I'll go over my limit. Perfect world, this goes through, it's great, the study comes up. What's the possible local job impact? Because Pueblo is all about jobs, and I know that's a question they're gonna ask every time you get in front.
It's way too early for us to determine. It really depends on how many emitters. From a full-time job perspective, each, say, a mission source or operation could be a handful of employees. But it really will depend on, so it's not a huge job creator in the sense of the type of jobs. I mean, but it'll be like, 5 to 10 for each facility. It really depends on the makeup of the actual design of the system and how many emitters. I think the large potential that could happen is that we see is once you've established Pueblo as a regional decarbonization site, it's going to attract industry that can plug into, again, there's hydrogen, geothermal, that we talked about. There's these that will want to, because they can save on their infrastructure costs. It's actually cheaper for them to relocate and plug and play into a carbon capture system as opposed to trying to build it on their own. That is all to be seen. And that's why the feasibility study will give us an estimate of what we think the job creation will be, certainly during construction and all that. And that's why we'll know towards the end of the 3-year feasibility, because it will be based on all of the technical assessment, the environmental assessment, and which industrial emitters can participate. And we won't know until we get the science done. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pass this to Sarah. Get this together.
All right, guys, we've got 2 more things. So we're going to hear from Tyler, and then we're going to have this panel. So we'll get a little more interactive with both of those, or when we have Tyler. So we'll save questions for Tyler, and then we'll get on the panel. But so let me tell you, this legislative session was a tough one. We talked about that yesterday. Part of it is that it's incredibly difficult in those time frames and with those numbers for all the information to get to the decision makers that need to happen to the decision makers. Then you have the game playing and agendas and all of that. I get it. Everybody is trying to do the very best that they can, right? They're doing everything they think is right. That being said, you wouldn't buy a car, buy a house, do anything major. You would make a major decision in your life without trying to get all the information and see everything that's going on. So the other part of this is when you're in the heat of a moment, you look around to see who your teammates really are and who really are your friends. So stand up for our communities, regardless of who I'm actually standing up for it. But when you're in the thick of it, and you turn and you look to somebody like Tyler, we had each other's back during the session, and we've had each other's back since. So he's become a really powerful and important colleague for us. Tyler Smith is the Director of Regional Government Affairs at XCEL, and he works in Denver in the heat of it. I've been there, I've seen him, and he's very cool about it. The whole time he's very cool, he's very calm. When everybody else is losing their minds, Tyler's just, okay. So I like that. Will you help me welcome Tyler Smith?
Thank you, Sarah. I might look cool, but the legs underneath the water are turning fast. And Sarah's right. We don't have a better partner than Sarah and Action 22. And this last legislative session was a testament to that. And so thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Action 22. So really quickly, I just want to, so my presentation today, and I know we're a little short on time, so I'll keep it moving, but I wanted to just give everybody kind of a foundation of who we are as a company and what we've been doing to lead as a utility over the last 20 years. And then I'll talk a little bit about where we're going, both on our electric side and the gas side of our business. So we're somewhat unique in that we're what they call a dual-use fuel utility, and that we both have electricity and natural gas. Before I get too far, we've got a couple of XCEL Energy alumni that I want to give shout-outs. We got Wes Parham, who had my position before me, so if he comes over here and corrects me, there's no offending me. And then we got Kathy Worthington, who was a long-time community relations person for us and did a great job and had the role that Ashley Valdez has now. A lot of you probably know Ashley Valdez. So back to who we are as a company. Our headquarters is up in Minneapolis, but we have as big of a footprint or bigger of a footprint here in Colorado. We're based out of 8 states where we have operations. We have close to 4 million electric customers and a little over 2 million natural gas customers. And so the things that we are really proud of is really that transition and bringing those renewables on responsibly. And so when you're thinking about that, it has to be affordable, it has to be reliable, and it has to be good for our customers. We're also really good at when the lights go out, getting them back on. We have award-winning reliability, and that we're 99.9% of the time the lights are on when you call them to be on, but when they do go out, we're there for our communities to get back on. So diving deep a little bit, just from the national perspective to Colorado, we have 1.6 million electric customers, about 1.5 million natural gas customers, and again, that reliability. You can see we span all over the state for where our service territory is, and so it makes it so that we're always thinking about our customers, and our customers are going to be different whether they're in Grand Junction or they're Boulder, and so we always want to be able to give them those choices that they want for their energy. And so here's our priorities as a company. And so if you're a policymaker, if you're a city council member, if you're someone at the State House, and you're wondering if XCEL is going to like a policy, these are the ones that we really put the lens to. And so is it going to help us continue to lead that clean energy transition? Is it going to help us with our customers and enhance that customer experience? And is it going to keep bills low? And I would throw a fourth one in there again, the reliability is going to keep the lights on. And so, yep, next slide. And so how are we doing those things? How are we leading in those ways? On the clean energy side, we were the first utility to make that commitment to go 100% carbon free by 2050. So we did it knowing that the technology wasn't quite there, but knew that it would take the leadership that we needed to get there. We've also set goals around our net zero natural gas by 2050, and so both on the gas and the electric side. We hope to get there by 2050. We're doing lots of things for our customers right now. One of the big initiatives, particularly after last year when we saw higher utility bills, we implemented our red truck, and so we've got a red truck team that we take around to community events. Yeah, we're going around. So, you know, a large part of the connection with our customers is helping them understand the resources that they have available to them. And so we've got that red truck team going out to fairs, to community events, to events like this. And so if you have events that you know that it would be good for us to participate in and bring those resources to bear for customers to be able to get that education and the resources they need, let us know, and we'd be happy to bring the red truck team. And then keeping those low, as we all probably know, last winter bills were high, particularly around a couple of reasons. The natural gas market was upset due to kind of global events, particularly in Ukraine. And also we had a historically cold winter. So not only was natural gas, the commodity, more expensive, but people were having to use more because it was colder. So, next slide. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about those net zero goals. Again, on the electricity side, looking before you get to 2050, you have to get to 2030, and so we're on pace to reduce that carbon footprint by 80% by 2030. And then on the natural gas side, we're aiming for a 25% reduction. And in a second, I'll talk a little bit more about how we get there. And then on the transportation side, there's a real opportunity to figure out what we can do to get more EVs on the road and make sure that those are clean as well. So here's our glide path for how we are planning to get to 2050. Right now, we're at a 51% carbon reduction based off of the year 2005. 2030, conservatively, 80% is our goal, but I think we'll get probably somewhere into the mid-80s. And then those last 20 years is how and where we got to be paying attention to get to 100% carbon free. And I like to say that the last 20% is going to be as hard as the first 80%. So we really got to be thinking about how we do that while keeping the lights on and keeping it affordable. So those are the ways that we're thinking about it. So here's a different way of looking at kind of our mix right now, and this is where we are in 2022. You can see that our carbon-free energy sources are about 42%, and then we have about a third of natural gas and coal currently on the system. But as we move towards 2030, we'll have close to 81% carbon-free, with the rest being made up of natural gas and coal. And I can't iterate enough how important that natural gas for that last 15% is going to be as we figure out what we're going to do. Unless we build out the system, 3 times as big as it needs to be for renewables and wind and solar, we're going to need either a whole bunch of batteries, or we're going to need some firm resources that are there 24/7. When it's not shining and the wind's not blowing, we're going to need something that's very firm. So I know that there's probably some people who rolled their eyes when I said it's a commitment to keep the bills low, but here's a chart that of the 50 largest utilities in the country, here's where we sit for PSCO. We're one of the most affordable when you look just at the rates. You have to keep in mind that the commodities are also on top of that, and those can be variable with the things that I was just discussing. Next slide. So with a group like you all, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to just talk about where we are in our communities and how we're powering those communities with jobs, taxes, and where we're spending it. And so we've got almost $500 million in our local communities when we add them all up. We've got 4,000 good jobs that are across our entire state. And then we spend $130 million particularly on diverse suppliers, and that's something that's important to us. And we're one of the, if not the largest, property tax payer in the entire state. So a couple of, now that we've got the overview of XCEL, I want to talk to you about a couple of filings. Obviously, we're a highly regulated utility, and so we've got, we have to show what we're going to do, right? On the electric side and the gas side. And so we filed as part of our electric resource plan. So an electric resource plan is basically what the utility is going to do over the next 4 to 5 years as they plan. And so for us, this plan is going to take us to about 2028. And so we went out in 2022 and put out a large RFP for the energy sources that we thought we were going to need. And just a couple of weeks ago, we filed to the PUC what that plan is going to look like. What's the pieces of the pie that are going to make up the total energy mix? And so when you do a filing like that, you do several plans that you have to show to the commission. You have to show them what it would look like to do the most affordable if you just did the cheapest, most affordable. Or you have to show them the most clean plan if you just did 100% renewables. And then we show a plan every time called the preferred plan. And the preferred plan is what we think is a mix of all of those that makes the most sense for our customers and the environment and all the other stakeholders. And so we're really excited, particularly on this one. It's kind of groundbreaking across the United States on how much clean energy we're going to put onto the system, but it also has that reliability in natural gas that's going to be important through 2028 as well. And so just to give you a scale, kind of the bids that came in, we had over 1,000 bids that came in for different resources, which the last resource plan we did was 3 or 4 years ago, and we had 450 bids, and at that time it was historic. And 3 or 4 years before that, in 2015 or 2016, we had like 45 bids. So you can see the demand that's there to put these resources on. Another exciting piece of this is that it's going to be a $14 or $15 billion plan, but there's $10 billion that we're going to be able to take advantage of in IRA tax credits. So again, here's how, so of that 6,500 megawatts, which will double the renewables on the system as they stand today, here's how that pie breaks up. We got 3,400 megawatts of wind. We got almost 2,000 in solar. Storage is also playing there, which is, for those in the industry, storage is going to be, as that goes to scale, really is going to be able to unlock how we get to the cleanest grid possible. And then, of course, we'll have 630 megawatts of natural gas. If you're on any Sierra Club mailing list, that is going to be where they focus and where they are going to take hits at XCEL for doing that. But again, we think it's super important to do that to ensure that the lights stay on and everything's reliable. Speaking of those 2 natural gas plants, in that preferred plan that we're asking the Public Utilities Commission to approve, one will be in the San Luis Valley and one will be in Fort Lupton. And again, that's really just to provide reliability services to our system to make sure that that everything keeps working the way that it should. It won't it won't do a lot, it won't have a negative impact on that emissions as we're putting that in. We only plan to use them just when we need them, pretty much, but they are there when we need them. So, kind of in highlight of the plan in general, these are some of the highlights there. And so, you've heard this from me already, but as we move away from coal, as we get closer to 2030, we'll be bringing on twice as much renewables as we are investing in our communities across the state. And here's as we integrate it into our generation mix and all of those resources come online, this is what our overall portfolio of energy is going to look like as we drive towards 2030. And so you can see there, the wind and solar adds up to 85%, which I think is going to be great. All right, so on the natural gas side of our business, we're doing the same thing. And so we just filed August 1st our clean heat plan. And so as you look at our natural gas system, it really is the backbone for heating across the state. And so about half the counties in Colorado we serve with natural gas. And so as we look to drive down emissions on the gas side, this is really the plan for how we're going to do that. The driving genesis for the clean heat plan that we have to file, and all gas utilities have to file them, was driven by a bill back in the 21 session. I think Wes still might have scars from. He's still in therapy, I know that. But that's what came out of that was driving gas utilities to reduce emissions on the gas system by 4% by 2025 and then 22% by 2030. And there's some cost caps in there as well as the emissions targets as well. So cost and targets as we move towards 2030. And if you think about it, at least the way I think about it, where we are on our gas system is a lot like where we were on our electric system back in 2004, when it was kind of revolutionary to have a renewable energy standard. Colorado was one of the first to do that, and so we were 4% in 2004, 2005 on the renewables on the electric side. We're kind of at that place right now on the gas side as we move towards 2030. So part of that filing was how we have to show how we're going to get there. And so the way that we're going to get there is by working with the folks that we buy gas from and the suppliers that we use. And so making sure that they have the cleanest systems, that they're doing the best monitoring, and really they have the cleanest natural gas possible. So upstream, we work with them. We work with our own systems to make sure that the gas is not leaking, that it's getting to the customers in the safest and cleanest way possible, and then offering our customers options and programs to help them when it gets to their house to make sure that those emissions aren't going where they shouldn't be. So again, talking about right here what's exactly in the plan, and so we're really trying to get to that 25% mark as a company. The goal for 2030 in that 264 bill in the 21 session was 22%, and so we're gonna beat that by 3%. Talk to you about the complete plan until you can't talk anymore. So that one was due August 1st. I think we got that filed, and you'll see other utilities like our partners in Black Hills filing, as well as a few others. And so as much as we can, drive that emissions on both sides of our system to see us going. Really highlighting here a slide about why it's good for our customers, and so we're going to help them, with their bills, help them with their emissions, and really helping them understand the programs that are available. This is a slide that talks about why all the different plans that we have to file, right? We do that both on the electric side and the gas side, and so our preferred plan will probably have come under scrutiny, and so it's something that we as a company will definitely argue for, but you'll see other plans that were presented in that plan where it just meets the cost target, and so it's the cheapest plan. You'll see one that meets only the emissions target, but has a huge price tag. You'll see an electrification only plan, which some of the groups will also push for, and that likely also has a high customer cost. And then our plan is what we call the Clean Heat plan, or Clean Heat Plus plan, which hits that cost target, which is the lowest plan, but adds in a few extra things that we think for dollar makes a lot of sense to bring the emissions down. And so it's a little bit higher than the cost target plan, but hits a lot more of the emissions, which is a great thing. So again, how are we getting there? There will be some electrification in there. Energy efficiency, the best molecule that is the cleanest is the one that isn't used. We work with some of our partners on recovered methane. Hydrogen is going to be a big deal, as we've heard, and we have an application to DOE to have a hydrogen hub, and so there's an opportunity for hydrogen to someday fill those pipelines rather than natural gas, and hydrogen is a cleaner source. And then certified natural gas and carbon offsets, those are kind of the things where I talked about the difference between the lowest cost plan and what we want to add to get extra emissions would be certified natural gas, where we know that that gas has gone through a stringent detection system to allow us to know that it's as clean as it can be. Another slide, we're just talking about all the different ways that this is going to save our customers money in the long run, and it's good for the environment. That's all I got. So happy to take any questions, or we can move towards the interview.
Let's do that, yeah, let's do the panel and we can take them.
Great.
Yeah, I think so.
You don't want to break this Get it up my hand. Give you guys time to get
Chair number one.
So we're going to roll right into this moderated panel discussion. And I'm John Beagle, Vice President Energy. I'm also a board member of Action 22. So thank you all for being here today. And it's my pleasure to introduce our three panelists and Micah, who will be the moderator today. You already know Micah. You already know Tyler. He's been introduced. Sarah doesn't need an introduction. So I'm going to focus on my coworker. I have Mike Harrington with me today. He's the Director of Regulatory and Financial Policy for Colorado for Broadband Energy, and he will be the other attendee of the moderated panel discussion today. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Micah.
How good is you, Sarah? I can tell you stories that no one's heard about, Sarah.
No.
Yes. You right? Actually, we do want to thank and introduce, recognize Kathy Garcia, who's here. She's actually the original founder of Action 22. She's actually from Warren Over's office, and then also the kid, Antonio Huerta from John Hickenlooper's office as well.
I really want to tell an embarrassing story about that.
I really can't think of one.
You have to.
That's it.
Stop.
Oh, I want to introduce who has a funny story. Okay, so we're just kidding. All right, so thank you guys so much for being here with us. We're going to talk about energy, continue the discussion, and we're going to ask a couple of questions from you. I am probably one of the least educated people in the room when it comes to this energy discussion we've been having all day today. Give me 1 second while I get We're going to ask some questions. I'm going to kind of help us define some terminology. Of course, as you know, if some of you have listened to me in the past, I love etymologies, words. And also I'd like to encourage you guys to have a discussion here. So maybe kind of follow-up questions for your co-panelists. So first of all, Tyler, I'm going to just pass the microphone down. What is clean heat? Define clean heat for us.
I think there might be a couple definitions, but it's energy sources that are have the lowest emissions, lowest kind of clean version of an into your heating system. So the things that I think around clean heat are geothermal, hydrogen. Those are the main ones that come to mind, mostly on your heating side.
Can you do that?
I have no idea.
Oftentimes electrification kind of comes up with clean heat as an option for reducing natural gas emissions. When you burn natural gas, it's methane, it's carbon dioxide, so electrification sometimes is considered clean heat.
And then what, go ahead and have the microphone. And so when we talk about, what are we talking about when we say net zero natural gas?
Net zero usually looks at total emissions, and then you depend on carbon offsets, or certified natural gas, which is what XCEL talked about. And so you look at what is the total emissions that you're either generating or that your customer are consuming on certified offsets.
Net zero means that we've applied math to the science of the energy.
Yeah, they covered your data.
Are there any other terminology that we need to define in this discussion?
Probably, but estimate is the law. Not that I can think of.
All right. Okay. So you talked a lot about some of these transitions that all these companies are having to look at, consider. How are those changes, those transitions, how are those going to affect the cost for the end users? In the immediate future and in the more distant future?
Yeah, so our, on the electric side, when I was talking about our electric resource plan and that we just filed, that is going to raise costs 2.25%, which is below inflation as we go towards 2030. And so, generally speaking, that's not going to raise costs, but it's something that we always have to be considerate about when we're thinking about policies, local, state, or federal, is that pancaking of new things every single year that are going to add, because you add up 5 or 6 2.5s, or 10 2.5s with every initiative that, is talked about, it starts to add up quickly. And so, I think the plans we just filed are going to keep costs low, but we have to be considerate about that when we're thinking about all the different ideas of transition.
So I look at it constantly from the perspective of the end user. What's it actually going to cost our community? Because I live there, and my bills are astronomical, absolutely astronomical. And I have all electricity at my house, so I do that. But when we're having the energy discussion, I don't think we talk enough about how expensive it is to be poor. So when we talk about putting in solar panels or any of those things, James Henderson said it really well yesterday. He said $7,000 in Kim, Colorado is a completely different number than $7,000 in Aurora, Colorado. So this needs to be part of the discussion, what it actually costs, the transition. So we're saying a 2.5%, okay, that doesn't sound bad, but what investment does it take? And it's costly being poor.
Cost, as most of you know, for Black Hills is probably one of our most important considerations. When we consider a program, especially when we consider decarbonization, energy transition, for us, cost is key. We've heard loud and clear from our customers, from you all, that's important. But we also hear from our policymakers in our state that is wanting us to pursue some energy transition to energy goals. So for us, cost concerns is key. And yes, a lot of these policies, a lot of these decarbonization goals will increase costs. It will increase costs. I don't want to sit here and provide that it's not. And so for us, when we consider these policy changes, it's an all-above approach. We cannot simply pick one resource as the key. There's not one shining technology that we go, especially for Black Hills as a smaller utility. It has to be in all of the resources approach. Electrification is very expensive to electrify, especially for Black Hills. It's very expensive. And so when we look at our clean heat plan, our clean energy plan, our strategy is really finding the least cost options for customers that achieve what we can do with our policies.
Do you guys consider, do you guys consider, like, when you're building that strategy and explaining it to the customers, the end users, how should the customers be like, hopefully it's makes like a break-even point for where the cost catches up with benefits?
That's a great question. A lot of that's customer choice, which we are firmly believing customers have a choice in their energy. It's up to you as a customer to choose what kind of heat you want to use in your house. There's a huge cost benefit choice for customers as they choose. Now, when we look at programs, kind of more on the macro scale of utility programs, we do look at cost benefits of how much does the program cost, how much does it cost to administer, what are the rebate levels versus what are the environmental benefits or the energy savings. So we certainly look at cost benefits, but there's also a huge consumer choice aspect as to what is important for them.
So that part can't be emphasized enough, and I think one of the things that we have to battle for constantly on that policy side is that consumers should have a choice. They know what they can afford, they know what they can do, and when you have the conversation about, we're going to ask you, we're going to increase your costs. This is just what it is. Your costs are going to go up. You should have a choice of what you can do, but also there should be some kind of this is how your sacrifice is trying to meet those goals. Like, you should be able to go, okay, my costs are higher, but I'm reducing emissions by this %. And I don't hear that part of it.
You know, I would just add that there's definitely opportunities where it's beneficial for full electrification. And we're doing a lot of talking about kind of the costs to the utilities that they pass on to customers. But it's really important that if you're going to 100% electrification in every home, that's going to be a huge, huge cost to each individual customer, right? We as utilities, we bring the energy right to your door and to your meter. What's on the other side is customer costs that we don't really have a good view into. And so if you're doing that full electrification, you're going to have to be retrofitting all the appliances and utilities and your fire pit in your backyard. So those are things that you really have to think about from an individual customer basis when you're thinking about full electrification.
And actually, this is a good place to start with you, to you, Baba. So with all this, I mean, regarding policy changes, how can we as individuals do a better job of engaging those policymakers regarding here?
The one thing that I would point out is stop moving goalposts on us. And so, you know, we've got 2050 goals, we've got 2030 goals that we're like a big cruise ship we're trying to turn. And so give us a chance, give us a couple of years to try and hit the goals that we've already got in place. There's talk about moving, from 2050, getting everything down to net zero to 2040. And we just started on the 2050 goals. And so I think we'll see at the Capitol this year a push for 2040. And I think we just got to pause and make sure that we give ourselves enough time, but also we give ourselves enough tools to be able to meet that.
So this is a very tough one, actually, from where I'm sitting, because I'm listening to customers and I'm listening to our partners, and I can't make the math work. Policymakers want to feel like they're making a difference. But what they're making a difference about is really what we sort of have to say. Like, what are you really trying to accomplish here? What is it what is your objective? And then when they move the goalpost and then they complain about the cost and they do all those things, like, no matter what, the utilities are going to get beat up, and they know that, and they're used to it. But honestly, what is it that they want to have happen? And I think it's incumbent upon us who aren't in that industry to say, wait a second, you're going to increase my costs. You can't tell me how this is going to make a difference in anything. You just moved the goalpost again, which is going to increase my costs even more. You better start telling me what it is what matters most to you, because I think we're not alone on that. It takes somebody besides the utilities to say these things.
Can agree more. I think, especially with Action 22, your engagement is critical. Southern Colorado issues are different than Denver issues. And so your engagement in the Capitol, your engagement in the legislation is critical. I completely agree that it seems like our policymakers are changing the goalposts on us, which is very tough for a utility. It's very tough for us as a planning. Planning things like our clean energy plan, planning things like 80% reduction in emissions by 2030 is not easy. And then to move the goalposts makes it even harder. And so that's a challenge. We've got some great proposals, great programs that are in the works. And I agree with XCEL. We need time to let those things play out. We need time to let those ideas, those concepts, those contracts work their way. It's very difficult. It takes us a long time. Utilities, critical for being somewhat slow, maybe not as innovative. Not so sure that's quite fair, but we do operate under a regulatory paradigm that just takes a long time. And the thing that folks don't necessarily take or understand or can appreciate is the reliability concerns. The utilities take that extremely important. Most people take for granted that you put the switch and your lights on. There's a whole team, dozens of departments, that make sure that happens, that nobody even knows about. Nobody even knows who they are, nobody knows what that is. So that, utilities take that extremely important, and making sure that we can continue that level.
I just want to say one more thing about that engagement piece. So if you have been to an Action 22 meeting before, you've been to our annual meeting before, you'll notice that there's something missing in this meeting today that we usually have. And I don't want to, I'm just going to say, look around, and usually we have a lot more state elected officials. And we made it very clear that we were going to be discussing energy today, and look around, we do not have the representation of elected officials here on this discussion.
No, so we kind of along the same line about engaging our policy makers and stuff. I was hoping like that people was like Sarah. What do you wish we would ask those policymakers for? Like, or what are things that are not being talked about because we're not letting the individual know these are the things we should be talking about and ask them to engage with the policymakers. Like, in her world, what do you wish someone would ask or elected officials?
I think it probably for me comes back to those three pillars of, is it going to lead the clean energy transition? Is it going to be good for our customers? And is it going to keep us reliable and affordable? Like those are the questions that we have to continue to ask our policymakers when they're thinking about new ideas. And does it make sense with the science? And we're not talking about the political science, we're talking about normal science.
Great science. I think, and this reiterates it, but what, I think somebody to answer this. So every time we move a goalpost, every time we put in a new policy, every time we do this, and by the way, we don't have like a strategic plan in Colorado. It's just, we got these goals, we got these goals, we got these goals. We don't understand the impact of it. We haven't done, so these guys have to do these plans, and then they do the plan, but the state doesn't have to do it. So one, what's your strategy? What are you trying to accomplish here, number one? And number two, what difference is it making? How are we making it? Tell me what difference it's making.
I don't have much more to add, other than just, repeating engagement is key. Engagement with your officials, local officials at the Capitol is key. Some Colorado, like I said, some Colorado issues are a whole lot different than Boulder issues, a whole lot different than Aspen issues, a whole lot different than as Black Hills, we regularly take that to the legislature. We regularly advocate that these policies, AG XCEL, are harmful to Black Hills customers. So we regularly advocate for optionality for us. As a smaller utility, it's hard to implement some of these programs cost effectively. So continuing to advocate for optionality is certainly helpful.
Well, Sarah, I'm going to start this next one. I just have one more question. We were going to see if I'm sure you guys will about that. Is the PUC still relevant?
Now who's the Socratic bully? I think at one time, since it's still relevant, there is a purpose in it, but it needs to be completely restructured. To have 3 people who are political appointments to be making the decisions without any, so the only accountability is the stakeholder, like the stakeholding, and don't get me started on that process, where we're going to go and sit and say, here's what we're gonna do, but we're not gonna take any questions. We're not gonna actually look at what's going on. We're just doing this. We're driving this, whatever. It needs, but let me say this. There needs to be some form of, let's look at the regulations, because Colorado is one of the best. They are, and they should be the model for how we do this. That being said, if we were really serious about reducing emissions, sorry, I'm gonna get on soapbox there for a second. If we were really serious about that, all we would be talking about right now is net zero gas. If we were serious. But yeah, I think there's gotta be, the PUC is important, but we have to genuinely look at, is it still functional? Neither one of these are going to say a word, and
You guys did great. Are there any questions from the audience?
My name is Drew Boland, and I'm with the Public Price Commission. I actually have 2 questions. Well, the first is just a comment and observation. So, is the PUC still relevant? I mean, all 50 states are just hoping to have Public Price Commission. And it's to regulate monopolies, right? So, if it wasn't a PUC in our state and other states, you have monopolies running wild. So, that's the intent. It's working perfectly. So that's the first thing. And then secondly, I have a personal question. It doesn't reflect the PUC, the Board by Commissioners, but it as an average citizen. I look at the preferred plan and the energy mix, and 50% natural gas and over 30% or 40% wind. This past February of 2023, in the first 4 hours, there was 2,300 megawatts of wind. Within 4 hours, it dropped off to 0 in chat. And so I guess my question is, it's kind of 800-pound gorilla, in terms of the mix, when wind goes from 2,300 megawatts in the XCEL system down to 0 in 4 hours, and it's in the winter in February, so solar's at 0, wind is at 0. What is that? And by the way, thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, you bet. So I think that 600 megawatts of new gas is going to be the key to helping us when it drops off substantially. We're not going to have to use those all the time, or even, I think it's going to be less than 5% that we have to use them. But when it does tank, I think there's a lot smarter people at XCEL than me who've been thinking about that and know that they'll be able to ramp those units up pretty quickly. I think, leaning into storage is also going to be how we can help that, right? So if you have batteries, and I didn't talk about it in my presentation, but we're really investing and starting to look at more long storage duration. We're going to be placing a Form Energy battery in Pueblo. That's a battery that is for 100 hours. Most of the batteries that you see currently on the system are for 4 hours. And I don't know about you guys, but most of the snowstorms that hit usually keep us out for longer than 4 hours. So if you have them longer and you can build them up bigger, then you can use that also as to help with the system if wind and solar dies down quickly. For a political science major, that was a pretty good answer.
I'll take the bait and answer the first question. Since I do work with our PUC, it's my primary role is working with the Public Utility Commission. So I direct and manage all of our filings at the commission. I think now is probably more of a need and an actual critical point where we absolutely need a Public Utility Commission. Now, there's going to be debates on whether or not the Public Utility Commission is operating to the best, but as we continue this decarbonization pathway, having the regulatory oversight is absolutely critical. I have my challenges with the commission, and I know Drew, but the commission serves a very important role for customers. It serves a very important role for utilities. There's certainly things that it could do better. Last comment, real quick, on on some of the needle in the peak, what we call it. We have a very interesting chart and diagram. You all may recall back in December last year, right before Christmas, it got really cold, especially down in Pueblo, Southern Colorado. It got really cold right before Christmas, if you all remember. We almost hit a peak. We were very close to a peak. And we had zero wind on our system, so we had zero solar on our system. So the only thing providing power to our customers in Southern Colorado was our natural gas units. Those natural gas units are absolutely critical to keeping the lights on, keeping reliability. That's why we're happy to partner with Carbon America. We're really hopefully we're going for a project to get approved. So we're really excited about that. But the natural gas units are critical. That's why you see XCEL proposing 600 megawatts of new gas. Our natural gas units in Pueblo are going to be critical to continue the reliability as we decarbonize. If we do not have those, we could not keep reliability.
I think just to keep us on time, I'll ask you one more question, and then hopefully Drew and Michael and Tyler can stick around for a few minutes for some individual discussions if you guys can. Let's go ahead, yeah. Sorry.
Quick question, I understand the new legislative system session. It's starting to talk about, I think the goalpost is a whole different field, and that is community choice. And I'm relatively community from the utility, but give me your perspective, because there's people out there that say, by God, this is the best solution for everything. I would love to hear your perspectives.
Sure. So for those who don't know what community choice is, it's an idea that rather than a utility providing your energy to communities, the communities can opt out and then can buy from anybody, kind of like on a wholesale level. I think that from our perspective is a stale policy idea that we've already crossed that bridge on where we're going as a state, right? You've seen all of our emissions targets that we're driving towards will be 85% by 2030. There was a piece of legislation a couple of years ago when this was in its original form, and it directed the PUC to do a study and on what community choice energy would look like in Colorado. The way that I read it and the way that XCEL reads that study is that there's a lot of things to be concerned about when you think about community choice energy. Whether it will actually speed up the clean energy transition is a huge question mark, and what it would do for costs. And we've talked a lot about costs, and it would slow us down and be super expensive for our customers is kind of my final say on community choice energy. But there is definitely a group of legislators who were looking at that idea this session. Older legislators who were looking at that. And so
They should Google Enron.
they should Google Enron.
California already tried it.
And there's, and so there's, that's all I'm going to say about it.
So you've got to be able to think more than one step that's right in front of you with regard to this. So I think the question on that is, how is energy delivered? Who owns that transmission?
The challenge of community choice, I think you really have to go back and ask, well, what is the objective? What are you trying to solve? What's the objective? Is it cleaner energy? The utilities are going to be 80% renewable energy by 2030. We're going to decarbonize our grid by 2030. We've got goals for 2050. Is it cheaper cost? Well, XCEL just got a huge RFP. We're doing an RFP. We'll get bids back in a couple of weeks for our RFPs. It's not going to be cheaper cost because we're going out right now conducting the biggest RFPs in the nation. Well, hopefully we'll get a couple of bids from XCEL. We're getting the best prices. So you've got to ask yourselves, I think, with community choice, what are the goals that you're trying to solve for? Because your utilities are everything. And the other thing is, I'd say that the utilities, especially Black Hills, and I know it's as well, partnerships with our communities are important, right? We're here to serve our communities. We're here to serve Southern Colorado. We fight for you guys a lot at the PUC. We fight for our customer bills a lot at the PUC, we heard. So engaging your utilities is a whole lot better pathway than a very litigious, expensive community choice energy. And then the final point is there is direction and encouragement for the utilities to join regional markets. We have regional markets across the country in other states, California, the West, or the Southwest, myself. There's a lot of effort for utilities in the West, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, to look at forming a regional market. And you got to ask yourself, community choice, how would that play in the market? And it really, in our view, it really frustrates those developments. And it will not help as we look to find ways to better partner with our other utilities. How do I get cheaper energy from XCEL? How do they get my energy? How can we better rely on all this renewable energy that we're going to have here in the next few years? Regional markets will help us with that. We need to choice with that.
Sarah and I don't talk to each other at police sentences anymore. Thank you guys all so much for being here. We're out of time to do questions, but Tyler and Mike all said they'd stick around to have a discussion. Honestly, two of the best things about Action 22, being around Action 22, is the candid discussions that we do need to have and the people we need to have them with. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being part of this. Thank you guys for
Micah, thank you. You did an excellent job. He was a little bit nervous about that, and he did great. Didn't he do great? So here's what we're going to do. Stick around and talk to each other. Everybody's released. There is still food and snacks. Go grab yourself something. Make sure that you connected with everybody and you've got everybody's information. I think Jen is here somewhere to do it. So tours, if anybody still wants to do a tour around, we can do that. But guys, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who presented, to everybody who engaged. We appreciate you so much. Shall we further the discussion on making action happen? Yes, okay, we'll do that. We're going to continue to have that discussion on making action happen. Let us know what you want to talk about the most, and we'll do that. Everybody, my deep love for you. We'll see you next year.